This hour on Weather Underground, winter weather alerts stretching up and down the East Coast as Winter Storm Kenan moves in. From feet of snow to hurricane-force wind gusts, this will be a storm for the books. We got Lime team coverage, bringing you the very latest.
And here in Boston, the time is now to prepare for Winter Storm Kenan, bringing blizzard conditions. We have a snow emergency going into effect this evening here in Boston and a blizzard warning going into effect at midnight tonight for all day long on Saturday. We'll talk about the impacts of our latest winter storm here and what the winds will do to power across the region coming up.
Flight cancellations already mounting hours before Kenan's arrival, and drivers being warned to stay off the roads. We'll pinpoint where travel will be tricky over the next 48 hours.
And bundle up. Arctic cold expected to push as far south as Miami this weekend. Find out when you could wake up to sub-freezing temperatures right now on Weather Underground. Hey there, welcome into the show on this Friday. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Molly McCullum. A busy day on tap as Winter Storm Kenan continues to strengthen off the East Coast. You know, you take a place like Miami and maybe grandma got you a sweater for Christmas and you're like, Grandma, I live in Miami.
Yeah.
I'm never going to need this.
But guess what? Your grandma knew, because
she's
this weekend,
always right.
You're going to wish you had it if you don't. And if you do, you are in luck. From South Florida all the way up to northern Maine, cold temperatures will be the story, as well as our blizzard. We've got Winter Storm Kenan, and because of that, blizzard warnings posted. You can see that in the middle icon or middle photo. Those blizzard warnings from the Delmarva all the way up to Maine.
And these are places that have not seen a blizzard warning. We're talking about in a couple years. So maybe your memory's short and you don't remember exactly what it's like to be in a blizzard. I'll tell you, it's not very fun.
Some people would love to forget what it's like to be in a blizzard, right? And by the way, we could see 20 plus inches of snow across sections of New England, particularly there into coastal sections of Massachusetts.
So we'll be watching closely. Here's what we know about Winter Storm Kenan. 600 U.S. flights have already been canceled today, and 1,200 more have been canceled for tomorrow. A cold blue alert is in effect for New Jersey, and a cold emergency has been activated for Washington, D.C. The city of Boston has stocked up on 38,000 tons of sand to help treat the roads. Among the cities bracing for Kenan is Atlantic City. People have emptied the shelves of shovels and salt at hardware stores, and crews are busy treating the streets in preparation for the snow. But you talk about that prep for snow, Alex, and there'll be some snow bands that come through, the plows. It'll just be impossible to keep up with some of these snowfall rates.
Absolutely.
Water. Can I get some water? Thank you. All right, I'll take it from here, Alex. So we're going to see this low pressure system deepening and winding up as it moves across the northeastern coast. So places like New Jersey, you only have a couple of hours before this starts to go downhill for you as far as the conditions go. And then we take you up to a place like New York and Boston, where travel is going to be impossible for you tomorrow, not just because of the heavy snowfall rates, but because of the really strong winds. Visibility being decreased dramatically by tomorrow. So blizzard warnings from Maine all the way through Boston, out in the Cape, and then we go through Long Island and even down to the Jersey Shore and down to the Delmarva. So we're watching, of course, that area, but you go a little bit further inland in New York City, you're under a winter storm warning. So tough day up and down the mid-Atlantic and up into New England. So I want to get you the timing on this low pressure system just now starting to take shape, but we will see quite a different storm system 24 hours from now as this starts to strengthen. And places like Atlantic City, when you wake up tomorrow, you will likely have substantial snowfall on the ground. By 6 p.m. tonight, the snowfall is beginning. The wind is starting to pick up. We could see a few spots, Atlantic City, the Jersey Shore. We could see 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts up into New York City. The winds just ripping through the area tomorrow. And then 6 a.m. we're talking Boston. The snow is already falling, but look how quickly this starts to move out. By 6 p.m. tomorrow, yes, the snow is still falling in a place like Boston, and our system is continuing to strengthen. So the wind with that will be a big, big issue, not just for travel and visibility's sake, but also for power outages as temperatures continue to plummet well below freezing. That's where they're going to stay as we go throughout pretty much the entire weekend, even into the beginning of next week. So the wind picking up 50 to 60 miles per hour for you in Boston. That will really sustain itself through a lot of the afternoon. The evening time frame as our low pressure system starts to lift away from the northeast, the winds will start to relax, but they're not going to completely diminish. And that's really going to be the key as we head into Sunday and Monday with all the snow on the ground and the cold air in place and potentially some power outages. That's going to be something that we're watching for an issue in the Northeast. And for those that have to be in those freezing temperatures with power outages, that's never going to be a fun time and a dangerous time at that, too. So parts of the Northeast are under a blizzard warning as Kenan moves in tonight. And one of those areas is Montauk, New York. And that's where we find meteorologist Felicia Combs. And Felicia, I know when people started to hear blizzard warning, that certainly got their attention.
Yeah, it's definitely been perking everyone's ears up. I like to, when we land in location, I like to get out amongst the people a little bit and see what everyone's talking about, kind of incognito. And that's what I did this morning. I went to one of the local coffee shops and everyone was talking about the nor'easter. I went to one of the local grocery stores and a lot of people talked to each other by name. They said, hey, are you ready for the storm? So if you don't know Montauk, it is kind of a small little city. It's actually a hamlet of East Hampton, the town of East Hampton. So a population about 3,600. But when I tell you it is charming, the people here, it's a tight-knit community. They know one another, they speak, and everyone is talking about the nor'easter and what is to come. We actually spoke with someone who lives about 30 minutes from here in Watermill, and he told us that initially he wasn't sure, but now that he is sure that this is going to be a big storm, he's getting prepared.
I haven't been paying close attention because, you know, sometimes they overhype these things and then you get so excited and you can't manage your expectations and then you're let down. I personally love snowstorms, and the more the better. So I was just kind of ignoring these warnings, and then a friend of mine earlier said we could get as much as 18 inches. And I said, uh-oh, because where I live in Watermill, it's in the woods, long driveway. I mean, I would be trapped there for days. So now I've got to go to the grocery store. I've got to really take the warning seriously.
Yeah, and you know what? That is the best bet, because when you're talking about a blizzard warning, power outages, a coastal flood advisory, especially for the North Shore of Long Island, you're going to run into some dangerous weather conditions. That's what's going on here in Montauk, but I want to get straight out to a press conference with the mayor of New York.
Commissioner Grayson, he just gets so excited this time of the year, able to move these rigs and trucks and deal with these snow emergencies that we have. And so, you know, thank you, Commissioner, your entire team, all the men and women of DSNY. We all know by now that the National Weather Service has issued a winter storm warning for New York City, and we are going to be prepared for it. We could expect up to 1 foot of snow, but, you know, Mother Nature has a tendency to do what she wants, and we're just going to be prepared as it shifts. We'll be prepared for the shift in the snow. The real concerns, speaking with the commissioner and his team, is about the high winds. Visibility is going to be challenging tomorrow, particularly because of the light snow. And so we're asking people to use public transportation. As I say over and over again, we have one of the best public transportation systems. This is an opportunity to do so. And so the heavy snow can result in widespread travel issues. And my commissioner of DOT is here, and he's going to go through some of that. It's always good seeing you, Adonis. And Governor Coker and her team has been in constant communication with our team at this time. And as you can see behind us, we have our snow trucks and spreaders and plows that are really ready to go. This team moved in a expeditious fashion during the last snow. Instead of closing our schools and stopping the city from moving, they were able to accomplish the task, and I was really proud on how they responded. You always know you're judged by your first snowstorm. And I know all of you love me in the media, but you would have done a number on me if I didn't have the city up and operating. So we're not going to fail again. Right, Gloria? So again, open streets and outside dining will be closed tomorrow. Indoor dining will be. One of the best ways to navigate the snow is go inside and spend some money for our restaurants. All Saturday appointments for vaccines will be rescheduled for Sunday. No alternate side of the street parking for Saturday. And we're going to ask New Yorkers if you're having any conditions at all around heating or frozen pipes to really reach out to 311. And we want to be we want to be compassionate for those who are living on the streets or in terrible conditions where they don't have appropriate places to go during the cold weather. We have put in place a code blue, and we are looking for all unsheltered New Yorkers to get the support they need during this time. If you see someone in need, call 311. Our city employees are aware during code blue. If there are individuals who are unsheltered, we want them to make sure that we take them inside into the appropriate facilities for those New Yorkers who need so. And look after your neighbors, and that includes checking in on them, shoveling snow if need be, to make sure they get the support, particularly our seniors, to get the support that they need. But the name of the game, bundle up. Let's get prepared. We're going to see through this, and no matter what you do, let's make sure you wear your mask to keep us safe. So I want to bring on our OEM Commissioner, Commissioner Farrell, and followed by the Department of Sanitation Commissioner.
So we were watching and listening to Mayor Eric Adams, the new mayor of New York City, just installed a little while ago, talking about his city's response to now they're under a winter storm warning in New York City as they prepare for what winter storm Kenan is going to bring that way. Well, a little farther on towards the north, maybe between a 3 and 5 hour drive, depending on how fast you drive, perhaps a comfortable train right away. I'm in Boston, where Mayor Wu this morning had a press conference, another one going on this afternoon, and they instituted a snow emergency, which means people parking on the streets, the main streets, can't park there. They want to get cars off there and get the snow off the streets there. They are opening up a lot of public parking garages for either free or severely discounted parking. So there is a place to put your car. Just got to look for it. And it's rather to put it, go out of the way to park it somewhere versus having it towed. That's the scariest feeling, having your car not there when you come back out to it. Not saying I've been there. I've been there, but you don't want that to happen to you. Let's talk about the scenery here. I was looking at the skyline, gorgeous skyline of Boston. That monument there, the Washington Monument looking thing, well, that's actually the Bunker Hill Monument, end of the Freedom Trail. Well, up there they put 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. A little history for you kids out there. A little farther on towards the right, that metal bridge is the Tobin Bridge. Beautiful visibility this evening. Some clouds out there. We saw a couple of flakes of snow, but that's nothing compared to what's going to happen tomorrow. But look how calm the Boston Harbor is. You can really water ski on this thing. I would, unless you're wearing a dry suit. It's cold out here, but beautiful visibility. And then off to the right here, you got Logan Airport. Already more than 450 flights canceled for Saturday because tonight at midnight, a blizzard warning goes in effect. We're expecting 1 to 2 feet of snow. Usually better betting chance in that 20 to 25 inches of snow, and winds coming down, blowing that snow sideways, blowing and drifting. The wind could be creating a lot of power outages as well. So now's the time to prepare. If you have a generator, make sure that's outside. You have gas for that. Don't put them inside, and make sure you have a way to keep yourself warm and informed. Charge up devices, download whatever movies you need to download, as well as make sure the little battery, those bricks, you have those for power as well, and heat or firewood or something to keep you warm if you lose power. So we're now hours away from dealing with Winter Storm Kenan and the blizzard it will bring here. This city will look different as we head on through Saturday afternoon and definitely by Sunday morning, when at least the clouds should start to clear. Alex?
I'll take it from here, Paul. I think you mentioned the city is going to look a lot different. I think, Paul, you're going to look a lot different tomorrow, too, with all the layers that he's going to have on to fight the winds and the really cold temperatures. So we want to take you to 2 of the major cities that will be impacted by Winter Storm Kenan along the East Coast. Philadelphia is one of those with a winter storm warning starting tonight. The wind starts to pick up and the temperatures dropping to the 20s and even below. Atlantic City in for the possibility of coastal flooding, and probably won't see temperatures rise above freezing until Monday. That's really the core of the problem when you start to look at the potential for power outages, is the bitter cold air that's going to be moving in, and it's going to stick around for a prolonged period of time. Blizzard warning goes into effect 7 p.m. for the Jersey Shore this evening, so your time is running out to get prepared if you're in New Jersey. And actually, if you can get where you need to go this evening and stay put, that's really going to be the best thing. By 9 p.m., 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts moving in as the snow snow continues to fall. Really, the worst of it for you in New Jersey will happen through the overnight hours. But when you wake up tomorrow morning in a place like Atlantic City, Ocean City, down into Cape May, the damage is already done as far as the really substantial snowfall on the ground and the travel conditions remaining tough to near impossible as we go throughout the day. We will see winds relax by the evening, but again, they won't diminish until we get to about Monday. New York City out to Long Island. Look at that difference. The gradient of snowfall amounts from west to east can be pretty dramatic. It just has to do with how the system is setting up. Likely to see a lot more snowfall on Long Island than what we're going to see in New York City. But New York City, get prepared for some really strong winds, and you could see maybe 6 to 8 inches of snowfall. We take you to Philly, where it's a little bit similar, but I think we'll see less snowfall on the west side than the east side. We'll still head on Weather Underground. The threat of blizzard conditions already grounding thousands of flights across the U.S. The dangers of traveling in conditions like this, and which airports already have the highest number of cancellations.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It can be easy to steal your identity. Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about. And then when I was diagnosed, there was just such a big weight put on my shoulders. Every night I felt like maybe I won't wake up tomorrow. The hardest part of cancer is knowing that you have it.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
If it weren't for St. Jude, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one. People want to be a part of the cure.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because all they should worry about is helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude is right up there with our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Please call or go online right now. Become a partner in hope today.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is Manny. Event planning with our best business unlimited plan ever. With 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities and up to 10 times the speed at no extra cost, the downloads are flying fast. Verizon is going ultra, so your business can too.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Air. It's the power source of all life. As the world's #1 air conditioning company, we aim to perfect it. It affects how we work, how we play, how we grow, and how we perform. It's the one thing we all share, and at Daikin, nothing could be more important. Daikin and Abco, perfecting the air we share.
This is how Rebecca got me to switch to Aldi. We were renovating my kitchen, but we were over budget. So I told Christy Aldi helps me stick to a budget, but she'd never heard of it.
Christy was like, it was everything I ever dreamed.
I can get everything I want and I'm done. Aldi renovated my grocery bill.
Low prices, every aisle, every day.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, periods of snow and windy, high 24. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble.
We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here.
If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're here in Boston live as we hours before we have a blizzard warning going into effect tonight at midnight. This will look like a different scene as we broadcast all day long on Saturday. But what are the locals doing? What about the local businesses, restaurants? Well, I want to bring in Steve DiFilippo. You're the owner of Davio's, great restaurant right across the street from where we are right now. You got this storm coming in, blizzard coming in. Are you guys going to be open tomorrow?
100%. This is Boston. We're ready. Okay, 2 feet of snow is nothing. I went through the blizzard of '78 when I was a kid. We're okay. It's going to be fine. Relax.
2 feet of snow, yes, but winds blowing the snow sideways, drifting it. I mean, you might open, but can you close? Can people get home tomorrow?
We can walk. I wouldn't get in a car, but we have an MBTA. People can take the train, right? Hopefully, but we have a lot of people live around here. Honestly, that it's a lot of condos, a lot of apartments. I bet we're going to be busy tomorrow. We're excited for it.
Okay, what about you personally? Are you doing your family getting ready, preparing, buying extra food to ride the storm out?
It's one day. It's one day. By Sunday, it's over. We're going to be fine. I mean, we need to relax. It's only a foot or two. It's not going to be a big deal. Boston, we're ready. Now, if we were in Atlanta, I would say we've got a problem. Okay, they have one truck for the whole state. We have so many plows and sand, and they are ready to go. We've had so much time to plan for this. We're going to be fine.
We're based in Atlanta. We have 2 trucks now.
Oh, you have 2?
We have 2 trucks
but
now.
no sanding.
That's a 100% increase.
I've been on black ice in Atlanta. It's not fun.
Hey, well, let's talk about, 2015. That was a winter where it seemed like it started and never stopped snowing.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Here we are, 2 years of COVID, right? Obviously, the restaurant business has been kind of tough. Now we have snowstorms. What else is God going to do to us? I mean, it's just unbelievable that we're going to get through this. But you know what? I've been through, Davio's is 37 years old. I started a very long time ago. We've been through a lot. One snowstorm in one day is not going to be a big deal. We're going to be fine.
Okay, you're the owner. What's the rumblings of your work staff? Are they concerned about the storm?
Well, we have some people staying in hotels. Honestly, we're prepared. We've been ready for this. A lot of the cooks, can take the tea right here. They live right nearby. They're ready to go. This is what we do. It's important that we're open because people need a place to go. That's what restaurants do. We want to feed people. They want to come out, have a good time, and it's a Saturday night as well. And I'm telling you guys are going to be here tomorrow.
We will.
And I hope you come eat with us.
I'm not too upset you're going to be open because we're going to be hungry for sure.
We have some pretty good food. We're in Northern Italian Steakhouse. The place is Davio's is just, we've been doing this a long time, and I think you're going to love it.
Well, hey, Steve DiFilippo, thank you for your time, and also
You said that pretty well. You're Italian?
No, but I'm from the Northeast. So,
I know,
I got experience.
No, I think we need to relax a little bit here. I know you guys are weather guys and you're excited, but we're going to be okay.
Well, I hope we are.
Yeah.
I hope it's just one day.
One day, we're going to be fine.
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to be not too far away. Thank you again. And I'm so glad they're going to be open. So we know one place, Alex, that we can get a nice hot meal. That is if we can make it across the street to this area. So, I love the attitude. But, it's winter. It's January. It's Boston. Winter and snow happens. But this time it's a blizzard that hasn't happened in about 4 years.
Paul, Boston, one of the best places to be sent for snowstorms because there is no lack of food. So I want him to go over tomorrow. I want Steve to bring him a big old plate with marinara sauce all over it. Piping hot. That's what you need on a day like tomorrow. Boston, a lot of people can walk to these places, so the restaurants will stay open. Traveling by foot, okay. By plane, by automobile, not going to happen tomorrow. We look at airport delays and cancellations. Today, over 3,000 delays nationally, over 1,200 cancellations. Those numbers are going to be way up tomorrow. In fact, I don't anticipate any flights are getting in and out of Boston in the afternoon on Saturday with winds 50 to 60 plus miles per hour, very heavy snow, very low visibilities. It is going to be a nightmare for both road and air travel. Same for Portland, Maine, even down towards the New York City area airports as well as Philadelphia. Expect big problems, lots of cancellations. Now we look at the 95 corridor with snow moving in overnight across North Carolina, even northern sections of South Carolina through the state of Virginia. Could see those winds gusting 40, 45 miles an hour. So anticipate some slick roads, but especially low visibilities. When you get that light snow blowing around, it becomes really hard to see. Now across the 95 corridor from, say, D.C. up to New York, gusty winds and heavy snow at times. That'll also be blowing around. So blizzard conditions very likely across the Delmarva and into South Jersey. These are areas especially where travel is going to be downright impossible. You're not going to be able to see your hand in front of you. Then we look at the travel forecast up into sections of New England. Now, earlier in the evening, I think you'll be okay, but overnight through tomorrow, travel, just don't do it. Those gusty winds and big snow will continue through most of the day. Well, coming up on the show, we've got a number of watches and warnings already in effect. We're going through this storm by the numbers. And giving you some more I-95 city timing. How much snow can you expect? When will the heaviest snow fall? We'll let you know.
Expand your limits in the 2022 Lexus GX with Apple CarPlay support.
Get 2.49% APR financing on the 2022 GX 460.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month, plus additional benefits like up to $2,500 for dental coverage and up to $83 every month to spend at your pharmacy included in your new Medicare plan at no additional cost to you? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Health Medicare Help Center at 800-982-0158.
My sister saw a Go Health commercial on TV and told me to find out if I qualify for the $144 back on my Social Security check every month. I was amazed to see that I did.
I didn't have dental coverage. Now I have $2,500 to spend at my dentist, and it doesn't cost me anything extra. I was so surprised.
My husband also called and got $83 on a debit card to spend at the pharmacy with his new plan.
Call now at 800-982-0158 to see if you qualify for these benefits, including up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. Many Medicare plans also include up to $2,500 for dental coverage and up to $83 every month to spend at your pharmacy, included in your new Medicare plan at no additional cost to you.
GoHealth got me $144 added back to my Social Security check every month, which is just amazing. Now, I don't have to worry.
I thought, is this really true? That's almost $1,000 a year that I can now use to help with bills and other expenses. That pharmacy card is great.
I'm not used to someone helping me like this. I've checked with other companies, and nobody could help me.
Call the GoHealth Medicare Help Center now at 800-982-0158. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call 800-982-0158. That's 800-982-0158. GoHealth. We get you
more benefits.
Cranky-pated, a bad mood related to a sluggish gut. Miralax is different. It works naturally with the water in your body to unblock your gut. Free your gut and your mood will follow.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
Here's what I'm asking New Yorkers. Just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets, have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home.
Yeah, that is great advice. I know first responders, folks who, medical workers, they need to go. But if you don't have to, if you just got the day off or maybe you're able to work from home, stay put.
My mom was a nurse for 40 years, and she would always go to the hospital ahead of time and sleep there, which is always so impressive. So thank you to all the medical professionals who are likely doing that this evening to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, get to work a little early, have a pizza party, get a good night's sleep. Then you're not fighting the storm tomorrow because a lot of folks up against some big snow totals and some big winds.
Yeah, big wins. And that's really going to be one of the bigger problems for a lot of people because you bring in 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and we're talking power outages in combination with some very heavy snow.
Absolutely. Nearly 10 million people under blizzard warnings right now. That includes eastern parts of Long Island, where we anticipate not just big snow, but those big winds we talked about. Felicia Combs is there. Felicia, a lot of people enjoy these winter storms, but when we're talking about the possibility of those really strong winds, we got to be thinking about power outages.
Oh, yeah. It seems like everyone has had a really good, optimistic attitude, and I think that's fantastic. I am all here for the positivity, but I'm also, along with being I think it's an optimist, I'm a realist. And when you're talking about the possibility of 1.5 feet of snow, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then throw in the fact that some coastal flooding could be an issue, this is a system you got to prepare for, and prepare for those power outages as well, because the blizzard warning, the coastal flood advisory, all of those are issued for a specific reason. Let's take a look at what's happening right now because we've got a pretty steady snowfall that's been coming down for a little while now. Temperatures hanging around in the 30s. Now, the winds currently pretty calm, pretty light, and that is going to be one of the things that really changes. It's going to be whiteout conditions at times tomorrow on Long Island. Now, that snowfall total forecast, as I mentioned, maybe up to 18 inches of snow for portions of Long Island, even higher amounts as you look up towards, say, Providence or Webster. What I'm really concerned about is people trying to get out tomorrow when these winds start to pick up. When you look at the kind of snow that we're expecting coming down at a really great clip, and you correspond that with how high the winds will be tomorrow, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Heavy snow and those winds equal not only a blizzard, hence the blizzard warning, but also whiteout conditions. No visibility, slick roads. Now, I do know that they're going to be plowing throughout the storm, but when you're talking about snowfall coming down at such a high rate, it's going to cover the roads just as quickly as they plow it. Not only that, the snowfall coming down at a high rate, blowing around, it means I'm sure they're going to be plowing and doing their best to keep up with it. But, Alex, it's really hard to keep up with snow when you're talking about 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts blowing what you just plowed right back into where right back over what you just plowed. So,
yeah, and it's hard for people
shoveling
too.
Going to be just stay in.
Yeah,
right,
no, stay
exactly.
in.
I won't be doing it.
No. Let somebody else, may let the wind, you hope that the drifts will pile up in places that, are not your driveway anyway, because it is. There's nothing worse than going out, spending 2 hours shoveling the driveway, only to go back an hour later and realize the wind just covered all your work back up.
I've never shoveled snow, but I'm going to assume you're correct, and I can imagine it. And I think, yeah, I'd agree with that.
You know what? I think you are the smartest one of all because you've never shoveled snow. So the win goes to Felicia today. Felicia, thanks so much. We're going to check back in with her. I'm always jealous of Floridians because while they're like, oh man, I've never gone sledding or anything, they're also like, I've never had to shovel snow. And that is nice. Let's take you up that I-95 corridor where we've got blizzard warnings to the east. Also some areas of I-95, though, under those blizzard warnings from sections of Maine and New Hampshire into eastern Massachusetts through Rhode Island and into southeastern Connecticut. Then we look at Long Island, Jersey, into parts of southern Delaware and Maryland, a little bit of Virginia as well. So this Delmarva Peninsula, don't want to count you guys out. Blizzard warnings in effect. The snowfall totals aren't going to be crazy high, but with that wind blowing the snow around, visibilities will be very low. As we move through the rest of the day, winds really won't pick up until you're probably sleeping. I think late tonight is when we begin to see those 30, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts advancing in first in the mid-Atlantic, then tomorrow afternoon, especially across sections of New England. I wouldn't be surprised to see 70, 75 plus mile per hour gusts out there on the Cape.
Easily in those areas. So we'll be watching that closely for power outages and, of course, the blizzard conditions that will begin tomorrow. Well, coming up on Weather Underground, increasing concerns among homeowners for after the storm. The impact Kenan could have on these stunning beachfront properties.
Pizza Hut stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, just $12.99. Only from Pizza Hut. No one out Pizza the Hut.
All net. Look like me, kid.
Jack, I didn't know you could shoot.
Know what else you didn't know? Ring has an alarm. And I set it up myself, too. Like a towel.
It's true. Ring has an award-winning alarm. Learn more at ring.com.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. You're on Medicare. You can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577.
As our parents get older, they can stay more active with the right care.
Yeah, you know what? Oh, did you have 4 of those? Yes.
Find care for your mom and dad at care.com.
Here's a scary situation. You turn your water on and nothing comes out. Then you look outside and you see water flooding your yard. When your water line breaks, it's likely not covered by your insurance or the city. The repair could cost thousands. I'm Tom Rusin, CEO at HomeServe. We do a repair every 49 seconds, and many are for water lines. With a plan from HomeServe, we'll handle the repair, and there's no worrying about a big bill.
Call 1-866-520-5567 or visit homeserve.com.
Your plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore is the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule clinically shown to cause fewer ulcers than plain aspirin. Try new Vazalore. Aspirin made amazing.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Well, take a look at this. Some light snow falling across central Connecticut. Now, by tonight, this backyard going to look a whole lot different. Expect much heavier snow and anticipate those trees, those branches to be flying around. Look at that squirrel. Hopefully he's getting something to eat too. It's one of those days where you kind of want to stay put, and that includes the animals as well, right? They need a warm place to go, and they also are going to need something to eat. That's what we do, too. I want you to stay inside tomorrow as we are going to be looking at blizzard criteria across a lot of the East Coast. What do you need to reach blizzard criteria, to say, I lived through a blizzard? Well, you need winds at or above 35 miles per hour, a time of 3 hours combined with those visibilities at or below a quarter mile. So low visibility and wind speed, really the only factors. The snow falling doesn't matter, but obviously, to get those visibilities that low, you either need the snow falling or on the ground because you need it blowing around. Winter alerts are posted all across the East Coast. We've got blizzard warnings from the Delmarva up to parts of Maine, winter storm warnings, winter storm watches, and winter weather advisories all in effect. When we look at our wind gust forecast, they'll really be picking up overnight and especially through the day tomorrow. You can anticipate those winds 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Those 60-plus mile-per-hour gusts likely up into New England as we head into the second half of the day on Saturday. So anticipate absolutely abysmal travel conditions both on the roads and at the airports. We're already seeing those cancellations piling up at places like Logan International. Now, by Sunday morning, winds beginning to back off for many. Still breezy, though, through at least the first half of the day into parts of New England. And with a sustained onshore flow, we'll be talking about that coastal flood threat as well. Rough surf, coastal flooding, beach erosion, most certainly on the table for those coastal locations. Also, the moon phase will be increasing our high tide, so that will only enhance that coastal flood threat. So keep that in mind if you live near those very picturesque locations, but they always have to think about these extra threats with these nor'easter events. Coastal flood advisories posted as well as warnings down around Rehoboth Beach. This is, again, in effect for tomorrow, so please keep that in mind. And again, these areas will also be experiencing some of the worst of the wind, Molly.
Well, thanks, Alex. With the nor'easter heading their way, some residents of Plum Island are worried, and they're worried that they won't have a house after the storm. Some people have already lost theirs, all due to coastal erosion. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels has their story.
Centuries of storms have battered the New England coast. It's part of life here. But people who live on Plum Island, Massachusetts say since a 2014 project to reconfigure the jetties at the mouth of the Merrimack River, they hold their breaths with every tide cycle and coastal storm.
These people will lose their house this weekend, I guarantee it. He will lose his house very shortly, even though it's on pilings. That house is already condemned and being torn down. Two behind it, last Monday's storm, totally flooded, heating systems gone, uninhabitable. It'll just keep happening.
Stan Sachs's home was condemned after the last storm.
At this point, my house is gone. It's total. It's been deemed uninhabitable.
The foundation cracked and sinking. And with Winter Storm Kenan set to batter the coast again, Stan's neighbor, Leela Wright, fears her house might be next.
In September of 2021, we lost the remaining section of the road in front of the house. And at that point, we were losing 6 feet per tide. And we figured, okay, that gives us 30 feet. We've got, less than a week before we lose our house.
From the air, the problem is clear. Before that 2014 jetty project, folks here say that there were several hundred feet of beach and a 12-foot dune between those houses and the water's edge.
Over the course of the last 7 years, this cove has been created, and we've lost all the land that was between us and the river.
Sandbag barriers and enormous rocks are set in place to protect the remaining homes temporarily. Little comfort for Ellen Monez, who has lived on Plum Island for 74 years. Her house surrounded by water in the last storm.
Do you think you want to stay? I would love to stay, but I'm nervous. I'm really nervous I never thought the water would reach my house.
Ken Rito will be evacuating for this weekend's storm for fear his house may not last.
It's a real, danger. I mean, we've seen our neighbors slowly lose their homes here, and unless we get some sort of relief, it's just a matter of time, I think.
It's one tide to the next, and when you're living under those circumstances, it becomes extremely stressful.
Still ahead on Weather Underground, Floridians on alert this weekend for falling temperatures and falling iguanas. Temperatures will be so cold they stun the reptiles, causing them to fall out of the trees. Find out which cities could see record cold lows.
Are going to be cold. I don't know about record cold, but no falling iguanas, but falling snow blowing sideways. As you head towards midnight tonight, a blizzard warning goes in effect here in the Boston area. And people are doing what they can today. In fact, we have a couple taking some engagement photos now because there'll be a different view this time tomorrow across the area. A little happy dog as well. Give him a little pup treat. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Good boy. Yeah, so people are definitely preparing the best they can because we could see maybe 18, maybe 28 inches of snow here across New England. With Storm Kenan on the way as we head through the weekend. Coverage all weekend long here on the Weather Channel.
Strawberries, blueberries, and the cherry on top. Fairlife, with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and the creamy taste, turns scrumptious into scrumptious. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelves clean.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
Sweaty in bed for all the wrong reasons? Chic's Performance Sheets keep you cool, sleeping comfortably all year long. Chic's are the world's most breathable, moisture-wicking, ridiculously soft sheets with superior stretch.
Go to TryCheeks.com to save over $100.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections. Omnipod is a tubeless waterproof pod built to simplify life with diabetes. Try it today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Does sinus congestion and pressure make breathing feel impossible, especially at night? Try Vicks Sinex. Unlike most sinus treatments, it provides instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours. Its powerful decongestant targets congestion at the source with a dual-action formula that relieves nasal congestion and soothes sinus pressure by reducing swelling in the sinuses. For instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours, try Vicks Sinex. From Vicks, trusted relief for over 125 years.
Hi, folks. There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile. You could save up to 60% on your monthly mobile bill. Plus, there are no added taxes, hidden fees, and no contracts. Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator. And in 3 easy steps, you'll instantly see how much money you could save by switching to Spectrum Mobile. See for yourself. Visit SpectrumMobile.com/save today.
At Movers Not Shakers, safety, honesty, and reliability are our top priorities. We're the first moving company in the New York metro area to go green and use environmentally sustainable practices. All of our trucks run on biodiesel, and we use reusable bins instead of cardboard boxes to cut waste. Plus, we can recycle old clothing and electronics. Our rates are flat fees, so no matter how long the move takes, your quote won't change. Give us a call today for a free estimate and move forward with movers, not shakers.
To the max, we're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, periods of snow and windy, high 24. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The city of Boston bracing for what could crack their top 10 snowfalls on record. Our Paul Goodlow, he is live there in Boston. And Paul, you have the beautiful skyline behind you. Tomorrow, that's going to look a lot different. But I think even you're going to look different too, Paul, with all the layers that you're going to have stacked on top of what you have right now.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that I'm probably going to wear clothing or things, even on my face, that I've never worn on TV before, because that's what we're expecting here, the intensity of the weather. If you watched just before the last break, you saw the engaged couple who's taking some photos out there. They are still down there. They just brought their dog a little farther away. Also, you got to include the dog in the photo, right? You're starting to hold in the family with your four-legged fur babies as well. But as we look at the skyline, one thing we noticed lately, we're starting to see the cloud deck kind of break up a bit. Some blue sky is visible. And yeah, this is certainly the calm before the storm here. But this is going to be a sky we won't be able to see. The clouds will be upon us. The snow will be obscuring any visibility throughout the day. So we can see for miles right now. And even Boston Harbor, biggest waves have been made by ships out here. Otherwise, we're talking under a foot for sure. Even the swells look pretty calm. As you keep going on towards the right, you see an area that has activity ongoing through tonight and probably nothing tomorrow. That's Boston's Logan International Airport there. Already more than 450 flights have been canceled for Saturday. And here's the thing. People are like, oh, well, is the airport open? Is the airport closed? The airport can be open all they want. If all the airlines don't have any flights going in or out of the airport, it's effectively closed. So that's a little semantic some airports have used. Not throwing Logan under the bus. I haven't heard them say that, but I know some airports saying the airport's open. It's just the airlines that aren't operating at those airports. So that's why most people go to the airport. That's why I often go to the airport to get on a plane. So those are some of the impacts already being felt. By the way, here in the city, the Mayor Wu, has instituted an emergency or snow emergency in effect this evening, which means if you normally park your car outside on the streets, well, that could be a snow emergency route. So no parking is allowed there. They're opening up city-run and other garages for either free or discounted parking to get their cars off the street so the road crews can come in when they can and clear and keep the streets drivable. I was here 3 weeks ago, Winter Storm Garrett. Interstates, the streets, the road crews got on them quickly. Some of the side streets, some of the smaller towns and villages around here, they even had staffing issues. They were a little slower to clear, but this is Boston, this is New England. Not our first rodeo in terms of snow. But this is going to be a wild ride, though. So it's going to be that type of rodeo where you really got to hold on past those 7 seconds. Winds could be gusting 40, 50 to 60 miles per hour. We could have 1, 2, maybe 3 feet of snow. Drifts maybe 2 or 3 times that in some locations. So that wind, really that extra wild card, making things even more difficult to recover from. I mean, a foot, 2 feet of snow, that's tough. We can get through that. But it's the wind compounding that and, making the road crews work 2 or 3 or 4 times as hard to keep things clear. Alex?
Paul, I want you to talk to that couple because I'm fascinated by them. I wonder if they would consider doing kind of like a today versus tomorrow. Like, were they supposed to shoot their pictures tomorrow and did they just not want to wear snowsuits? And then the dog would be like, yes, the snow. And then they would take center stage, obviously.
Alex, you know me. I kind of have a smart mouth. I did say to them, hey, come back tomorrow. The weather will be fine. And they laughed when I said that. But I'll check on that for you.
They were like, something tells me he's full of it. But yeah, no, we need to know what this dog thinks. The dog's like, yeah, come back tomorrow for the pictures because I want to play in it. Usually the dogs have a great time. Paul, thank you so much. I guess, at least one person or one couple we know is paying attention to the forecast because they're like, no, we're doing this today. We want to see the skyline. All right, let's take you to South Florida right now. Miami. You're like, why are you looking at us? Usually we're easy peasy weather. We don't want to be called out. What's happening here? It's 73. It's perfect. Well, this weekend, things are changing. Lows in the upper 30s headed your way Sunday morning. Forecast temperatures as we move through the weekend will be on the cold side all across the southeast. So not just Florida. And how about temperatures in the 30s throughout Saturday afternoon for places like Nashville and Atlanta? There's your Saturday morning numbers. How about teens and 20s across much of the interior southeast? And again, those afternoon highs for Raleigh, Atlanta, and Nashville won't get out of the 30s. Then Sunday morning, we see that cold extend all the way into Florida. 37 to start the day in Orlando with freeze watches, freeze warnings, and a hard freeze watch posted across the Sunshine State. Just about everybody included. Look at these Sunday morning temperatures. They will be in record territory. 39 for Miami. Low 30s Vero Beach in Orlando, upper 20s in Daytona Beach. We'll be right back.
Hey, Lily, I need a new wireless plan for my business, but all of my employees need something different.
Oh, we can help with that. Okay, imagine this, your mover, Rob. He's on the scene and needs a plan with a mobile hotspot. We cut to downtown. Your sales rep, Lisa, has to send some files, like ASAP.
So basically, I can pick the right plan for each employee.
Yeah, I should have just led with that.
With AT&T Business, you can pick the best plan for each employee and get the best deals on every smartphone.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Any time of year is a bad time if you're an animal who's being abused or neglected. But winter can make the suffering even worse for these animals, many who've been left outside in the cold.
The endless suffering, endless pain, just lack of hope. There is no shortage of cruelty out there.
This winter, please help by visiting our website or calling this number and signing up with your $19 monthly donation. Every new donor we get means we can rescue more animals from harm and give them the warmth of loving arms. With your support, they'll get emergency medical care, food, and shelter. We need 3,000 new donors in the next 30 days so we can rescue the animals who are fighting to stay alive this winter. 63 cents a day is all it takes to save an animal's life.
It's really the support that comes in from people that care that really is the engine that keeps us going.
And because the situation is so urgent, we're asking you to join in the next 10 minutes. And if you do, we'll send you this free membership kit with our member magazine, the photo of a rescued animal, and this Animal Champion t-shirt. This limited edition item won't last, so act now to get yours today. It's a season of great suffering for too many animals, and if there was ever a time to help, this is it. Please go online or call now.
It can be easy to steal your identity.
Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
Sweaty in bed for all the wrong reasons? Chic's Performance Sheets keep you cool, sleeping comfortably all year long. Chic's are the world's most breathable, moisture-wicking, ridiculously soft sheets with superior stretch.
Go to TrySheets.com to save over $100.
Stephen, did you know anyone with a simple tax return can have a TurboTax Live expert do their taxes for them for free?
That sounds really good.
For a limited time, TurboTax is free for simple returns, no matter how you file.
Well, right now on Storm Center, winter weather alert stretching up and down the East Coast as Winter Storm Kenan moves in. From feet of snow to hurricane-force wind gusts, this will be a storm for the record books. We've got live team coverage bringing you the very latest.
And that coverage also includes here in Boston. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, where we go into a blizzard warning at midnight tonight and going through about 5 a.m. on Sunday for maybe 1, 2, possibly 3 feet of snow. Wind blowing that snow sideways and temperatures not getting out of the low 20s. We'll talk about the impacts we'll see here throughout the weekend coming up.
Well, you take a place like Boston, flight cancellations already mounting hours before Kenan's arrival, and drivers are being warned to stay off the roads. We'll pinpoint where travel will be tricky, to say the least, over the next 48 hours.
And bundle up. Arctic cold expected to push as far south as Miami this weekend. Find out when you could wake up to sub-freezing temperatures. It's all coming up right now on Storm Center. Hey there, welcome in. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm meteorologist Molly McCollum. Yeah. Busy day on tap, busy weekend on tap as Winter Storm Kenan continues to strengthen off the East Coast.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Meteorologists and regular people alike, they get really excited about stuff like this. But there are some things we want you to watch for, just to be aware of. Power outages, the coastal problems. It's not all fun and games, but if you're a kid who loves sledding, you're going to love this forecast.
You know, you take a storm like this one and what it's expected to be, and this is the kind of storm that really kind of sparks young kids to get interested in meteorology. It's that kind of level.
Yeah, 100%. So maybe you'll be taking over for us in a couple years once you remember the blizzard of 2022. We could be looking at some huge totals. Behind Molly, you see the snowfall total forecast. How about plenty of 20-plus inch totals? That's prompted the blizzard warnings, and it's been a while since we've had those.
That just might put you in the top 10, maybe the top 5 snowfalls for you in Boston on record. So we're talking about a big storm coming your way.
Yeah, we've got a lot to get you through, all the forecast details ahead. But let's get you caught up on what we know, because a lot of flight cancellations already adding up.
A lot of flight cancellations. More than 900 U.S. flights already canceled for today, and 2,100 have been canceled tomorrow. The city of Philadelphia has declared a state of emergency, and road pretreatment operations are underway in the Fredericksburg district in Virginia. Among the cities bracing for Kenan is Atlantic City. People have emptied the shelves of shovels and salt at the hardware stores, and crews, they are busy treating the streets in preparation for the snow. But Alex, you talk about the preparation for the snow. You can only do so much when you're facing some really intense snowfall rates that might be impossible to keep up with.
You know, the kids love it. The dads sometimes not as much, because if they're shoveling, they're out there more often than they'd like to be with that combo of heavy snow and then the wind. As Felicia pointed out, it's going to just blow the snow that you've just shoveled back onto the driveway. So keep that in mind. Blizzard warnings are posted from parts of Maine all the way down into the mid-Atlantic. Parts of the Delmarva in a blizzard warning. So talking southern Delaware into eastern parts of Maryland and that tip there of Virginia, Atlantic City, up to those communities on the Jersey Shore south of New York City. You guys are under blizzard warnings, along with portions of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine. A lot of areas, a lot of real estate. You notice, though, as we look off towards the west, we see less in those warnings, and we'll see lesser snowfall totals. It's a pretty tight gradient that's going to drop off as you head farther to the west. So places like the Lehigh Valley, Albany, New York. You guys aren't going to be seeing big accumulations. That's going to be left to those Jersey Shore communities up into coastal sections of Massachusetts. But some big cities, how about Providence, Rhode Island, Boston, and up towards Portland, Maine? These are where some of the big winners will be when it comes to the snow. How about 20 plus inches? Forecast for the Boston area currently in that 22, 23 inch range with high amounts of 1.5 plus as we get out onto Long Island. Winds, they'll be especially gusty. We could see those winds gusting 60 plus miles per hour into coastal New England during the afternoon tomorrow. So something to be aware of. It's all thanks to this area of low pressure that's going to rapidly strengthen overnight and especially through the day tomorrow, offering up that heavy snow and wind along the I-95 corridor. So from Philadelphia up to the Boston and Portland areas, we are going to be seeing heavy snow, low visibilities, travel just about impossible, if not extremely dangerous. A lot of the flights, though, they've already been canceled. You can see those isobars packed in. These are lines of constant pressure. As they get packed in, the winds as a result will crank up. So gusty winds and then the coastal impacts, big waves, high tide will come into play as well. So coastal flooding could be worsened by the high tide. We showed you parts of Long Island under the blizzard warnings. Montauk, New York included in that. That's where Felicia Combs is. Felicia, I know you talked to that bar owner who's hoping to stay in. You know, by foot, that's going to be a fine way to travel if you want to head down to the local restaurant that's open, but do not get in a car tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that would be a terrible idea. But I would be willing to bet that when you open the door and you look at what you're going to have to walk through by, say, lunchtime, especially through tomorrow afternoon, you're probably not going to want any of it. And you know what? I think we're starting to see people taking heed to that because we've been seeing the cancellations rolling in. Suffolk Transit has canceled all service tomorrow. The Long Island Railroad is suspending service starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're seeing the cancellations, the travel advisories stacking up from New York City all the way out through Montauk, of course, the eastern end of Long Island. So travel is going to be, as Alex just mentioned, dangerous, if not impossible. Actually talked with a resident who lives about 30 minutes from here, and he said that he had big plans for this weekend, but it's kind of interrupting some of his plans because travel is going to be so dangerous.
The timing is not great because I'm producing a film out here and we had some shoots lined up for this weekend, which we'll have to postpone because of the weather. I had some investors flying in from Telluride. Their flights were canceled. So it's really impacting a lot of things, but it makes this area so picturesque and beautiful that I can't really complain. I love a good snowstorm.
Yeah, a good snowstorm is always fun. However, I'd be willing to bet when you take it to the level of blizzard, it gets less fun if you have to do anything other than just sit at home and stay warm inside. You know, a lot of people looking forward to the snow. It is going to be beautiful, but I've got to remind you that power outages are going to be a real concern. When you're talking about the wind blowing at this high of a rate for that long of a period, you can really start to see those power outages mounting up for the areas seeing those types of winds. So to recap for Montauk, we've got the blizzard warning going into effect at 7 o'clock this evening. That's lasting all day Saturday until 7 p.m. And then we also have a coastal flood advisory. There's a lot of focus on the snow and on the blizzard, as there should be, but also the other things we have to think about with especially this north-facing shore of Long Island is that possibility for some coastal flooding, hence that advisory. 1 to 2 feet of inundation possible for vulnerable communities, vulnerable spots along the northern shoreline. You guys are going to be having those northerly winds, those onshore winds from Long Island Sound for hours tomorrow for much of the day, and it is going to be gusty, hence bringing us up to those blizzard conditions. So my advice for the rest of your Saturday, the snow that was falling here in Montauk coming to an end. That's not going to last long. By tonight, we're right back in the thick of it. Paul, our blizzard warning going into effect in a few hours here in Montauk. I know you guys there in Boston, it starts around midnight, so I'd say probably a good idea to be wrapping up those preparations as we head through the afternoon there.
Yeah, and as we say on TV, but wait, there's more. You got 24 hours of blizzard warnings there in Montauk. We have 29 hours here in Boston from midnight tonight through 5 a.m. on Sunday morning. So this is definitely the time to prepare. In fact, we had some clouds earlier, starting to see some of the skyline break up a bit. And so it's definitely, it's deceptive to know what's coming. And this, as we've said before, this could be a top 10 snowfall in terms of the actual inches of snow. This could be perhaps one of the most impactful snow events in maybe 4 to maybe even 8 years. 2015, that winter, storm after storm, set the record in terms of yearly or seasonal snowfall here. And with this system coming in, we could have maybe 2 feet widespread in the Boston area, maybe some pockets close to even 3 feet of snow if you're within maybe 70 miles of the coast, with the winds blowing the snow sideways as well. I think back to what really got one of the big storms as I was a small child that got me into this business was the blizzard of '78. Perhaps we might have some budding meteorologists here thinking back to the blizzard of '22. And this could be what we're hours away from experiencing here, but it's still so calm right now. You look out towards Boston Harbor, seeing a couple of swells, and here, that's the most activity we've seen. It's a rare day. You can say you can water ski in Boston Harbor, but today is definitely one of those days. By the way, the water's still pretty cold, and that's a big concern. Is a lot of coastal flooding here in all the Cape and the Islands and coastal areas here. Boston Logan Airport. Kind of see it over to the right, the towers there. We're seeing a plane take off. Looks like an American Airlines jet taking off here. So far, more than 450 flight cancellations for Saturday alone. So if your travel plans have Logan in them, well, they're probably not going to have any active plans tomorrow at Logan, because you're going to have, if flights are scheduled, major delays, but most likely cancellations. Then you play catch up on Sunday and Monday. So even if you have a flight on Sunday, that could be in jeopardy of getting out of here, because while the snow is pulling away, the winds are slower to pull away, and it's going to be a while cleaning up. Fortunately, kids, I think Monday, you'll have school, unless you don't have power in those schools. That's the other wild card that we might be dealing with is, do you have power? You have power outages, because that definitely depends on the wind. Once those winds come down to a certain level, then the power trucks can go back up and start restringing some lines if the wind brings down trees or power poles and power lines. So it's a wait and see. Hopefully people are prepared, but the first blizzard here in Boston in 4 years, and we'll give you live coverage of the whole event this entire weekend here on the Weather Channel. Alex?
I'll take it from here, Paul. I wanted to ask you, because you talked to a restaurant owner earlier, I believe his name was Steve, and the mood for him, like he was ready. I mean, he said Boston is ready for this storm. Have you seen that pretty much all across the city?
You know, it depends on your experience. You know, Steve DiFilippo, the owner of Adavios, he was like, it's one day, not a big deal. Right now, he says he's going to be open, and I hope he is, because, you know, they have good food there. And a lot of people here, it's a walking neighborhood. But other people who don't have the experience, we've met a lot of people walking around here from different countries who have only lived here for maybe 4 or 5 years, who have no clue what happened here in the winter of 2015, where the first snowstorm didn't happen until mid to late January, and it snowed into April. There were snow piles that hadn't melted until maybe June of that year. So there was so much snow that people who haven't lived through that might not think it's a big deal, or, you know, it's always a short-term memory. You know, when I was here 3 weeks ago for Winter Storm Garrett, that was the first major snow event this winter in Boston. So, you know, we have just our recent memory that people do a lot of actions on, unfortunately. But here at the Weather Channel, Molly, you know, we've been through a lot of this, and that's why we're here, because we know it is going to be a very impactful storm. And I really want to harp on the wind is really going to be the factor that makes it a much bigger, impactful storm for a lot more people around this region.
Well, Paul, hopefully they're ready in Boston. I think that they are, and hopefully you can find some warm food tomorrow, and maybe Steve will be open for you and for those in Boston. Well, we want to take you to 2 of the other major cities that are going to be impacted by Winter storm Kenan. Philadelphia under a winter storm warning starting tonight. And when the wind starts to pick up, temperatures, unfortunately, will be dropping at the same time, 20s and even below. And then we go to Atlantic City, also in for the possibility of coastal flooding. And you in Atlantic City likely won't see temperatures rise above freezing until Monday. That's what Paul was trying to get to the point about the power being out, is that our temperatures are going to be cold for a prolonged period of time. So we have a blizzard warning that goes into effect for a lot of the Jersey Shore from areas of Middletown all the way down to Cape May. You just have a few hours left before conditions start to go downhill. We're fine right now, but as we get into 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m., that's when wind gusts will pick up to 40, 50 miles per hour, and this will just continue. The worst of it for you in Jersey will be through the overnight hours, but even when you wake up tomorrow morning, the snow is still falling, the wind is still blowing, and the damage is already done as far as the travel potential. It'll be near impossible for you tomorrow in Jersey, even after the snow ends. But Alex, we know this isn't just a system for the mid-Atlantic and up into the Northeast. We're talking about portions of the Carolinas even getting in on some snow.
Absolutely. There'll be small totals, but still snow falling in parts of the Carolinas once again, south and especially into North Carolina. Now, right along the Tennessee-North Carolina state line, that's where winter storm warnings are in effect, as some of those higher elevations will be picking up more snow than areas farther to the east. We look at the timing here across the mid-Atlantic. It is this evening that the snow will continue, eventually winding down as we head through the first half of Saturday. I think most areas will begin to see that snow come to an end by noon tomorrow, whereas things really begin to ramp up across sections of the mid-Atlantic, or rather the Northeast and New England states. Snowfall totals, again, most areas an inch or less. 1 to 3 inch totals, though, possible into South, North Carolina and Virginia. The higher amounts, though, up there in the higher elevations of the southern Appalachians. We take a peek at the Washington, D.C. area. More than likely, you're at an inch or 2 when it comes to total snowfall. Out over the Delmarva, though, that's where we could see 5, 6 plus inch totals, along with those stronger winds. D.C., you'll get in on those wind gusts, 35, even 40 miles an hour at times. Norfolk, Virginia, also looking at gusty winds, not huge snowfall totals. Again, more than likely in the 1 to 2 inch range, with higher amounts as you head over to places like Cape Charles. We're back after this.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about. And then when I was diagnosed, there was just such a big weight put on my shoulders. Every night I felt like maybe I won't wake up tomorrow. The hardest part of cancer is knowing that you have it.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
If it weren't for St. Jude, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one. People want to be a part of the cure.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, because all they should worry about is helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need. Join with your debit or credit card right now and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show your support.
I think it's the most worthwhile place to put your money when it comes to childhood cancer.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude is right up there with our mortgage. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
Please, call or go online right now. Become a partner in hope today.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Hi, folks.
Well, every year you make a resolution to try to lose some weight.
I joined gyms. I tried low-carb diets. I tried protein shakes. I did all kinds of things.
The moment I go off of whatever diet at the time I'm trying, it all came back.
You need to call the New York Bariatric Group and change your life.
I had long-term weight loss surgery at the New York Bariatric Group.
I lost 177 pounds, and I couldn't be happier with the New York Bariatric Group.
No more New Year's resolutions to lose weight.
Now accepting patients in New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey.
This is how Rebecca got me to switch to Aldi. We were renovating my kitchen, but we were over budget. So I told Christy Aldi helps me stick to a budget, but she'd never heard of it.
Christy was like, it was everything I ever dreamed.
I can get everything I want and I'm done. Aldi renovated my grocery bill.
Low prices, every aisle, every day.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, snow along with gusty winds at times, high 23. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
New territory for sure. We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? Outside!
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Boston, Boston, Massachusetts. We're under a blizzard warning beginning tonight at midnight, going through early Sunday morning. The sun is beginning to set officially at 4:53 this evening, but already kind of darkening skies here, although we still see patches of blue sky. This is truly the calm before the storm. As the sun sets, the temperature starts to drop, and as we head on towards daybreak on Saturday, if you can actually see any brightening in the skies because all the snow coming through, our air temperatures will not get out of the 20s. This is going to be a very unique nor'easter here. Winter Storm Kenan. We have a blizzard setting up here along the coast and major snow, even, tens of miles inland as well, as the winds come down a little bit. If you head maybe 50 miles off the coast, you can see winds gusting 30, 40. Here, within, say, 2-3 miles of the coast, winds gusting 40, 50, 60, maybe even 70, not out of the question here. So it's a very dynamic storm. Heavy snow, a couple of feet. Tropical storm force winds and frigid temperatures, and that temperature and moisture combination could give us 2 to 4 or more inches of snow per hour, and that could overcome any type of plowing across the region. And Alex, it definitely is that the cold temperatures allowing us to get copious amounts of snow. That's why I think even now, talking about a 3-foot event or totals in some locations is definitely on the table with Winter Storm Kenan.
And it's going to be that light powdery snow, which allows for those high totals. And Paul, I guess that's also good for snow removal. When you got that heavy, wet snow, much more difficult and taxing to remove. Travel issues already ahead of Kenan's wintry blast. We had snow across parts of Pennsylvania. And this morning, a two-lane bridge collapsed in Pittsburgh. This is near Frick Park. If you're familiar, rescuers had to rappel nearly 150 feet while others formed a human chain to help save people trapped inside a dangling bus. Well, officials say there were only minor injuries. That's some good news. Now, bad news if you're trying to travel tomorrow via car or via air travel. Today alone, we've seen over 3,400 delays and we've seen over 1,200 cancellations. Tomorrow, if you've got a boarding pass for a flight out of Logan, LaGuardia, JFK, I would look into just rescheduling that now because I do not see how we're going to get much going tomorrow with the winds, the snow. We're talking low visibility, gusty winds. I would not anticipate any flights to be going out of Boston tomorrow afternoon. Same for Portland, Maine, down towards JFK, LaGuardia, Newark, and even Philadelphia, anticipating major trouble at those airports. And then again, major trouble, if not downright impossible on portions of I-95. I think here across North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, it's going to be light snow moving in overnight and through tomorrow morning. Winds gusting 45 miles an hour, so that will reduce visibilities on the highway. Some areas could be slick as well. Now we get you into the mid-Atlantic. These are areas from D.C. to Philly where we've got the opportunity for the heavy snow at times. Over towards the coast of Delaware, of Maryland, of Jersey, we're going to be looking at those blizzard conditions. And then how about up into New England? This is where the travel is going to be impossible. Winds gusting up to even over 60 miles an hour in spots with heavy snow. So anticipate blizzard conditions. Again, travel difficult at best, impossible for many. Molly?
Well, Alex, even travel by foot is going to be difficult because not only are we going to have the falling snow, it's going to be blowing sideways at times with the really strong winds. And then on top of that, we have some bitter cold air moving in. In fact, it's already cold in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, kind of setting the stage for our low pressure system to move in and then produce all of the snowfall. So temperatures will continue to fall through the overnight hours. Tomorrow morning, we're 21 in Boston, 21 for you in New York City. These are not your wind chills. These are your actual temperatures. You factor in wind 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. That's going to take our wind chills down into the single digits or even below in many spots. And the cold, it sticks around. Even after our low pressure system moves off to the northeast and is out of here, the cold air really remains, at least for the first part of the week. We will see a nice warming trend for you in Boston. By Thursday, we're back into the 50s, and that'll help at least melt some of the snow that you have on the ground. Of course, our nights will still be plenty cold. And in Burlington, you're going to see a small, we'll call it relative warming trend because 39 is not really warm, but it is above your average high for this time of year. So a warm up is on the way. We're not stuck in the cold for forever, but we do want to talk about the wind chills. So that's going to be another factor, another danger factor for this because places that we have power outages, this is what we're going to be facing by Saturday evening into Sunday morning. 7 o'clock on Sunday morning, 4 below for you in Boston, 8 below in Portland, 2 for you in New York City, Philly, right at that 0 mark as far as what it feels like outside, and that extends even into the Monday time frame. But Alex, we know it's not just the Northeast, it's not just New England seeing the freezing cold temperatures. This is making it all the way down into Florida, and that's just brutal.
Yeah, Florida's like, leave us out of it. But yeah, record lows possible into the Sunshine State 20s and 30s. Well, coming up, a number of watches and warnings already issued up and down the East Coast. We're going to break down Kenan by the numbers.
Life can be a lot to handle. But Heinz knows there's plenty of magic in all that chaos.
So different and so new, was like any other.
It can be easy to steal your identity. Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. Then I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
Oh, there's my little nephew. He looks more like Dad every time I see him. Dad is old. Right. So your message said you wanted to talk about insurance? I said I want you to talk about insurance. Well, most people know that bundling home and auto saves you money. Keep saying your words. But did you know that new customers who bundle and save with Progressive can save an average of $800? Sleeping baby. I love you too.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-315-0577. 800-315-0577.
Aleve X. It's fast, powerful, long-lasting relief with a revolutionary roller ball design. Because with the right pain reliever, life opens up. Aleve it and see what's possible.
How can trash be turned into handbags? And can feeding cows seaweed help change the world? If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television, the Weather Channel and its innovative pattern climate team. Together, we can start to make sense of the most important issue facing our future every day on the Weather Channel.
Well, we have a wintry mix moving into Cape Cod, Massachusetts, 37 degrees. Oh, it looks cold out the window. That's how you know you're in for it. By the way, Cape Cod is going to be a site of not just heavy snow, but also wind and the coastal effects. So, Molly, don't want to discount these coastal areas, seeing really rough surf, seeing coastal flooding and beach erosion.
And coastal, erosion is going to be a big problem. And then you take it just this dynamic system. This could be a spot that we potentially have some thunder snow.
Yeah. Cantori is already excited about that. Well, we welcome you back in. It is Friday. I'm Alex Wilson here with Molly McCullum, and we have you covered on all things Winter Storm Kenan. This looks like it could be a really historic storm, I think, for some areas.
This is when it's going to be a memorable one, to say the least. So take that and just know that you need to prepare. And the time to prepare is really running out because we're talking about this moving in on Saturday, even tonight for you along the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, almost 10 million people under those blizzard warnings, over 29 million people under winter storm warnings, and then 32 million plus under winter weather advisories.
And you're talking places that haven't seen blizzard warnings in quite some time. And one of those places is actually out on Montauk, Long Island. That's where we find meteorologist Felicia Combs. And Felicia, what would you say the mood is there this evening? Are people excited? Are they worried? Are they prepared? What's going on?
You know, I've seen both sides of that coin. So I went out this morning. I always like to kind of explore the town a little bit when I get there. And I had coffee at one of the local coffee shops and went to the grocery store. And people were taking it really seriously. That's all that anyone was talking about. Now, on the flip side of that coin, we've kind of been in downtown and talking to people, and they're still taking it seriously. But I'd say they're kind of excited as well. Now, with the blizzard warning and the possibility for power outages, I think be prepared and excited. You can do both, but most importantly, make sure you're prepared. It's already very cold here. The temperature has dropped. The snow that we were seeing has moved out. Let's take a a look at what we can expect throughout the region. Now, we did have kind of like a little system that was bringing us some snow earlier in the day. That's not associated with what we were seeing or what we're going to see overnight tonight and into tomorrow. The winds have remained fairly calm or fairly light compared to what we're going to see. Those winds are going to continue to pick up. We're talking about winds sustained at least 30 miles an hour for hours through tomorrow morning. Now, in terms of the snowfall, just to put it into perspective, Montauk for the entire year typically sees about 25 inches of snow total for the entire winter season, and we could see maybe 18 inches from this particular system. So we're really seeing an overachieving system, to put that into perspective for what you typically see. My biggest concern here is that the winds are going to pick up. There's going to be heavy blowing snow, and that's going to cause whiteout conditions. Visibility is going to be reduced, and that is going to make travel dangerous or really impossible across Long Island. We've already seen those cancellations coming in. Suffolk Transit canceling the service for tomorrow. The Long Island Railroad also canceling their services or suspending services starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to see this really starting to pick up and the conditions deteriorating as we head through the overnight hours, but Saturday is the main blockbuster day. Alex, I can't stress enough that Saturday would be a day I'd stay home. Now, I know I'm not a hardy northeastern person, but I'd get my stuff that I need to stay in and stay in happily tomorrow if I could. I can't. I'll be out in it. You can watch me.
And I'd stay put too. Yeah, I don't blame you, girl.
See?
Yeah. We're always looking at there is nothing better, though, than when you get to go back inside, Felicia. So that moment. But yeah, no, I think a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm used to it, and I still know a forecast like this. Not something you want to try to fight with, because even if you're trying to go, a short drive, you end up getting stuck, and then it turns into a whole thing. So do like Felicia says. Stay inside. Watch her. She'll show you all the good stuff, and she's got everything covered in terms of not moving anywhere except by foot, right? Felicia, thank you. We're going to be checking back in with Felicia, and I think this time tomorrow, we might not even be able to see that white hat with hopefully the snowfall rates that fall. This is going to be a really dynamic system. As Molly mentioned, we could be looking at thunder snow in some of these areas. That air is just going to be rising so rapidly. The instability will be huge. So that's why thunder snow, huge snowfall rates will set up along the coastal areas. Blizzard warnings from Delmarva all the way up into coastal Maine. Winds will be picking up here as we get into the overnight and especially tomorrow out onto New England's coast. These areas could be looking at 60+ mile per hour winds. Take a look as we hit noon tomorrow, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts in Boston, 35 to 40 mile per hour gusts, even higher at times there in Montauk and in Hartford, Connecticut. Most areas see the winds die down late Saturday, but Molly, I think even on Sunday, those winds will stay breezy to gusty, particularly early in New England.
And all it takes is just a little breeze for that wind chill to feel so brutal outside.
Right? The kids will be fine. The parents will be like, oh, can't we stay inside?
Yeah, exactly. Well, coming up on Storm Center, increasing concerns among homeowners for after the storm. The impact Kenan could have on some of these stunning beachfront properties.
Real cowboys get customized car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so we only pay for what we need.
Hey, Tex, can someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on, I'm about to break my own record. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
With the Generac, it powers our well, our refrigerator, and my CPAP machine, which are all things that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis.
Get the security and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
It's a peace of mind to get the Generac generator. That was the best investment that we could have ever made.
Prices start at just $19.99, and owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Act now, and you will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence. But you can invest in it.
We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Plaque psoriasis, the burning, itching, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can uncover clearer skin and improve symptoms at 16 weeks.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
The new WW Personal Points program changed my life.
You look great.
No two plans are the same. You can even eat this and these in the same, not at the same time.
Don't pay until spring. Join today at WW.com. Offer ends January 30th.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard packaging.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections. Omnipod is a tubeless waterproof pod built to simplify life with diabetes. Try it today. Go to omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC. Rated #1 in sales satisfaction among mass market brands.
Kenan is the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
Get the gold, dude.
Here's what I'm asking New Yorkers. Just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets, have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home.
Great advice, because the blowing snow, snow is going to be falling heavy at times, very heavy at times. We've got that wind that's going to blow the snow around and lead to visibilities that are near nothing at times. Blizzard criteria is met when over a period of 3 or more hours, you've got winds at or above 35 miles an hour persistent and visibilities at or below a quarter mile. So that's very difficult to see. And that's why we say travel is just going to be impossible during the day tomorrow. The alerts are in effect. The blizzard warnings, those areas in pink, so coastal sections of New England and parts of the mid-Atlantic. Don't want to sleep on, South Delaware, southern sections of Maryland, and even coastal sections of Virginia under those blizzard warnings. You notice as you move into interior parts of the Northeast, the warnings drop off, even the advisories drop off, as these areas won't be looking at the accumulations that their coastal counterparts will be seeing. As we move through the overnight, winds really picking up. By 7 o'clock in the morning, winds 30 to 50 mile per hour. Those are your gusts from D.C. to Philly, New York to Boston, even up into Portland, Maine. Interior sections, Scranton, Pennsylvania, you could see gusts 30, even 35 miles an hour at times through the day on Saturday. But the strongest of winds, those are anticipated up into coastal New England. Portland gusting to 60 miles an hour at times. I think 60-plus mile per hour gusts likely out into eastern parts of Massachusetts, out over the Cape. By Sunday morning, most areas see the winds die down. However, they'll remain breezy across parts of New England. Then we've got that sustained onshore flow. That's going to bring a coastal flood threat. Beach erosion will be an issue, and you've got to watch those areas of high tide, or those times of high tide, as that moon phase will increase the high tide and enhance our coastal flood threat. So just another thing for coastal communities to have to think about. Coastal flood warnings down across South Jersey into parts of southern Delaware, and then the coastal flood advisories from parts of southeastern Virginia up into Portland, Maine. Again, a lot to think about with this storm. If you're able to, just stay home and think about where that car is going to be. You know, Molly, we talk about the cities needing to move the cars, to get them off the roads for plowing, but also the coastal areas. Make sure you know where the water is going to go.
And a lot of places, they're actually parking bans along the coastal areas, and that certainly will help you decide.
There always seems to be the one person, though, that just leaves it there anyway, and then we watch the car get inundated. So don't be that person.
And they forget where they parked their car, right? Well, with the nor'easter heading their way, some residents of Plum Island are worried, and they're worried that they won't have a house after the storm. Some people have already lost theirs, all due to coastal erosion. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels has their story.
Centuries of storms have battered the New England coast. It's part of life here. But people who live on Plum Island, Massachusetts say since a 2014 project to reconfigure the jetties at the mouth of the Merrimack River, they hold their breaths with every tide cycle and coastal storm.
These people will lose their house this weekend, I guarantee it. He will lose his house very shortly, even though it's on pilings. That house is already condemned and being torn down. Two behind it, last Monday's storm, totally flooded, heating systems gone, uninhabitable. It will just keep happening.
Stan Sachs's home was condemned after the last storm.
At this point, my house is gone. It's total. It's been deemed uninhabitable.
The foundation cracked and sinking. And with Winter Storm Kenan set to batter the coast again, Stan's neighbor, Leela Wright, fears her house might be next.
In September of 2021, we lost the remaining section of the road in front of the house. And at that point, we were losing 6 feet per tide. And we figured, okay, that gives us 30 feet. We've got, less than a week before we lose our house.
From the air, the problem is clear. Before that 2014 jetty project, folks here say that there were several hundred feet of beach and a 12-foot dune between those houses and the water's edge.
Over the course of the last 7 years, this cove has been created, and we've lost all the land that was between us and the river.
Sandbag barriers and enormous rocks are set in place to protect the remaining homes temporarily. Little comfort for Ellen Monez, who has lived on Plum Island for 74 years. Her house surrounded by water in the last storm.
Do you think you want to stay?
I would love to stay, but I'm nervous. I'm really nervous I never thought the water would reach my house.
Ken Rito will be evacuating for this weekend's storm for fear his house may not last.
It's a real, danger. I mean, we've seen our neighbors slowly lose their homes here, and unless we get some sort of relief, it's just a matter of time, I think.
It's one tide to the next, and when you're living under those circumstances, it becomes extremely stressful.
Still ahead on Storm Center, Floridians on alert this weekend for falling iguanas. Temperatures will be so cold, they stun the reptiles, causing them to fall right out of the trees. Find out which cities could see record cold lows. And we go from record cold lows to potentially record snowfall. Could Boston be in the top 10, the top 5 record snowfalls as Winter Storm Kenan is set to slam into New England, Boston likely being one of the hardest hit areas. Our very own Paul Goodlow, he is there in Boston. We will hear from him in just a few minutes how the city is preparing. Stay with us.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus Lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentix.
Cosentix can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Mom, sometimes older parents need extra care.
Let me help with that, Mom. I better get this hammer. Oh, no. Let me help with that. Let me help with that, Mom.
Let's give Mom some help. Find care for your mom and dad at care.com.
All net. Look like me, kids.
Jack, I didn't know you can shoot.
Know what else you didn't know? Ring has an alarm.
Ring?
Yep, Ring has an alarm.
It's true. Ring has an award-winning alarm. Learn more at ring.com.
My fingers and I do this to make a living. We're too busy to do taxes.
I love doing taxes for self-employed people. You can hand those off to me.
Yeah, but can I hand them off without using my hands?
We can arrange that. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
To continue with my business and at the same time to be able to improve myself. I was like, okay, I'm on board.
On Coursera, you can earn a career-advancing bachelor's degree online from a world-class university. Courses, certificates, degrees. Join for free at Coursera.org.
I'm Steve. I lost 138 pounds in 9 months on Golo and taking Release. Golo saved my life. I was way overweight, and that's what sent me down the path. Was I wanted to make sure and live for my kid. Plain and simple.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities.
Cool.
Up to 10 times the speed at zero extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
Hi, New York business owners. If you're getting internet service from Verizon, you're paying too much. Why pay more for less? Switch to Spectrum Business and get New York City's best offer. Blazing fast internet speeds of 600 megabits per second for just $49.99 per month. Taxes and fees included. Call 855-878-7991. In fact, switching to Spectrum Business could cut your bill in half. With faster speeds, a great price, and over 99.9% network reliability, you can count on Spectrum Business to be the best choice for your business. Boost your business with 600 megabit internet for just $49.99 a month. Add reliable phone for just $19.99 a month. No taxes, no fees, no contracts. Verizon can't touch this offer. Switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 855-878-7991. Spectrum Business. No nonsense, just business.
Be turned into handbags. And can feeding cows seaweed help change the world? If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television, the Weather Channel and its innovative pattern climate team. Together, we can start to make sense of the most important issue facing our future every day on the Weather Channel.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, snow along with gusty winds at times, high 23. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Let's go down to Miami, Florida, where temperatures are currently in the low to mid 70s across South Florida. You're like, this is exactly why we move here. But those of you who maybe miss the chill, you're in luck. Temperatures cooling off into our Sunday. And when I say cooling off, I mean really cooling off. Some of you may not be so happy about it, especially when we look at these morning lows. Plenty of South Florida communities will be working into the upper 30s. As we start today, we've got cool temperatures already across sections of the southeast and mid-south. 45 in Atlanta, 47 for Charleston. They'll be dropping into the 20s, even teens in Nashville, Tennessee to start the day on Saturday. Saturday won't bring much of a temperature rebound across sections of the southeast. Expect highs from middle Tennessee to North Georgia into parts of the Carolinas to be stuck in the 30s. So just above freezing for highs in a place like Raleigh with 35 on tap. By Sunday morning, you see that cold extending well into Florida, central, even South Florida, getting in on those low temperatures in the 30s. And so because of that, we've got freeze warnings, freeze watches, and hard freeze watches posted almost all of Florida, and then in South Georgia, southern sections of Alabama, and a little bit of Louisiana as well. These cold temperatures will be approaching records in South and Central Florida. Take a look at some of these numbers. Miami, 39. Now, the record for the city is 36. Orlando, I think you'll tie a record. 31 is the forecast and the record. Vero Beach, you'll be close close. West Palm Beach also close. I think Fort Myers, you'll easily break a record. Our forecast is 32 degrees Sunday morning. The record there is 35. Daytona Beach, by the way, you're dropping into the upper 20s, perhaps a few degrees away from your record low. And could we be looking at record cold high temperatures on Sunday? Definitely each and every one of those blue dots showing you an area. Key West, I don't know that you'll get out of the 50s on Sunday afternoon. The record cold high is 56. 59 is our forecast. We'll make it into the low 60s for Miami and for West Palm Beach, as well as Fort Myers. Vero Beach probably only making it to 57. That would set a record for the coldest high temperature for the date. Now, if you've been looking to do some really hard yard work or tough exercise, this is the day to do it because you won't be working up a sweat. No heat or humidity to talk about. Fairly comfortable for that kind of stuff. Now, when we look at Sunday morning forecast low in Jacksonville, Florida, 24 degrees. That is the coldest you've been since February of 2015. Almost 7 years. Orlando, 31, coldest you've been since January 18th, 2018. And in Miami, with a forecast low of 38, more than a decade since you've seen temperatures that cold. December 15th, 2010 was the last time our temperature dropped into the upper 30s there, or at least 38 in the city of Miami. Forecast wind chills, that'll come into play. Not often we talk about a wind chill in a place like Miami, but we will. Mid-20s to low 20s across North Florida early Saturday, but look at Saturday evening and Sunday morning. Feels like temperatures below freezing in Fort Myers, Molly.
Oh, thanks, Alex. The city of Boston bracing for what could crack their top 10 snowfalls on record. Our Paul Goodlow, he is live there in Boston. And Paul, you look behind you. First of all, you look cold there, Paul. But you look behind you and it's calm and it's beautiful. Walk us through what the next 24 hours is going to be like for you in Boston.
Well, first of all, I want to just talk about what people are screaming at the TV. Really, Miami? 30 wind chill? Ooh, that's what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking tomorrow, when our temperatures don't get to 20 degrees and the wind's blowing sideways, wind chills will be below zero and stay that way into Sunday. But let's get back to where I am. I'm in Boston. See the skyline here. See the Boston Harbor. Pretty calm. It's been calm all day long. Winds are like non-existent, and it's going to be a world apart to what's going to happen here in 24 hours. The sun is setting right now. Official sunset's 4:53. Our temperatures now, today for a few hours, got above freezing. A few hours, I think yesterday, and over the last 72 hours, we had no more than 6 hours above freezing. So that's crucial because the ground, it's frozen. This is not going to be a storm where we're chasing the warm sector and the cold. And rain here, snow. This is all snow. With the wind coming through, snow sideways, 2 feet widespread possible here, maybe even pockets of 3 feet of snow. And, you can see the visibility. You can see for miles upon miles. You can hear planes taking off and landing from Boston Logan, which is, as the crow flies, about 1.5 miles to the east of where I'm standing here. You can see perhaps some of the towers and the lights over there. But bottom line, more than 450 flights canceled there. Yeah, wind and snow, this and the cold as well. It's going to be a whole different world here. Now, if you're trying to get out of the Boston metro area, perhaps maybe go to ski country to ride this storm out, remember, wind is also going to be an issue there as well. So maybe not all the ski lifts running this weekend because of this storm with the bulk of the snow right here along the coast. Boston will look like a different place as we head through Winter Storm Kenan here in New England through this weekend.
Men, you need to get off the couch and get with the program. With Golo, I've lost 50 pounds. It feels really good to be able to button your jacket and not worry about it blowing up.
Go to Golo.com to lose weight and get healthier.
In the next minute, an animal who's been cruelly abused by a thoughtless owner might not survive. Every minute of every day in America, animals are feeling the pain of being abused or neglected. These animals have done nothing to deserve this treatment. And if you agree, then it's time to do something about it. It only takes a minute to help, but it's a minute that will matter more than you can imagine to an animal who's being hurt. So I hope you'll take this minute, right now, and visit this website or call the number on your screen. Join with your gift of just $19 a month, and you can rescue innocent animals from endless suffering. The next minute could mean the difference between life and death for an animal who's being hurt. It's just 63 cents a day, and I can tell you, you will make a difference. So I'm asking you, please, visit our easy-to-use website on any device or call this toll-free number now. And if you join in the next 10 minutes, we'll send you this membership kit. It comes with a magazine subscription, an animal photo, and this limited edition Animal Champion t-shirt designed exclusively for our new monthly supporters. Please go online or call now and don't delay, because there's an animal being abused right now, and the next minute of their life could really depend on you.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
Happy Friday, everybody. You're watching Storm Center, where we track weather happening here at home and all across the globe. And there you can see we've got Winter Storm Kenan set to bring potentially historic snowfall to parts of New England, not to mention blizzard conditions, dangerous coastal flooding, and very strong damaging winds. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined today in the studio by our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. You're going to be hearing from him, and he's going to be on the radar in just a moment. We've got meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is joining us live from New York City tonight. Hey, Tevin.
Jackie, good evening to you. A stout nor'easter certainly on the way. We've got states of emergencies declared so far for Maryland, Rhode Island, and right here in New York State as well. We're also standing by to hear from the governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, as well, giving us an update on what they're anticipating, what they're preparing for, and perhaps the urgent message to residents as well as we start to see snowfall, strong winds, and coastal flooding from Winter Storm Kenan. The time is ticking down. Preparations should come to a stop tonight, pretty much right now, as that sun starts to set. As we start to see sunrise tomorrow, we will certainly be in for a doozy of a system up and down the northeast coast, but specifically for New England. Winds beyond tropical storm force, perhaps some of us seeing hurricane force wind gusts as well, with a storm bombing out, undergoing bombogenesis, which means the pressure is so strong at the center of it, the winds pick up in response. Jackie, this will be certainly a system to remember. Maybe perhaps bringing record snowfall to Boston, something we haven't seen on the order of 10 years. Jackie?
Yeah. Maybe inspiring a whole new generation of meteorologists for the future. Want to update you on the winter weather alerts that are in effect right now, and we've got a whole lot of you that are going to be dealing with that. Millions of you for sure. A state of emergency now has been issued for portions of Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. We've got 29 million people that are currently under winter storm warnings. The city of Philadelphia has now issued a snow emergency, and that begins at 7 o'clock tonight. Want to get right to Dr. Rick Knapp. He is on the radar right now. And Dr. Knapp, the snow is beginning in spots from the cold front, but this is just a taste of what's to come.
Oh, things are going to be changing so dramatically tonight, and especially in the early morning hours tomorrow. And Saturday is going to be a very long and dangerous day in these winter storm warning and blizzard warn areas. And by the way, we also have coastal flood warnings and advisories up. So we'll detail what the ocean is going to be doing at the immediate coastline. So the winds and the coastal flooding will be significant in addition to the snow. And the wind speeds are going to be really adding to the dangers that the snow poses. Now, we've got the snowfall forecast that does have some in the mid-Atlantic here in portions of North Carolina, Virginia, and in the Blue Ridge. But then when you go farther north into the Delmarva, that's where the totals get even higher, and we can't rule out getting more than 2 feet locally in southeastern New England and up into Maine. That is how much we're talking about. And you notice where the 12-foot contour is. 12-inch, my goodness. 12-inch contour, the 1-foot contour is. And if you look at that area, and there's also a possibility of reaching a foot even farther inland than that. So there, depending on exactly what the track and intensity ends up being and exactly where the banding sets up, where we get the 2 to 4 inch, maybe localized 5-inch per hour snowfall rates in that deep cold air, you could overachieve compared to what the forecast currently says, and we could get over 18 inches in a pretty decent area where you have that chance. Now, the atmospheric ingredients are coming together largely as we expected. Here is that deepening trough here, and surface low pressure is developing offshore of the southeast coast. Now, you got the high pressure off to the north of New England and the northeast, and in between, we're starting to increase the pressure gradient. Now we're getting a low pressure system that's getting near 1,000 millibars, but it's going to be dropping precipitously. Some 40 plus millibars over the next 24 hours. So tomorrow night, it will be a much stronger and much larger system than it is even right now. We do have some increasing winds here to the north of the low. We've got some rain here in the coastal areas of North Carolina, and that front been bringing through some snow. But this is an indication of the cold air that's already in place for this low pressure system to take advantage of. Now, at the coast right now, strongest wind gusts I've seen are 20 to 25 miles an hour out on Hatteras. You go farther north into the northeast, the winds are not bad now, but that will be changing. So tonight truly is the calm before the storm, at least the quiet. So tonight is an important night to be getting ready. Watch how rapidly this will develop just in the next several hours, and that pressure gradient will be tightening. The snow bands will be setting up. We'll get that front of Genesis setting up aloft there on the northwest side of the low, and it will continue to deepen as it moves northward and eastward by tomorrow morning, getting pretty close to that benchmark, but even if it's a little outside of it, it's going to be so strong and so large that it will not have any trouble bringing tremendous winds and snowfall rates to the I-95 corridor, especially from Philadelphia northward. And it's going to be a pretty large and relatively slow-moving system. So that means a long duration of wind, a long duration of snowfall, and those two factors combined, Jackie, mean we're going to have a historic blizzard.
Yeah, this is not going to be one of those fun storms where you want to get out there and get in the middle of it and make some good snowman and snowballs. This is going to be brutal cold, intense winds, coastal flooding, where you're going to want to just stay inside through the duration of the event and be prepared to be without power. So Dr. Knapp was talking about the winds, and let's talk about just how strong these winds are going to get. Advisories start getting issued when our winds get up to 35 miles per hour. We are talking wind gusts that could reach hurricane force. We're going to have more on the winds in just a second, but the governor of Massachusetts is talking his state may be hit hardest. Let's listen in.
So good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm joined today by Transportation Secretary Jamie Tesler, Energy and Environmental Affairs Secretary Katie Theoharides, Highway Administrator Jonathan Gulliver, MBTA General Manager Steve Poftak, and MEMA Director Don Brantley to discuss our preparations for this week's storm. This is going to be a very big storm, probably one of the biggest we've experienced in the last few years. Conditions are expected to make travel nearly impossible, and we're urging everyone, to the extent possible, to stay home tonight and tomorrow. We'd also encourage people to order out tonight from your favorite restaurant. Get the takeout, help them out. The storm's expected to move into our region late tonight and continue to impact Massachusetts throughout Saturday and Saturday night. The entire state is expected to get snow, with blizzard conditions expected in coastal areas, including the Cape, and also along the South Shore and the North Shore, and very significant snowfall across Greater Boston and into Central Mass. The rate of snowfall is expected to pick up significantly around 9 or 10 tomorrow morning, and the National Weather Service expects snowfall of between 2 and 4 inches per hour between 10 and 4 tomorrow. 2 to 4 inches an hour is basically whiteout conditions. So we would especially urge anyone who doesn't have a really good reason to be out, not to be out and on the roads during that period of time. I've been in touch with Governors Lamont in Connecticut and Governor McKee in Rhode Island, and our state agencies are coordinating with our counterparts in those states as well. The high rate of snowfall tomorrow means it will be especially challenging for crews to clear the roads, especially during that period in the middle of the day and toward the end of the day, which makes it especially important that people, and I'm going to say it again, to the fullest extent possible, stay off the roads so that the crews have the room that they need to do their work. Because 2 and 4 inches an hour for 4 or 5 or 6 hours is going to be an enormously challenging task on the interstates, and it's going to be an especially enormously challenging task on basically all of the other streets other than the interstates as well. Conditions on those roads, as a result, will be very hazardous, so people really ought to plan to stay off the roads tomorrow. Have I made myself clear on staying off the roads tomorrow? And I would urge all of the folks in the media to deliver that message as frequently and as clearly as possible as well. We really don't want people to be on those roads during that period for a number of reasons. We need to let the crews do their work. Because of the wind, it will be extremely hard to see anything at various points in time along the way. We don't want anybody to get hurt out there. We don't want people to get stuck. It's going to be very cold tomorrow and tomorrow night, and being stuck in a car is not where you want to be when it's this cold. We'll see well below 0 wind chills in many parts of eastern Massachusetts, and getting stuck in weather like that is dangerous. So please stay off the roads. The MassDOT folks are implementing a tractor-trailer travel ban on all state highways starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. and continuing all day Saturday until midnight. Can't have trucks jackknifing and shutting down roads during conditions like this. Crews can't clear the snow when that happens, and anyone else out there is put at serious risk of getting stranded. Neighboring states are also planning similar trailer truck bans, and truck drivers should plan accordingly to stay off the roads. Again, everyone should stay off the road tomorrow unless it's an emergency or you have some very essential and absolute reason for being out. And if you do go out, be enormously careful, because in many respects, the roads in most areas will be in a constant replenishing, replowing, which is going to make it unpredictable at times. And it would be critically important, if you do have to go out and drive, that you be very careful and go slow. We've been preparing for this storm, obviously, for a few days. We've deployed approximately 40 members of the National Guard to perform rescues if needed. They're positioned in a few different locations, mostly around eastern Massachusetts, to help with both high water rescues and stranded drivers. They'll be doing that work alongside our colleagues with the state police and in some cases local police as well. This should hopefully not be necessary because everyone will be staying off the roads. But if we do have stranded drivers, the Guard has high-profile vehicles that are better equipped to get through the drifts to reach people. MassDOT has approximately 3,900 pieces of state and vendor equipment available for snow and ice operations, and that includes over 1,400 plow and spreader combos, 2,100 plows, and 460 front-end loaders. Secretary Tesler will talk a little more about our efforts to keep the roads clear, along with his colleagues at the DOT and Jonathan Gulliver in a minute. The MBTA has also been preparing for this storm over the past several days. Many lines will be running reduced storm schedules for those who need to take essential trips, and many buses will likely be running on snow routes. The T will be deploying crews to clear snow across the system and plans to run snow trains to keep the tracks as clear as possible. If you have to travel on the T, you should definitely visit mbta.gov.com/winter to check out for service alerts and schedules. General Manager Poftak will talk a little more about the T's preparation efforts in a moment. The storm's also going to bring high winds, including sustained winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour across eastern Massachusetts, and with gusts in some cases of up to 70 miles an hour on the Cape and in other pockets. As a result, we do expect that this...
All right, we've been listening in to Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker talking about his preparedness for our winter storm Kenan that they've been planning for days, advising everyone to just stay at home, acting like your dad, saying, did I make myself clear, right? And that's great advice because this will be a dangerous storm, and you really want to be about now where you're going to be riding out the storm, certainly before bedtime for tonight. Now, let's talk about some of these winds that could bring power outages at length for a lot of folks here, because those winds are really going to start to increase, and we could even see hurricane force wind gusts, especially out in the Cape and southeastern parts of Massachusetts. And look at how huge this storm is, with those winds stretching from Washington, D.C. all the way up into parts of Maine. This is going to be a long duration with those winds howling through the day on your Saturday, and then they'll finally start to taper off a little bit as we head towards Sunday morning, but still a little bit breezy. So this is going to add insult to injury. We may see some blowing and drifting conditions, and this is what's going to lead to those blizzard-type conditions, which do have a specific criteria, by the way: 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts or sustained winds for 3 hours or more, and visibility to a quarter of a mile or less. Want to get out to Tevin Wooten, who's in New York City right now. Tevin, no blizzard warning there in New York, but out on Long Island, that's a different case. And even though, there's not a blizzard warning in New York City, I think blizzard conditions at times is certainly possible.
Yeah, Jackie, most certainly. In fact, a lot of folks have been asking questions about the blizzard warnings that we have. In fact, on social media, you've been sending your questions too, you as viewers. Hashtag TWC Storm Center is how you can do that. I want to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, oftentimes we talk about hurricanes undergoing bombogenesis. What does it mean for a system like this to bomb out or undergo rapid intensification?
Well, Tevin, it means a lot of the same things, meaning that we're going to have something that strengthens tremendously before it really impacts the coastline. So it doesn't seem like it's going to be that impactful based on what it is now, but it's going to be so much stronger with a low pressure center of about 1,000 millibars. It's going to drop some 40 plus millibars, and a bombogenesis event is 24 millibars in 24 hours. This is going to go way beyond that. So the winds that we're seeing offshore right now are what are going to be headed northward. And look at the pressure gradient that increases as this system gets closer while it is strengthening. A big time snow event, but also wind and coastal flooding.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, and we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Milk with your cereal. With Fairlife, it's more like cereal with your ultra-filtered milk. With a creamy taste plus 50% more protein, 50% less sugar. Turn nutrition into nutrition. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
This buy one, get one half off, it's offensive. No regard for folks who don't have someone, those who strong-arm their way to the top, only to find they got no one to share the view with. Thank you, Stephen.
Jimmy John's, buy one, get one half off.
At Hilton, stay up past her bedtime. Remember what a night out feels like. And thanks to Confirmed Connecting Rooms by Hilton, sneak in for a goodnight kiss. Book our family of brands at Hilton.com. To new memories, Hilton.
first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places.
The Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Squares Sweepstakes is back, and your chance to make the biggest play of the season is here. Touchdowns, field goals, every time the score changes, you could be scoring $50,000. Plus, two $500,000 grand prizes you could use toward your dream home. One way to enter, two ways to win, zero reasons not to play. Enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 56.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentix.
Cosentix can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Attention, a common herbicide, paraquat, has been linked to Parkinson's disease.
If you suffer from Parkinson's and think you may have been exposed to an herbicide containing paraquat, call White Hart Legal now. You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call White Hart Legal now, and in less than 2 minutes you can find out if you may qualify.
Your Parkinson's may have been caused by the herbicide paraquat, and you may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-724-9200. That's 1-800-724-9200.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 33 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, periods of snow and windy, high 23. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble. We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Here's what I'm asking New Yorkers. Just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets, have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home.
The best way to handle this is to stay home. You heard it from New York Governor Kathy Hochul urging residents of this state to stay home. This will be too dangerous of a storm to venture out. In fact, here in New York City, we actually have hazardous travel advisories today and tomorrow as well. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. Welcome back into Storm Center and welcome into Midtown Manhattan. We are at the Bank of America Winter Village here at Bryant Park, a beautiful winter village here that perhaps may look a bit more like winter as Winter Storm Kenan makes its arrival. Snowfall amounts between 6 and 12 inches of snowfall for us here in New York City. Now, we know there are several other locations across the region that are likely to see not just heavy snowfall, but a blowing snow as well, perhaps blizzard-like conditions too. And by the way, we just heard from Charlie Baker, our governor of Massachusetts, saying that MBTA routes, or Amtrak routes rather, between Penn Station in New York City and to Boston, those are canceled for Saturday. And speaking of Boston, we want to head there right now with meteorologist Mish Michaels. Mish, how you hanging in there? The cold air is here. It's going to get colder, but we know it's also going to get a lot more snowier as well.
Yeah, right now it's a quiet night here in Boston. There's a lot of people taking advantage of the calm winds and just the overcast skies. The evening commute has gone off without a hitch. Now, I've worked in Boston for about 20 years as a forecaster, and the parade of storms we're accustomed to. We know how to do snow around here, but there are some storms like this one that really get your attention. So this evening, I think everyone has gotten the warnings. They know that Boston is under a snow emergency, and they're taking advantage of the quiet conditions. This is the harbor walk that lines Boston Harbor, and we've had joggers and folks walking by with their kids in strollers. We've had people cozied up by the fire and walking hand in hand. I believe Governor Baker just a little while ago said that everybody should order in. What a great idea. What are we going to have for dinner tonight? Sounds like a good idea. Now look at the Boston skyline. It is so beautiful behind us, but as we fast forward to tomorrow, you're not going to see these buildings. Up in the front is Boston Harbor Hotel with that arch. Then beyond that is One International Place. That's about a half a mile away. Now, if for an hour I can't see that building, we're getting snowfall rates at about a half an inch to an inch an hour. Now, that arch, if you can't see that for about an hour, you're getting snowfall rates at about an inch or two an hour. And this storm has the potential to produce snowfall rates that are on the upper end of the scale, 2, 3, even 4 inches per hour. And so right now, the ground is bare, it is cold, it is ready for accumulation, and I'm ready to measure it all with my yardstick, because you can't use the ruler on this one, right, Dr. Nab? Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. That is a place that's going to look a lot different tomorrow morning, isn't it? And it's not just going to be about the snow and the wind, which are bad enough, but in the Boston area, especially south and east of there, coastal flooding and wave action are going to be a problem, as well as along places like the Jersey Shore near the Delaware Bay, because as this system strengthens, it will get not only stronger but larger, and that sets up what we call a fetch, pushing the ocean waters toward the coastline over a long period of time, over a long distance. That really piles up the water in the areas of onshore flow. The lower that pressure gets, the stronger the winds will get. So tonight's high tide problems not going to be significant, but tomorrow morning along the Jersey Shore, it could be significant. We're kind of in the higher tide part of the month here, so the timing isn't great, and that's why we've got a coastal flood warning here in the Cape May area and there near the Delaware beaches on the south side of the bay near Rehoboth Beach. And we've also got coastal flood advisories there on the east coast and southeast coast of Massachusetts. Watch what happens overnight tonight. As that low strengthens, you push that water toward the coastline. That's why we could have 1 or 2 feet of inundation above normally dry ground in the Cape May and Rehoboth Beach areas. So coastal roads could be flooded. Some structures could take on some water. So get those cars out of those areas and do whatever officials tell you to do. And then when we get to Saturday's high tides here in New England, that'll be a problem. Now, the strongest winds look like they might be in between the morning and evening high tides. So that's why it's a coastal flood advisory, not a warning up in there. But there still are some parking bans in effect, Jackie, and why we also have the possibility of waves on top of this, crashing over and threatening some structures.
All right, Dr. Nab, we're live until 1 o'clock Eastern time tonight with extended coverage tomorrow. Make sure you download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, and live coverage.
If you're always asking, where next? Capital One has a new class of travel card for you. Venture X. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Venture X. What's in your wallet?
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence, but you can invest in it. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine, and that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Keep your vehicle protected this winter with WeatherTech. Laser-measured floor liners protect the carpet. Seat protectors to keep seats safe from spills and messes. And Cup Phone keeps your phone secure while allowing easy access while charging. WeatherTech's got your vehicle covered all season long. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, and we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc. Unlock life.
SC Johnson.
At Hampton by Hilton, hot breakfast means daddy-daughter time and waffles with extra chocolate sauce. And extra giggles. And extra napkins. Book our family of brands at Hilton.com. To new memories, Hilton.
You want fries with that?
Introducing Wendy's new hot and crispy fries. Preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's. Try them today, only at Wendy's.
Woo! Papa John's just took their fresh, never frozen dough and hand stretched it New York style. So you can fold it. Or not. But I ain't gonna lie though, I fold it.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
Your skin isn't just skin. It's a beautiful reflection of everything you have been through. Dove Body Wash with 5 skin conditioning ingredients boosts skin ceramides renewal for hydrated, visibly moisturized skin. Renew the love with Dove Body Wash.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
Coastal Massachusetts bracing for a crippling hit from Winter Storm Kenan, expecting to get slammed with tropical storm force wind gusts that could endure for more than 24 hours. Feet of coastal flooding, feet of snowfall, and right now we are experiencing the calm before the storm that you see here in Marshfield. Welcome back into Storm Center as we track Winter Storm Kenan up the East Coast tonight. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is coming to us live from New York City here tonight. And Tevin, a couple flakes already flying in New York City. Winter storm warning in effect, but we've got a long ways to go. This storm really hasn't even gotten started for you yet.
Yeah, Jackie, I'm glad you mentioned some of those flakes that we had. Those were actually earlier in the day. In fact, when I landed here right around 11 o'clock, we were greeted at LaGuardia with snowflakes. I hope folks didn't get that false sense of security as those flakes sort of withered away. Those were in advance, well in advance of Winter Storm Kenan. What we're likely to see tonight and really ramp up throughout the day on Saturday is much more in terms of the comparison to what we had earlier this morning. So here's a closer look at the winter storm watches, advisories, and blizzard warnings as well. And notice how far south these go from Toms River all the way to Atlantic City, New Jersey. So the Jersey Shore are likely to take a smack in the face from Winter Storm Kenan. Strong winds, 50, 60, perhaps gusts at 65 or 70 miles an hour. We'll zoom in. We'll show you the radar. Look, lowest levels of the atmosphere are already starting to moisten up as well. We've got clouds all across the tri-state. It's the calm before the storm. It's also the cold before the storm as well. We're at 32 degrees right now. The wind chill in the 20s, likely dropping down tomorrow as Winter Storm Kenan makes its arrival too. So let's take you throughout time. We'll go throughout the course of the overnight hours. Again, moistening up the lowest levels already. We'll start to see that initial push of snowfall from the south, and then eventually everything started to work its way in from the north and northeast. That strong wind, I cannot underscore that enough. This will need to be something that a lot of folks watch out for. I think we have the potential for power outages, even though we're not in the bullseye or in the sort of center point of Winter Storm Kenan. You have to remember there are fringe effects well outside of the core of this storm, even though we're not at the core of the heaviest snowfall. So power outages are likely. At the airports, delays are certainly a possibility, and cancellations as well as we progress throughout Saturday. In fact, at the city of New York, they've already issued a hazardous travel advisory for the city here. In fact, they've got 700 salt spreaders out pre-treating the roadways tonight and tomorrow too. So let's take a look at how much snowfall we may be adding. A little bit, nothing more than a ruler for us in and around the city. But again, the further east you go, all the way out towards the east end of Long Island, Montauk, and Suffolk County there, they're likely to take anywhere between a foot and perhaps a foot and a half too. Let's talk about travel even outside of New York City, down to New Jersey, down throughout the DMV. This will not be an easy go tonight or tomorrow. So where you are tonight is where you need to remain throughout the course of the day on Saturday. Get ready to hunker down. We are in this for the long haul with you as well. Weather Channel with continuing coverage till 1 a.m. here only on the Weather Channel. But of course, here on Storm Center, we've been asking you folks at home to ask us your Storm Center questions. Use the hashtag TWC Storm Center to submit those questions. We'll likely answer them on the air. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knapp, hurricane expert here at the Weather Channel. Dr. Knapp, this has certainly been a storm. We've seen the best at times and the worst at times in terms of the model guidance going back and forth and back and forth. Do we finally have a consensus from most of the models?
Yeah, and in fact, compared to yesterday, the GFS that was that eastern outlier has come back around closer to the euro, which shifted a little bit the other way, and they've come into pretty good agreement. Unfortunately, that agreement is that the impact is going to be significant with a lot more snow to come. I know you're getting some in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, but in the Ohio Valley, but there's just so much more to come with a lot of wind, especially because the storm is going to be coming your way and strengthening overnight tonight, making tomorrow a really dangerous time. So there's the low, and here's the high up to the north, that pressure gradient in between causing a lot of trouble. And we've got this frontal zone up in here that has brought the cold air to be in place for this nor'easter to tap into. But that cold front and the pressure gradient that already exists is already bringing some hazardous weather into the Ohio Valley. But it's nothing compared to what we're going to have tomorrow. But if you take a look at what's happening in the metro Louisville area right now, we've got a snow squall going through with winds gusting to near 30 miles an hour. It's moving to the southeast, 20, 25 miles an hour. And in these snow squalls, the visibility can drop to near zero instantly. So if you can't get off the roads right away, at least slow down, get those lights on, and really, really take it slowly because of the visibility being a big problem. That's in effect for Metro Louisville until 6:15 local time. And that is just a taste of what is to come with the combination of snow and wind in our nor'easter. The winds aren't on shore yet, but they are a-coming. And when you combine several inches to maybe 1 or 2 feet of snow with strong enough winds, you've got blizzard conditions. You've got to stay off the roads in that horrible business.
Hey, Lily, I need a new wireless plan for my business, but all of my employees need something different.
Oh, we can help with that. Okay, imagine this, your mover, Rob. He's on the scene and needs a plan with a mobile hotspot. We cut to downtown.
Your sales rep, Lisa, has to send some files. Like ASAP.
So basically, I can pick the right plan for each employee.
Yeah, I should have just led with that.
With AT&T Business, you can pick the best plan for each employee and get the best deals on every smartphone.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc, unlock life.
SC Johnson.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. Breathe better.
Strawberries, blueberries, and the cherry on top. Fairlife, with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and the creamy taste, turns scrumptious into scrumptious. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
You are an electric vehicle. Electricity powers your heart. Want to feel your heartbeat faster? Drive an electric car, made by a company whose EVs have gone 5 billion miles. For every highway, every driveway, and every speedway. And where the loudest sound is the beat of your electric heart. This is the new Nissan.
Dear MS, from day one, you've tried to define me.
But I never invited you in. It's my life.
And this is my journey.
I've found a way to do things differently with Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
For adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have hepatitis B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had Hep B, as it could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions, and some may require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease certain types of immunoglobulins. While PML was not reported in clinical trials, it could happen. An increased risk of cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
Sorry, MS.
You don't get to control
every part of me.
MS can't own us.
Ask your doctor about 2 times a year Ocrevus.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Storm Center, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. Behind me, you can see the city of Boston all lit up here tonight. 33 degrees is your temperature. And boy, Boston, you are looking mighty fine right now. This is going to look very, very different by this time tomorrow. In fact, I think it's very likely we're not going to be able to see the buildings. We're not going to be able to make out a whole heck of a lot in a city scene like that. Of course, a blizzard warning goes into effect overnight tonight for Boston. Our Justin Michaels is live in the city right now. Boy, Justin, I don't know if you heard the press conference earlier from the governor of Massachusetts telling everybody, listen to me. Did I make myself clear? Right. Everybody stay home. I mean, we laugh about that a little bit, but it is sort of like parenting because this is going to be dangerous, right? You don't want to go out in this stuff.
Well, exactly. You don't want to go out in this stuff. And you heard the governor also say, Jackie, that around the statewide, about 4,000 pieces of equipment will be employed to be clearing and salting roadways. To put that in perspective also, just in the city of Boston, they're going to have upwards of 900 as the potential on the streets. So this is a part of the country that knows how to deal with this. But one thing that they don't know how to deal with is, of course, Mother Nature to an extent. And that's because coastal erosion is a huge problem problem along the Massachusetts and really New England coast. We went to one community yesterday, Plum Island, Massachusetts, just east of Newburyport, Massachusetts, right on the New England coast, about a half hour north of where we are right now, where coastal erosion is causing a lot of problems. People live and die by the high tides there. And as Winter Storm Kenan gets closer and closer, their fears are growing. Centuries of storms have battered the New England coast. It's part of life here. But people who live on Plum Island, Massachusetts say since a 2014 project to reconfigure the jetties at the mouth of the Merrimack River, they hold their breaths with every tide cycle and coastal storm.
These people will lose their house this weekend, I guarantee it. He will lose his house very shortly, even though it's on pilings. That house is already condemned and being torn down. Two behind it, last Monday's storm, totally flooded, heating systems gone, uninhabitable. It'll just keep happening.
Stan Sachs's home was condemned after the last storm.
At this point, my house is gone. It's total. It's been deemed uninhabitable.
The foundation cracked and sinking. And with Winter Storm Kenan set to batter the coast again, Stan's neighbor, Leela Wright, fears her house might be next.
In September of 2021, we lost the remaining section of the road in front of the house. And at that point, we were losing 6 feet per tide. And we figured, okay, that gives us 30 feet. We've got, less than a week before we lose our house.
From the air, the problem is clear. Before that 2014 jetty project, folks here say that there were several hundred feet of beach and a 12-foot dune between those houses and the water's edge.
Over the course of the last 7 years, this cove has been created, and we've lost all the land that was between us and the river.
Sandbag barriers and enormous rocks are set in place to protect the remaining homes temporarily. Little comfort for Ellen Monez, who has lived on Plum Island for 74 years. Her house surrounded by water in the last storm. Do you think you want to stay?
I would love to stay, but I'm nervous. I'm really nervous I never thought the water would reach my house.
Ken Rito will be evacuating for this weekend's storm for fear his house may not last.
It's a real, danger. I mean, we've seen our neighbors slowly lose their homes here, and unless we get some sort of relief, it's just a matter of time, I think.
It's one tide to the next, and when you're living under those circumstances, it becomes extremely stressful.
All right, so the high tide they're really worried about right now, Jackie, is tomorrow morning, 8:13. It'll be in the throes of Winter Storm Kenan. And Jackie, something else that's important to note, people might say, why do they live there anyway? Why have a house there? Well, before that project that caused all the issues since 2014, remember you heard that lady living there for 74 years?
Yeah.
She's never had any water issues in 74 years until 2014. So this is a relatively new problem for these folks in the last 7 years.
Yeah, and it's one that's not going away. We don't think, Justin. And those people have lived there their whole lives, right? A lot of people inherit these homes, too.
Oh, sure.
So it's tough to give that up for sure and go elsewhere. Thanks so much for that report. Justin Michaels live in Boston right now. And Boston, of course, getting slammed with intense, heavy snowfall. And we're going to be enduring hours of blizzard conditions. This graph shows you the timing of it, the intensity of the snowfall, also compared to the wind gusts. So if you look at the top of that, where we see starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, those wind gusts are going to get up there into the mid 40-mile-per-hour range with heavy snow coming down through the duration, and those winds don't start to calm down until we head into the evening hours for tomorrow. So that could be 12 hours of blizzard conditions. Snowfall totals likely in the 2-foot range, give or take just a little bit, and we're going to have some huge drifts that come out of this. A lot of folks are going to end up losing power very likely. As for New York City, New York, your snow begins to move in overnight tonight. Your winds begin to pick up in the 20, 30, 40-mile-per-hour range. 50-mile-per-hour gusts likely out on Long Island, where the snow will be heavier and the winds will be stronger. This will move out west to the east as we head into the evening hours as well. I think a good range to keep in mind for you in New York City is somewhere between 6 and 12 inches of snowfall. We'll continue to have live coverage with Winter Storm Kenan right after this.
If you're always asking, where next? Capital One has a new class of travel card for you. Venture X. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Venture X. What's in your wallet?
At Hilton, check in, choose your room, and unlock your door, all in the Hilton app.
thus preserving the rarest of species, the sleeping toddler. Book our family of brands at Hilton.com. To new memories, Hilton.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
This is a warrior. Midnight to morning, she's in command. All day comfort, all night shift. Head nurse, heart on her sleeve. So when leaks show up, our protection helps keep them dry. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
3 days in a row, huh?
I know, right? Let's do this.
It's like an album drop at home.
Peloton, let's get hyped for the weekend. Shoulders on fire.
It's a secret to my superhuman health strength. It's my focus, my center, my lunch break.
Take my breath. Woo! And make it last forever. Do it now or never. Take my breath.
Still looking for that money in your home, Daryl?
Yeah, this puppy should finally do the trick.
Well, good luck. We found ours yesterday.
Let me guess, in the attic.
With Rocket Mortgage, we used our home's equity and turned it into cash.
Equity?
Yeah, you can do it on your phone.
Check your phone before you wreck your home, Daryl.
That's easy.
When you want to find money in your home, Rocket can.
Oh, that's all good, Daryl. I got a guy.
Rocket.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
Although it seems like any ordinary day, it isn't. For one extraordinary reason. Because now with Spectrum Mobile, you get unlimited on 2 or more lines for $29.99 a line. This is a huge deal that'll make you feel larger than life. Get unlimited from Spectrum Mobile for just $29.99 with nationwide 5G included. Call 1-844-683-2999. It's the biggest news in mobile with the best deal ever. Get unlimited talk, text, and data for only $29.99 with no contracts, added taxes, or hidden fees, and nationwide 5G included. Save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Get gigantic savings with unlimited from Spectrum Mobile for just $29.99. Call 1-844-683-2999 or visit a store near you. Switch today and you too will feel larger than life.
To the max, we're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, periods of snow and windy, high 23. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This has the potential to be a historic storm, a huge one. The National Weather Service has already issued a blizzard warning for Boston, and we are expecting as much as 18 to 24 inches of snow and 40 to 50 mile per hour winds.
That's Boston Mayor Michelle Wu talking about the urgent preparations that are underway for her city. But folks, you do need to know that blizzard warning, by the way, we have not seen blizzard warnings for the Boston Metro in 4 years. So this is not something that has happened most recently. So perhaps for preparations, a lot of folks may be out of practice when it comes to preparing for blizzard warnings. If you were under a blizzard warning, not just Boston, the North Shore and South Shore, all the way down to portions of the Long Island as well, the east end of Long Island and Ocean City, New Jersey, down to Toms River as well. All those locations should prepare for gusty winds, reduced visibility. And I would just say this right now, if you haven't already heard it, stay home on Saturday. Welcome back into Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are live from Bryant Park here in Midtown Manhattan, right along the edges of Winter Village here by Bank of America, which, by the way, they call this Winter Village. I think tomorrow it will certainly look a lot more like a winter village with several inches of snowfall here on the ground. We quickly want to give you an update on the forecast. 6 to 10 inches of snowfall for you in the loop, or in the forecast for you here in New York City. Now, one thing that you all at home have been doing all show long and all week long, you've been asking your questions about nor'easters, about winter storms. Hashtag TWC Storm Center is how you can do that. I want to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb right now to get to the first question. And Dr. Knabb, this one perhaps a fan favorite. Marquise asks on Twitter, will Boston see thunder snow? What are the odds of that?
The odds are pretty decent, I would say. Eastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island have a decent shot at thunder snow, and what causes that is really intense convection. It's going to be commensurate with where you're getting those 2, 3, 4, maybe localized 5-inch per hour snowfall rates, and it requires a good bit of convection, a lot of moisture at the surface, and pretty decent upward motion. You're going to get this frontogenesis band northwest of the low. Everything is in place for high snowfall rates and thunder snow. And when you snow that much for several hours, that's why you're talking maybe more than 2 feet locally. It's going to be in this zone right in there, northwest of the low during the day tomorrow, Tevin.
All right, Dr. Knabb. And we have more questions from our viewers. That could go on for hours, by the way, where we're dealing with those snowfall rates and the chance of that thunder snow, rather. Want to hear more of your viewer questions. A lot of you have been weighing in on social media, so let's get to the next question, and that comes from Kendall Baker. What would have to happen in order for most of Sussex County, Delaware, to see 2 feet or more of snow from a nor'easter?
Well, we'd have to have the banding set up in just the wrong spot, or, if you want that much snow, just the right spot, right? That has to do with getting a lot of snowfall rates that are really high. Now, let's look at where that is. So we're talking down here, southern Delaware, right? Now, you could get some banding in there, so it is not out of the question. And how do we, and because of the length of the event, too, there are a lot of places could overachieve. And when you're looking at where the warnings are and how much snowfall is forecast, down here, it would really be hard to go from, not even a foot in our official forecast to something that could get to be that much. But look at these probabilities. Way down in here, that includes Delaware, there is a non-zero chance of getting at least 18 inches. 2 feet, that would be a little bit difficult, I think.
Dr. Knabb, I'm really glad you showed that. I know oftentimes everyone wants to know how much snow is going to be in my backyard, but I think that probability graphic is a great way to break it down and really simplify some of the hazards. Also, the possibility or the odds of what we're likely to see and the chances of seeing it here tomorrow with Winter Storm Kenan. And Dr. Knabb, one more question coming in on social media, too. What distinguishes a nor'easter from just a straight out nasty winter storm?
Yeah, and that all has to do with what the wind direction is locally. So let's take a look at the animation from the models over the next 24 hours, and I'll show you what makes this a nor'easter. It's not because it's hitting the northeastern U.S., and in fact, if this low pressure system were to go farther to the southeast and not have much of an impact on land, it would just be another one of those winter storms over the western Atlantic. But the reason this is called the nor'easter is because here in the northeastern U.S., again, that's not why it's called a nor'easter, you're going to get a wind from the northeast with the low passing just to the southeast of the New England area. You get a northeasterly wind direction, and along this path, you maximize the snowfall total, and you get that northeasterly wind that causes the blizzard conditions in this case and coastal flooding, Jackie. And so, Jackie, Tevin, thanks for throwing the questions my way. Great discussion. We have more details on what Kenan is going to do next. Stay with us.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. Breathe better.
Get crackin' and feel unbeatable with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. Bacon and cheddar or egg white and veggie. Made with cage-free eggs and packed with protein. Take on the day with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'.
All hail Nathan Chen.
The moment has arrived. The Winter Olympics begin Thursday on NBC and Peacock.
America's most reliable network is going ultra with Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband now in many more cities so you can do more. Hey, it's Mindy! Downloading a movie up to 10 times faster than before. Oh, is that the one where the mom becomes a...
Yep.
I knew it. And Claire in HD Clarity.
Looks good.
Steve, is that jelly? This place is packed. You couldn't even send a text in a crowd before. Now look at David with the connection, posting like crazy.
It's wild.
5G Ultra Wideband is now in more and more places. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
Riders, the lone wolves of the great highway. All they need is a bike and a full tank of gas. Their only friend, the open road.
I have friends.
Well, he may have friends, but he rides alone.
That's Jeremy right there. We're literally riding together.
He gets touchy when you talk about his lack of friends.
Hey, can you help me out here?
No matter why you ride, Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
Well, I wouldn't need friends, to be fair. And still.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Glasses. Finding stuff is hard, but finding your show, easy. With Universal Voice Search from Dish.
Virgin River.
Search for shows anywhere with just your voice, across live TV and all streaming apps.
Babe, you see my glasses?
They're here somewhere.
Car. Because you've got enough stuff to look for. Voice search across live TV and streaming apps with Dish.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc. Unlock life.
SC Johnson.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything, like I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
You're watching Storm Center, where we track weather happening here at home and all across the globe. And of course, we are watching over here our winter storm Kenan, and this is set to bring potentially historic snowfall to parts of New England, not to mention blizzard conditions, dangerous coastal flooding, and damaging winds. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined in studio tonight by our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. You're going to hear from him on the radar in just a moment. And we've got meteorologist Tevin Wooten that is joining us live from New York City tonight. Tevin.
Yeah, Jackie, all the way from the Tri-Cities there in Virginia to the Tri-State here in the Northeast. We have watches and warnings and advisories to take you through, all from Winter Storm Kenan. We're going to bring you the latest here on Storm Center. Some 75 million Americans in the path of this storm. This, the calm and the cold before the storm as well. Preparations have already been underway. We have states of emergencies declared in Rhode Island, also in New York State and Maryland as well, all in advance of the arrival of Winter Storm Kenan. Some places perhaps seeing maybe 3 or 4 inches of snow, others on the order of 6 to 12 inches of snow, and perhaps the pinnacle of it all, 2 feet of snow, if not more, coming along with this storm. In fact, a lot of locations under blizzard warnings today have not been under blizzard warnings for 4 years. So hopefully we have not fallen out of practice, Jackie, to prepare for this storm. It will be a doozy, a stout system on the way that hopefully everyone takes extremely cautious travel, not advised at all on Saturday for many locations across New England.
Yeah, huge storm, huge impacts, affecting a huge population. So let's get right to the numbers like we always do here on Storm Center. And you can see 37 million under winter weather advisories. We've got more than 29 million under winter storm warnings. And there's the blizzard warnings, nearly 10 million of you under that type of an alert right now. We want to get you caught up with what we know. And a state of emergency now has been issued for portions of Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. We mentioned that at least 29 million are under the winter storm warnings. Now, the city of Philadelphia has issued a snow emergency, and that is beginning at 7 p.m. tonight. So our area of low pressure has developed, but that is going to be rapidly intensifying here tonight and into tomorrow. We want to get right to our Dr. Rick Knapp, who is on the radar. Dr. Knapp?
Yeah, Jackie, that low pressure system is going to get a lot stronger tonight and tomorrow than it is now as it moves closer. So rapid intensification of any kind of low pressure system as it comes closer to the coast, not a good thing. That's why we've got the blizzard warnings. And so it's really important to have a mindset in dealing with Kenan that it's not just about the snow. It's going to be the wind-blown snow and the drifting and the low visibilities and the wind itself that's going to be really strong that could cause structural damage, could cause trees to come down, could cause power outages, and that wind's going to cause coastal flooding issues. Jersey Shore, Massachusetts. So we have a lot of different hazards to deal with, but it is going to be about the snow. Now, the coastal flooding issues are going to be something I'll go into more detail in a few minutes, but coastal flood warning there in the Delaware Bay area, Cape May area, and Rehoboth Beach, coastal flood advisories there on the east coast of Massachusetts. You all know, you've been through these nor'easters before, you know how significant that wind can produce in terms of coastal flooding and wave action. Now, the snowfall totals could be historic, and there could be some isolated spots that get more than 2 feet in this 18 to 24 inch zone, and that 12-inch contour right in here, that doesn't rule out getting a little bit more than that a little farther inland. So if you look at New York City, maybe about a 50-50 shot of getting 12 inches. So this could overachieve locally in some spots compared to what that exact forecast is. In some places, again, have even a high chance, better than 50-50, of getting more than 1.5 feet. What a dip in the jet stream this is. So much energy in here, and we're already splitting apart the flow aloft. So down in here is where we've had a surface low for a while, and it is starting to respond to that upper flow pattern, and high pressure to the north, along with that low, are starting to combine to increase that pressure gradient. So the beginning of the strengthening winds is becoming apparent. Now, it's not too bad at the coast right now. And as that low pressure gets stronger and moves farther north, the winds will dramatically increase overnight along with the snowfall rates. Now, on the coast right now, where we're closest to the low, we're getting gusts 20 to 25 miles an hour and up. In Atlantic City, for example, we've gusted around 20 miles an hour with a little bit of snow. But for the most part, the winds are not an issue there. But here's a little preview of what you're going to be dealing with on the roads in the Northeast over the next couple of days. Here in Louisville, on the northwest side of this whole mess, along with a frontal boundary, we've got enough of a pressure gradient and enough snow coming down that we've got a snow squall warning. It's in effect for a few more minutes. This is because you can have visibility drop to near zero very, very quickly. You got to slow down a lot or get off the roads if at all possible, because winds are gusting to like 30 miles an hour with locally heavy snow. And so visibility makes driving really treacherous. So you take that and you upscale it in that entire blizzard warning area, and that's why we're going to be encouraging you for that reason and so many others to be staying off the roads. Now, the strongest winds directly associated with the low are offshore right now, and Jackie's going to go into detail about that. But let's look at how this cyclone is going to evolve. It is going to strengthen dramatically overnight tonight, going just south and east of that benchmark where the track of a low pressure system maximizes snow on the I-95 corridor. But along that track, because it's so strong and so large, you don't have to go right in that sweet spot to maximize the snow and the wind and the coastal flooding impacts. And so, Jackie, the way I kind of think about this is like a strong tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane with temperature gradients and cold air involved with it.
Yeah. Absolutely, and so many dangers that go along with that. You know, the wind is what's really going to cause a lot of challenges when it comes to travel, bringing power outages, and a lot of what's going to make this so dangerous. Not to mention, it's going to bring your feels-like temperature way down. That if you do go out and you get stuck, you don't want that to happen to you, right? The cold is going to be very dangerous as a result of all of that as well. So, talking about the winds now, and you can really see the arrows there going counterclockwise around that area of low pressure. So our low has finally developed with Kenan, and that's going to be tracking northward with time and intensifying like Dr. Nab was talking about. So as this intensifies, we're going to have a greater pressure gradient with high pressure up towards the north, and we're going to see those winds just slamming into the region, starting out in the maybe 20 to 30 mile per hour range. But look at how much of an area this covers. I mean, this goes from the Carolinas all the way up through New England with those type of winds, and then the strongest winds as that low gets closest towards the coast. Why we're expecting to see the potential for some hurricane force wind gusts out onto the Cape. So the peak of this storm is going to be during daylight hours. So at least we have that going for us. But those winds will be strong enough that we may very well get power outages that are going to last for a while. It's going to be hard for the crews to get out there in a couple feet of snow, not to mention those winds to get power back restored. So this is a blizzard. We've got blizzard warnings in effect. That doesn't mean just a really bad storm. There's actual criteria to call it a blizzard. You have to have 35 mile per hour sustained winds or frequent gusts, visibility down to a quarter of a mile or less, and that has to happen for at least 3 hours. That's what meets a blizzard. So some factors that are not included includes the amount of snow. In fact, you don't even have to have snow coming down from the sky, Tevin. You can have just snow that was existing on the ground that gets blown around to drop that visibility down. So New York City, you're not in the blizzard warning there, but you might have blizzard conditions at times with those gusts and the snow.
Oh, yeah, we might not reach that criteria to get a declared or a verified blizzard, but Jackie, certainly conditions on the cusp of such that we do see lower reduced visibility here in the New York City area. And speaking of the New York City area, I want to bring in Christina Farrell. She's the acting commissioner of the Office of Emergency Management here for the city of New York. Christina, if we have you on the phone, certainly appreciate you joining us today. I know you have a lot of work ahead of you, but can you take us through some of the most pressing information right now that residents need to know?
Sure, of course. Thank you for having me on. So as you've been saying, there's a pretty serious storm the snow's going to start in a couple hours here. We did a press conference with the mayor and sanitation and transportation earlier to speak directly to New Yorkers. The good news is, as you said, it's the weekend. A lot of people aren't going to school, to work, but so we're really asking people to stay home. If they have to go out, there's already a lot of transportation. We're urging people to take public transportation, but even a lot of our large public transportation systems are temporarily suspending service or modifying service. So if people need to go out, they should really check beforehand, and just be careful when they're out. It's going to be bad conditions. It's going to be slippery. People don't want to fall when they start to shovel, to be careful. And in the New York City area, people should always follow Notify NYC to receive information in up to 14 languages on this and other emergencies.
All great information right there, Christina. Thank you. Let's take a step back really quickly and sort of talk about the forecast. I am sure you all have been watching this just as closely as us as meteorologists at the Weather Channel have been watching it, if not closer than we've been watching it. What's made it so difficult to prepare for a storm of this magnitude?
Yeah, I mean, as I think you know, the forecast has been very up and down, and I know looking at the eastward track, the westward track, if it's going to hit Long Island, it's going to hit the city. We actually have a full-time meteorologist on staff here at Emergency Management. So while we work with the National Weather Service, we also have a private weather vendor that we work with. So, we've been, like you said, tracking this storm morning, noon, and night to see. But, New York City prepares. We have great assets. We have, the best sanitation department around, and so they've been out treating. They know what to expect in winter. The plows will be ready as soon as we get to 2 inches, and our mayor is on top of it. He's already doing a snow patrol. He's going to go out tonight and tomorrow to look at conditions. So it's a challenge, but like I said, the timing being on the weekend is advantageous for us, and having all our resources and our staff in place, we feel confident while we go through this weekend.
You sound like you are certainly ready to go to rock and roll to tackle whatever this winter storm may bring. Christina, I know that earlier today at a press conference, the LIRR said that they will likely suspend service into Saturday. Do we anticipate any sort of other city services being closed tomorrow or canceled?
Yeah, so a lot of different transportation systems now. Like you said, the Long Island Railroad, Metro North is having limited or suspended service. New Jersey Transit has suspended bus service for tomorrow. Some of the ferry lines, Amtrak is suspending some service. So, again, people are going to be cautious. And, I think the airports, I think already a lot of flights at LaGuardia have been canceled for tomorrow. So, it's really going to be limited while people, just weather the storm and we all stay safe.
All right, that's Christina Farrell, the acting commissioner of the Office of Emergency Management here in New York City. Christina, thank you so much for your time. Stay home, stay safe. That's the word, Jackie, coming from all of these emergency managers and all of the first responders and the government officials as well. But Jackie, I did like the point that she brought out. It's happening on a weekend, so there's no school you have to worry about. There's not as much volume on the roadways as well, but still a dangerous storm, no less.
Yeah, and it's fine tonight, too, to continue to get your preparations underway and do what you got to do. So, yeah, very good timing, I would say, for sure. And kids may be back in school on Monday. How about that, kids? So one city that is going to be in the crosshairs for some big-time snow is Boston, Massachusetts. That's where our Justin Michaels is live. And, Justin, I don't know if you were just listening in, talking about timing is everything. And, we really have until overnight tonight before conditions really begin to deteriorate there in Boston, but boy, this is going to be a big snow for the city.
It certainly is. And 1,485 days since the last blizzard warning here in Boston. So they've been waiting a little while. And Jackie, I heard Dr. Knabb talking earlier about the coastal flood threat being a really, really big concern. So I want to show you what the city of Boston is doing in preparation for that threat right here in Boston's Long Wharf. And you can see the MBTA stop right back there. That's one of the entrances into the train platform down below grade here. This is the aquarium stop. It's a known flooding area. This area does get a lot of water, so you can see those barriers that have been put up. Those are flood barriers, and they will complete that the entire way around that subway or that T entrance. So preparations are well underway here in this part of Boston and really all of coastal New England. And it's not just there. Many of the buildings around here have barricades set up. They've got sandbags ready to go. This area is ready, and they know how to deal with this kind of thing. And another good example of that is to look at Massachusetts statewide, where they have nearly 4,000 pieces of equipment on standby for salting, for sanding, and for road clearing across the entire state. 4,000. This is a small state. To take it one step further, here in the city of Boston, nearly 850 pieces of equipment will be ready to go during the height of the storm to be moving snow and, of course, salting streets. That's a lot. Remember, some of the southern cities, that number might sound enormous when we're talking about some cities that have one plow, and we're going to have nearly 900 in just this one city. But, of course, this is a New England city. It's a northern city, and they know how to manage this. And Tevin, as we send it back to you down the railroad tracks there into New York City, I can tell you, my friend, as far as cancellations and travel issues, Tevin, I was looking at the numbers coming out of Boston Logan right across the harbor from where we are. Already 609 cancellations for Saturday alone. Boston Logan, for all intents and purposes, my friend, is going to be at a standstill tomorrow, that's for sure. You're not coming or going from this city. Best thing to do, stay inside. Tevin, to you now in New York.
Yeah, Justin, you said it yourself. Now, I don't think that's going to be the only airport seeing a magnitude or a host of problems. Boston, LaGuardia, Newark, JFK, Philly, all of these locations across the Northeast and New England. Prepare. Tomorrow will be a stout storm on the way by the name of Winter Storm Kenan. Storm Center returns after this.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
It's time. Come on. They know I got it. I think they know about it. Look up, no other way around it. Check out the way we rock it. I got it, you got it, we got it. Come on, yeah, they know I got it. Yeah, I think they know about it. Look up, no other way around it. Check out the way we rock it. I got it.
The first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. It was an booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
It's our January sale on the Sleep Number 360 smart bed. It senses your movements and automatically adjusts to relieve pressure points. And it's temperature balancing, so you both sleep just right. Save $1,000 on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition smart bed, Queen, now $19.99, plus 0% interest for 48 months.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
It's time to put the win in winter at Dunkin'. Introducing Winter Blend Coffee, a vibrant new medium roast that's full-bodied and smooth with notes of ginger snap. Take on the day with Dunkin'. Enjoy a medium hot or iced Winter Blend Coffee for $2. America runs on Dunkin'.
Meet Chef Clem, owner of Don't Be Sour, a sourdough donut company. She was flying back from a conference when she got a text. She needed a bigger fridge ASAP if she was going to fulfill her orders. So she used her American Express Business Platinum card to earn more points on the big ticket purchase. She got the new fridge, fulfilled the orders, and with her extra points, she got new equipment that allowed her to expand her business by rolling out a new product. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc, unlock life.
SC Johnson. If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television and its innovative pattern climate team. Every day on the Weather Channel.
Hi.
With a full range of BMW X vehicles available, no matter what adventure lies around the corner, there's an X for that.
Hurry in, release a 2022 BMW X3 xDrive 30i for $539 per month.
This is how Rebecca got me to switch to Aldi. We were renovating my kitchen, but we were over budget.
So I told Christy Aldi helps me stick to a budget, but she'd never heard of it. Christy was like, it was everything I ever dreamed.
I can get everything I want and I'm done. Aldi renovated my grocery bill.
Low prices, every aisle, every day.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, windy with snow, high 24. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's new territory for sure.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? Outside!
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Not only are we expecting large amounts of snow, we're also expecting high winds. And we're fully expecting whiteout conditions tomorrow. This is serious. So we're ready for this storm. And we also need Rhode Islanders to be ready. That's why you might have heard me say earlier to prepare to stay home and inside your home tomorrow.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Welcome back into Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are in New York City, in the heart of Midtown Manhattan here at Bryant Park at the Bank of America Winter Village. That was Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee, which I know we've spoken a lot about Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, even Connecticut as well. Rhode Island, of course, one of the smaller cities, but getting the entire state under a blizzard warning. So when we look at this forecast and we see, 8 to 12 to 18 inches of snow for one small concentrated area, this is certainly a storm that I think a lot of folks will remember for not just months to come, but years to come, and maybe even decades to come as well. And speaking of years, it's been 4 years since a lot of the Northeast has been under blizzard warnings, so do not fall out of practice. Just know when we talk about blizzard warnings, that doesn't just mean it's snowfall. That also means that snowfall has reduced visibility down to a quarter of a mile, if not less than that. And the winds, 35 miles an hour, if not greater. And by and large, on the whole, for the entire area along the I-95 corridor, we are looking at least winds at 35 miles an hour, gusts perhaps 40 or 50 miles an hour. And a lot of this starts well before daybreak tomorrow. So where you are right now is where you need to prepare to hunker down for. And I would just go ahead and say this until Sunday morning, if not later than that. All right, let's take a hop and a skip along the I-95 right now. We're going to head up to Boston, Massachusetts, where we're joined by meteorologist Mish Michaels. Hey, Mish, what's going on?
Hey, Kevin, right now it is a crisp and beautiful evening here. No wind to be found whatsoever. The visibility is excellent. We're in the Seaport District, and because of the good visibility, you can see the twinkling lights of the city behind me. That is One International Place. But don't be fooled. This area is about to get a major snow makeover. In fact, as you said, there is the potential for not only a major storm for January, one of the top 5, but perhaps one of the top 5 or 10 of all time, records going back to the late 1800s. Now, there's a snow emergency in place, and we need to get the cars where they need to go, away from the major thoroughfares and roadways, so that the plows and the crews can do their job. So as of 9 o'clock tonight, there is a parking ban. Starting at 7 o'clock in just a little bit, many of the parking garages will open up to residents. There'll be a discount or they'll be free, and residents can move their cars to those locations. Now, the plow plan is big. The Department of Public Works is going to ramp up. There's going to be almost 850 crews out tomorrow. Many of them are contractors. They are actually making money on the storm, and around here they rely on that. Snow is money, but that team effort doesn't end there. In fact, it also takes residents. Anyone who is a property owner is responsible for shoveling off driveways and fire hydrants. That has to be done by Sunday morning. We call it around here the winter workout. It's the latest craze, and there'll be plenty of snow to move. Right, Dr. Knapp?
Absolutely, Miss. There's so much to do to get ready for the storm so that you can get through the storm and the aftermath safely, including parking your vehicle in a location where it won't get in the way of snow removal equipment and it won't be at risk for coastal flooding. That is another hazard that Kenan is going to bring us. Look at all the coastal flood advisories that are in effect in the Northeast, but also coastal flood warning here in the Delaware Bay area, Cape May and Rehoboth Beach, inland Sussex. That area could get 1 to 2 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. Tomorrow morning's high tide is the problem. That warning goes from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow. As our low moves to the north, the onshore push into that concave-shaped coastline that makes the Jersey Shore so vulnerable is going to be on the increase. And so when we get to time of high tide, that onshore push will have been going on long enough that we could have that flooding concern in that area. Now, that could cause some communities to have their roads covered in water, and water could get into some structures. So you want to get out of that area according to what local officials are telling you. And then tomorrow morning's high tide in Massachusetts won't be so bad, but the winds will be maximizing in between the high tides, so that lessens the coastal flood threat a little bit. So you see the timings of the high tides tomorrow. So we're going to peak wind in between there. So that lessens the coastal flood threat, but it does not eliminate it. Coastal flood advisory in effect there. And also, look what happens when we get later into the event. You could trap some of the water in Cape Cod Bay. And along the way, water with those waves could crash into places like Scituate. You might want to take shelter farther inland.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there, with collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
Take a look at this heart. It's the one I'm gonna use to love you.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
Oh no. I think they look good, man.
Smooth. They are a little tight.
Like, too tight? Might just need to break them in a little bit because you don't want them too loose.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
True.
With 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Think I'm gonna wear these home.
Excellent choice.
The Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Squares Sweepstakes is back, and your chance to make the biggest play of the season is here. Touchdowns, field goals, every time the score changes, you could be scoring $50,000. Plus, 2 $500,000 grand prizes you could use toward your dream home. 1 way to enter, 2 ways to win, 0 reasons not to play. Enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 56. I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's 1 pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
All hail Nathan Chen.
The moment has arrived. The Winter Olympics begin Thursday on NBC and Peacock.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Coastal Massachusetts bracing for a big hit from Winter Storm Kenan, expecting to get slammed with tropical storm force wind gusts that could endure for 12 to 24 hours or more. Feet of coastal flooding, feet of snowfall, and this right now is the calm before the storm in Marshfield. So welcome back to Storm Center, everybody. The good news is we had all day to get ready for Winter Storm Kenan, and we are tracking it up the East Coast tonight. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We've got Tevin Wooten, which is coming live for you from New York City tonight. Now, Tevin, New York under a winter storm warning. We had a few snow showers earlier today, but the big show begins later on.
And we're already starting to see, Jackie, some of the outer fringes of Winter Storm Kenan and its arrival right now here in Midtown Manhattan. We are at Bryant Park at the Bank of America Winter Village, and sort of it looks like a little snow globe effect right now. Very light and faint. I'm not even sure if you can see them with the camera lens, but I'm looking at some of the small flakes that are flying right now. We are at 32 degrees, bone chilling cold with a wind chill of 25. But let's go to the radar so you can see what I'm seeing here. We'll show you from a meteorological sense what the radar is recording, because this is some of those, again, far-reaching outer fringes of this storm. We watched a front come in from the west, and now this low coming in from the south and east, which earlier today, that low was off the coast of Florida, right around 1,012 millibars. It was a little pipsqueak of a low, but now we know that this will likely be a monster of a storm as it merges and phases in with our front. So overall, a lot of lift in the atmosphere, a lot of moisture as well, a moisture-laden environment when we talk about what's to come. So here is a closer look at the radar. There are those blizzard warnings that stretch all the way from the Jersey Shore, Toms River, all the way to Atlantic City, New Jersey as well. Outside of that, winter storm warnings. Notice, though, on Long Island from about Islip all the way to the east, we also have winter storm warnings. And I think the north edge of the island, by the way, you do have to watch out for some coastal flooding. In fact, especially as we see that northeast wind so persistent, so strong and dominant as well. Right now, that northeast wind, I wouldn't say calm. It's right around 5 to 7 miles per hour. Things will start to really crank before daybreak tomorrow and last all throughout the day. In terms of some of the strongest winds, of course, though, coastal flooding a big concern for a lot of residents on the coast too. Let's listen a little bit more from New York City Mayor Eric Adams on how the city has prepared.
The real concerns, speaking with the commissioner and his team, is about the high winds. Visibility is going to be challenging tomorrow, particularly because of the light snow. And so we're asking people to use public transportation. As I say over and over again, we have one of the best public transportation systems. This is an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, one of the best public transportation systems in the country, some may say. Of course, the problem will be tomorrow, watching out for public transportation that perhaps may be canceled. In fact, the LIRR, or the Long Island Railroad, suspending service tomorrow as well. Let's bring in a hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, right now. Dr. Knabb, one of the graphics I want to get to, I don't know if you have it pulled up already. If not, it's okay. You showed the probabilities of seeing a foot of snowfall to a 1.5 feet of snowfall. I like the simplicity of that, but it still gets the point across of what's to come and who's potentially in the zone of seeing that, but also lets us know there's still wiggle room in this forecast.
Yeah, in fact, when we looked at the forecast yesterday, we showed those probabilities to show that those numbers could go up, and today they did. So that's why it's so important not to take an exact model snowfall forecast and say that's the way it is going to be. We got to be prepared for it to overachieve. And part of the issue is that we're going to have so much wind involved here. So, for example, in a place like southeastern Massachusetts, where the snow will be wetter and the winds will be stronger, that puts you at even greater risk for power outages. And even the winds themselves that could gust strong tropical storm force, maybe up near hurricane force, could cause power outages and cause some trees to come down. So this is going to be a big windstorm, and the combination, of course, of the snow and the blowing snow and the wind reduces the visibilities, and that's why you have the blizzard warning. So many reasons to be staying off the roads. Now, the 12-inch contour goes here, but like Tevin was saying, could that slide a little farther west? Yeah, there's still time for that to happen because our low is just now really getting going, getting the surface pressure down to near 1,000 millibars, but it's going to drop another 30, 40 plus millibars over the next 24 hours. And that means it's going to be behaving kind of like a strong tropical storm, eventually a hurricane force low once it gets past New England. Right now, the strongest winds are offshore here, so that's where the strong winds are, but they're going to be impinging upon land. So you can envision that overnight tonight, when you get past midnight, the winds will be increasing, the snowfall rates will be dramatically increasing. That makes tomorrow a horrible day to be on the road for any reason because of low visibilities, slicker, impassable roads because of the snow, and power outages that could be caused by trees and power lines coming down in those winds.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
For Rob, it took years to find out why his constipation with belly pain just wouldn't go away. Despite all he did to manage his symptoms day after day, still came the belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Awful feelings he tried not showing. Finally, with the help of his doctor, it came to be that his symptoms were all signs of IBS-C, and that's why he said yes to adding Linzess. Linzess is not a laxative. It helps you have more frequent and complete bowel movements, and is proven to help relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Could your story also be about IBS-C? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood could help you save on Linzess.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. Breathe better.
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence, but you can invest in it. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
Our world is changing, and the extreme weather we face is an increasing threat to you and your business. If your business or property has been damaged, our teams across North America have you covered. First On-Site Property Restoration. We equip you with the resources you need to prepare for the unexpected. And when disaster strikes, we're the first on site to quickly help your business restore, rebuild, and rise. Visit us at firstonsite.com and find out why we're the only restoration partner you will ever need.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
60 miles per hour with the cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
Well, we're all here.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
Greenland is the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world. Get the gold, dude.
Welcome back to Storm Center, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris as we're tracking Winter Storm Kenan. All eyes on the Northeast right now, and you're looking live at Boston. In Boston, you look absolutely gorgeous right now. The clouds already filling in, but everything is lit up. 32 degrees right now. Enjoy that 32 because this is as warm as it's going to be all weekend long. Temperatures are going to drop. The winds are going to increase. The feels-like conditions are going to go downhill, not to mention all of the snow and all the hazards that are going to be coming along with our winter storm. Now, our Justin Michaels right now is in Boston. And Justin, I want to ask, we've got the blizzard warning, which is in effect right now, but what have you been seeing around town? Are they putting up barricades for coastal flooding? Are you seeing the white lines with the pre-treatment on the streets yet?
Yes, and yes, Jackie. In fact, all that's happening. They are building barricades, especially right here along the Long Wharf and really any coastal areas that's happening. But a coastal area north of here, Plum Island, just to the east of Newburyport, Massachusetts, they have a whole different set of problems. And that is that coastal erosion that really plagues a lot of the coastline here in New England. And I have to tell you, they're very concerned about the high tides during this storm. Centuries of storms have battered the New England coast. It's part of life here. But people who live on Plum Island, Massachusetts say since a 2014 project to reconfigure the jetties at the mouth of the Merrimack River, they hold their breaths with every tide cycle and coastal storm.
These people will lose their house this weekend, I guarantee it. He will lose his house very shortly, even though it's on pilings. That house is already condemned and being torn down. Two behind it, last Monday's storm, totally flooded, heating systems gone, uninhabitable. It will just keep happening.
Stan Sachs's home was condemned after the last storm.
At this point, my house is gone. It's total. It's been deemed uninhabitable.
The foundation cracked and sinking. And with Winter Storm Kenan set to batter the coast again, Stan's neighbor, Leela Wright, fears her house might be next.
In September of 2021, we lost the remaining section of the road in front of the house. And at that point, we were losing 6 feet per tide. And we figured, okay, that gives us 30 feet. We've got, less than a week before we lose our house.
From the air, the problem is clear. Before that 2014 jetty project, folks here say that there were several hundred feet of beach and a 12-foot dune between those houses and the water's edge.
Over the course of the last 7 years, this cove has been created, and we've lost all the land that was between us and the river.
Sandbag barriers and enormous rocks are set in place to protect the remaining homes temporarily. Little comfort for Ellen Monez, who has lived on Plum Island for 74 years. Her house surrounded by water in the last storm. Do you think you want to stay?
I would love to stay, but I'm nervous. I'm really nervous I never thought the water would reach my house.
Ken Rito will be evacuating for this weekend's storm for fear his house may not last.
It's a real, danger. I mean, we've seen our neighbors slowly lose their homes here, and unless we get some sort of relief, it's just a matter of time, I think.
It's one tide to the next, and when you're living under those circumstances, it becomes extremely stressful.
Dr. Knabb, as far as the high tides tomorrow there on Plum Island, 8:30 tomorrow morning and then 9:15 tomorrow evening. And you have to know the folks there are watching the clock with every passing second until this is all over. Dr. Knabb.
Yeah, those waves could be coming over the roadways and into the structures that morning high tide tomorrow when the winds are really, really strong on shore. Now, we've heard the governor and we've heard a lot of folks, including us, saying, please stay off the roads during this event. But when your parents tell you to do something, what do you want as a kid? You want to hear why. What's the reason why? And I'm going to give you some really good reasons to stay off the roads tomorrow and to get off the roads tonight, because this is going to be changing dramatically overnight tonight, because by tomorrow morning, the winds and the snowfall will be so dramatically different than what we're dealing with this evening. It's going to last all day tomorrow, making travel difficult to impossible. So these are the reasons to stay off the road. Number one is the obvious one, that you want to avoid slick or, because of feet of snow, impassable roads. So you could get stuck out there just because of that. But then you could block or get in the way of or slide off the road and hit an emergency responder or a law enforcement officer. We've seen too many videos of that happening in winter weather in the U.S. so far this year. So it's not just about putting yourself in harm's way. Strong winds and blowing snow will greatly reduce the visibility. We had that snow squall warning in Louisville tonight. That's just a taste of what's going to happen in the blizzard warning. Trees and power lines will be knocked down. They could be blocking the roads or fall onto your vehicle if you're out there. And the wind chills and the temperatures are going to be so low that if you do get stuck out there in New England, the temperatures will be so cold that that could put you in a life-threatening situation. And as you've heard, Jackie, coastal roads could be inundated as well. Don't park there. Don't drive there.
Good advice and good tips there, Dr. Knapp, as always. Well, it's time now for a Friday night pizza forecast. And hey, let the delivery drivers do it tonight because you're going to have to cook yourself tomorrow, right? And what's better than cold pizza tomorrow? You don't even have to worry if you don't have power. Atlantic City, New Jersey, the snow's coming in this evening and things will really get cranky overnight tonight as temperatures drop through the 30s.
Friday night pizza forecast brought to you by Domino's. Order online at Domino's.com.
Local restaurants have been hit hard by fees from delivery apps.
They take a huge chunk of our bottom line. All of that comes out of our pocket and goes to them.
So Domino's franchisees went to local restaurants and bought $100,000 of their gift cards to give out to our customers. That way they could support a mom and pop by ordering directly from them.
And no one got hit by delivery app fees.
I can't believe one restaurant is buying another restaurant's gift certificates to give out, but it sure is wonderful.
So if you're not getting Domino's, skip the delivery apps and order directly from a local restaurant.
Sarah, you said you were buying a car today.
Dad, it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, I stayed up and crunched all the numbers.
I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Oh, online, honey. Now that can affect your credit score.
It didn't, Dad. Then I got my real rate and monthly payment. Now I just need to head to the dealership for a test drive and purchase.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, it is.
Well, since we're both up, who wants French toast? What's in your wallet?
Cold season is back. Bounce back fast with Alka-Seltzer Plus. With 25% more concentrated power. Alka-Seltzer Plus. Oh, what a relief it is. So fast. Also tried for cough, mucus, and congestion.
Welcome to the next level. This is the all-new Lexus NX with intuitive tech.
Watch for traffic.
And our most advanced safety system ever.
The all-new WW Personal Points Program.
On WW, I lost 26 pounds, 58 pounds,
124 pounds. It's proven to make losing weight easier because it's designed just for you. You take a quiz, tell us what you love, enter your goals, and WW builds your individualized plan.
This was the first time I was able to lose weight and keep it off.
It's your time. Today's your day. Live the life you love and lose the weight you want. WW's all-new Personal Points Program. Join today at WW.com. Hurry, offer ends January 30th.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
At Chipotle, this is our best chorizo ever. Charred and grilled with a rich, smoky flavor. It just happens to be made from plants. Everything you love about Chipotle, but 100% plant-based.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Attention, a common herbicide, paraquat, has been linked to Parkinson's disease.
If you suffer from Parkinson's and think you may have been exposed to an herbicide containing paraquat, call White Hart Legal now. You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call White Hart Legal now, and in less than 2 minutes you can find out if you may qualify.
Your Parkinson's may have been caused by the herbicide paraquat, and you may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-687-6300. That's 1-800-687-6300.
High. This recovery has to happen in a hurry.
I'm here for one thing only, gold.
That was crazy. I did not expect
expect to see that.
We're pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the gold, dude. You're into a whole world of new.
Never seen anything like this. Expect the unexpected.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, windy with snow, high 24. Saturday night, mainly clear and windy, low 13. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And so the safest place to be is in your home or in your apartment. If you must travel, please bundle up and dress warmly and take the tea if at all possible. If you have to drive, give yourself plenty of time, keep plenty of room for our crews to be able to maneuver on the roads and keep our streets safe. And no matter what your mode of travel is, if you do have to be out and about, remember that there will be significant delays during the storm.
Significant delays expected in this storm tomorrow. Welcome back into Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, and welcome back into Midtown Manhattan. We are live at the Bank of America Winter Village here in Bryant Park. It'll look a little bit more like winter. There's some light snow falling from the sky right now, and also some snow piled up from snowfalls past. In fact, speaking of snowfalls past, we actually had some earlier today. That was right around the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock time frame. That will pale in comparison to what we're expecting right around midnight and then thereafter as Winter Storm Kenan does arrive. So we've got winter storm warnings posted for this area, winter storm watches outside of that, and blizzard warnings as well. You just heard from Boston Mayor Michelle Wu saying that tomorrow is going to be an extremely difficult travel day. If you can, I would just stay home. I mean, I know a lot of folks have places to be and people to see and whatnot, but tomorrow is quite honestly, folks, not the day to do that. Delay that until Sunday if you can. Maybe you can make it tonight before you have to hunker down, but do know right around midnight, wherever you are, you'll likely need to be there and remain there throughout the entire duration of this storm. Outside of the New York City area, 6 to 8 inches of snowfall to our east, but that gradient gradually steepens and gets higher and higher for snowfall the farther east you go. So if you're on Long Island, perhaps ice slipping all the way towards Montauk, you're likely to get that 6 to 12 to 18 inches of snow. And notice that also budges its way northbound as well into Connecticut. The state left to right or east to west is only about 113 to 120 miles or so. So you're really talking about a small area with a very steep gradient. On the west side, again, that's the area where we're likely to see drier air work its way in. On the east side, though, those money totals or jackpot totals there from Connecticut to Rhode Island to even into the Boston area too. So this is the storm again. Winter Storm Kenan will be one that I think a lot of folks remember. Blizzard warnings, by the way. We haven't seen those in 4 years for this part of the country. Well, they're here now. It's all changed. Winter Storm Kenan's on the way. And let's go to meteorologist Mish Michaels in Boston, perhaps the epicenter of some epic snowfall from Winter Storm Kenan tomorrow. Mish, what all are you anticipating there in the Boston area?
Well, we're certainly going to be measuring the snow in feet versus inches. We're thinking anywhere upwards of 21, 22 inches, definitely in that 18 to 24 inch range. Right now, there's no snow on the ground except for this little glacier here. We did have a snowstorm a couple of weeks ago, and this has been sitting here for about 3 weeks now, but we're certainly going to add to that. Just past that glacier is behind me, Boston Harbor. There's some ripples on the harbor, but nothing significant, and we're not expecting any sort of coastal flooding here, maybe a little splash over where we stand here in the Seaport district. But on the north and south shore, that's where the minor to moderate coastal flooding will be. The Boston Harbor is actually oriented from west to east, and the winds will be going north to south. So it is protected. But beyond that, you're looking at Logan Airport. It's going to be a very different story there. Already there's been 611 flights canceled. And over the last several days, the carriers have been, airline carriers have been waiving the change fees. And so hopefully a lot of people have taken advantage of that. You can see with those red lights on the top, that is the FAA tower. There are 6 runways and just strong winds. The runways are oriented in different directions to manage the strong winds in Boston, and the FAA determines which runway for takeoffs and landings. They have to deal with the snow tomorrow. There are likely to be none or little, if any, air traffic whatsoever tomorrow. They have 90 pieces of equipment, some very specialized. And when they go at these runways, it takes only 15 minutes to clear them. But they know they've got a big job tomorrow with snowfall rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So probably no travel tomorrow by air. Certainly the expectation tomorrow is for such a significant high impact storm that we really want you to stay indoors, as the mayor was saying, as the governor here was saying. And if you do need to venture out, you need to use public transit. There are some MBTA buses that will be available to you. Dr. Knapp, back to you.
Mish, thank you so much. And, the storm, Kenan, is nowhere near as strong right now as it is going to be later tonight and tomorrow. So there are a lot of things to get you ready for, not just the very heavy snow, but the strong winds and the coastal impacts as well. So tonight's the night to get ready, and you need to stay with us all weekend long. In addition to Justin Michaels and Mish, who are in the Boston area, we've also got Paul Goodlow and Jim Cantori in the Boston area. Our Mike Seidel is in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Team coverage all weekend long.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One-up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you got to do something. And so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
Dear MS, from day one, you've tried to define me.
But I never invited you in. It's my life.
And this is my journey.
I've found a way to do things differently with Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
For adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus has proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have hepatitis B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had Hep B, as it could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions, and some may require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease certain types of immunoglobulins. While PML was not reported in clinical trials, it could happen. An increased risk of cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
Sorry, MS.
You don't get to control
every part of me.
MS can't own us.
Ask your doctor about 2 times a year Ocrevus.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
Don't you worry now. There's no need to worry now. It's been a long, long day, and you can shine now.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities.
Cool.
Up to 10 times the speed at zero extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
I'm a millionaire.
I'm not a millionaire?
I'm a millionaire? I'm not a millionaire.
Crypto is complicated, but as a tax expert with crypto experience, you can hand your taxes off to me. You do your thing, we've got your taxes. Intuit, TurboTax Live.
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching Storm Center, where we track weather happening here at home and all across the globe. Of course, all eyes on Winter Storm Kenan. There you can see that area of low pressure off the coast of the Carolinas right now. It is set to bring potentially historic snowfall to New England, along with blizzard conditions and dangerous coastal flooding. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined in studio tonight by our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. You're going to hear from him in just a minute. We've got meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is joining us live from New York City tonight, where they're under a winter storm warning. Tevin?
Yeah, Jackie, we do have a winter storm warning here for the tri-state, but just to our east on Long Island, we have the blizzard warnings. They don't stop there. They stretch all the way across southern New England and as far south as the Jersey Shore. Some 75 million Americans plus in the path of this storm from the Tri-Cities in Virginia all the way to the Tri-State across the north and east. Here on Storm Center, we are going to guide you throughout this entire forecast and get you through the entire storm as well. We've got live coverage here and all weekend long, only on the Weather Channel in a way that we can only do here on the Weather Channel for you. States of emergencies declared in Rhode Island, in Maryland, and also here in New York State as well. A travel advisory, hazardous travel, in fact, advisory for the New York City area. A lot of public emergency managers and a lot of first responders and government officials all urging folks to commute by public transit if you can, but they really just want folks to stay home. Speaking of staying home, cancellations so far, tomorrow, 3,800 and mounting across the north and east. We'll continue following this storm here across New York City. Let's get you inside to Jackie Jarris now. Hey, Jackie.
All right, thanks, Tevin. It's going to look so different there tomorrow compared to what we're seeing right now. We want to update you with what latest alerts, and there you can see 33 million under winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings in effect for 29 million of you, and about 10 million under blizzard warnings, some for the first time in many years. Want to update you with what we know right now. A state of emergency has been issued for portions of Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. 73 million people are under some type of those winter weather alerts, and the city of Philadelphia has issued a snow emergency that starts at 7 o'clock here tonight. So let's get to our Dr. Rick Knabb, who is on the radar. We've got our area of low pressure, Dr. Knabb, and it's going to just go downhill overnight tonight.
And rapidly. We've got a low pressure system that's got a central pressure, getting close to about 1,000 millibars, but it's going to go down maybe to the 960s. If some models are correct. That's rapid deepening, rapid strengthening as it moves northward toward the northeast coast of the U.S. And we have a lot of snow to go. And you're going to get some in the mid-Atlantic and then a lot more the farther north and east we go, with locally getting more than 2 feet of snow possible. And here is our 12-inch contour right in there, but that does not mean you can't locally get more than that outside of that area. In fact, there's at least a 1 out of 3 shot all the way down through New York and Philly and down into portions of the Delmarva of locally somebody getting 12 inches. So don't expect the forecast to turn out exactly what the number says right now in your location. Depending on how this plays out, it could overachieve a little bit. And it's going to be about so much more than the snow. The wind And that's what's going to send the visibilities plummeting and why the blizzard warnings are in effect. But that wind is also going to push water toward the coastline. We'll detail the coastal flood warnings and advisories in a little while. So many reasons to be staying off the road, so many reasons to be preparing your final steps this evening so that tomorrow you're not traveling at all, because the atmosphere is juiced. We have the really, really deep mid and upper level trough in the eastern U.S., kind of a dual jet stream setup. It's splitting apart aloft all across the western Atlantic, and that is starting to cause our low pressure to deepen again down to about 1,000 millibars with high pressure to the north of there. So the pressure gradient in between is starting to tighten, but this is just the beginning. And you're starting to see a little bit more rain and wind move up across the Outer Banks of North Carolina. We had an existing frontal zone coming in. The cold air is in place. So as this low moves north, it taps into that cold air. So later tonight, we get past midnight, then it's really starting to be game on with the strong winds and the snowfall rates increasing to 2, 3, 4 inches per hour at times, maybe even as much as 5 inches per hour locally, especially north and west of the low where we have that banding set up, and that is where we're going to have maybe even thunder snow, along with winds that are commensurate with essentially what a strong tropical storm would do, which could include gusts to near hurricane force. Jackie will detail the wind forecast here in just a little bit. But look at how much deeper and stronger and larger this storm is going to be 12 hours from now compared to what it is now. Dramatic change overnight tonight. That is why we're urging you to prepare and get off the roads this evening. Now, it's a pretty large system too. And so it is going to be a long duration snowfall event, long duration wind event, and pretty long duration in terms of pushing the water toward the coastline. So that's why this is going to bring all of the impacts that we can possibly think of that a true nor'easter with that northeasterly wind direction can do. And along the way, before it makes its way into Atlantic Canada, this could actually become a hurricane force extratropical low pressure system. Now, Jackie, this is not a hurricane, but so many of the impacts and preparations are kind of similar.
Yeah, and when you think, people get so hung up, I feel like, on winter storms for the amount of snowfall you're going to get. But are you really going to prepare differently for a foot of snow and 50-mile-per-hour winds compared to 2 feet of snow and 50-mile-per-hour winds? It's going to be really difficult to measure that snow anyway. So the impacts are going to be nearly the same. You just got a little bit more to shovel and to clean out as you gear up. Now, here's the latest on those winds. So let's talk about them because there's such a key element in our winter storm. And you can see that area of low pressure with the winds rotating counterclockwise around that low. And the wind's not too bad right now. We're getting some gusts around 30 miles per hour or so around the Carolinas, but that's going to change rapidly as this deepens overnight, really intensifies and works its way in a northerly direction. Look at the large area that this is going to be impacting with those strong winds between 30 to as much as maybe 70 miles per hour. The peak of those winds should be really coming in around lunchtime as that low gets as close as it's going to get across southern parts of New England. That's when we could get some of those gusts around 70 over towards the Cape. I think along I-95, anywhere between 30 to as much as 50 is a more reasonable window of opportunity. But that's going to stick there for about 12 hours or more. And then finally, those winds begin to calm down as we head into Sunday and our nor'easter becomes Canada's problem. Now, this is a blizzard, and there is actually a technical definition for a blizzard. It doesn't mean just a really bad snowstorm. It means that our winds are going to be sustained at 35 miles per hour or more, or we'll have frequent gusts around 35 miles per hour or more. That will drive down your visibility to a quarter of a mile or less, and you will have that have to happen for 3 hours for it technically to be a blizzard. Now, snow, of course, has to be involved, but the snow does not actually have to be falling from the sky. You can have a ground blizzard from existing snow, 2 inches of snow versus 2 feet of snow. If it meets that criteria, it's what we call a blizzard. Now, we want to go back to Tevin Wooten, who is live in New York City. And Tevin, no blizzard warning for New York City, but whiteout conditions can be expected there at times.
Yeah, it can be, or near blizzard conditions still expected somewhere around the New York City area and the tri-state area. And that's one big question that I've seen actually on social media. A lot of you viewers have been sending us questions using the hashtag TWC Storm Center. I told you we'll do our best to answer them here on the air. And to do that, we're going to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. And I don't know if we put that title hurricane expert in front of his name, but in a way, hurricane sort of similar to winter storms as well. Dr. Knabb, one point of that being the rapid intensification of this area of low pressure, of this nor'easter. Can you expand more about what that means for not only a system, but also this specific system?
Sure, sure. And in both cases, we're talking about a low pressure system whose central low pressure drops dramatically in a short amount of time. You know, in the hurricane world, we usually measure that in terms of how fast the maximum winds increase, like 35 miles an hour in intensity in 24 hours. With the winter storms, we're not measuring the winds as closely out over the water as we are the hurricanes, but we have a pretty good idea what the pressure drop is. And it's kind of what we call bombogenesis. It's dramatic drop in the central pressure of an extratropical, a frontal, a wintertime system of at least 24 millibars in 24 hours. Kenan says, I got that. That's easy. He's going to get way past 24 millibars in 24 hours, more like 30, 40 plus, depending on which 24-hour period you look at. And that's because of a completely different setup than with hurricanes. This requires particular jet stream configuration and energy and temperature contrast in the atmosphere, and we've got a big dip in the jet stream, kind of a dual jet core setup that's going to put the low pressure system in between those two jets, and that is where when you exit this jet and enter this jet, that dramatically increases the ability of the atmosphere to take the air out at the top faster than we're replacing it at the bottom. And when that low gets in that sweet spot, unfortunately, that's when the surface pressure is going to dramatically drop. Now, we already have splitting apart of the upper level flow down here off the southeast coast such that the low pressure is already starting to deepen. But it's going to dramatically deepen when it gets underneath that jet stream configuration. And there's also high pressure off to the north, like Jackie was talking about. So the combination of this rapid deepening of the low as it runs into that high pressure to the north is what's going to cause such an increase in the wind speed. Now, this central pressure might get down to close to equivalent of a central pressure of a major hurricane, but this is not going to have those kinds of winds because the pressure gradient is spread out over a larger area, but it is still going to get close to, Jackie, eventually a hurricane force equivalent Cat 1 kind of system that could bring gusts of hurricane force and certainly tropical storm force to the land areas. And it's so large, too. These winter storms are horizontally large. That's why it can push the ocean around and produce the coastal flooding and the storm surge issues. And then the wind itself. In a strong tropical storm, we know what that can do when it lasts for more than a day.
So many factors going into this that's going to lead to epic snowfall amounts. Could be historic in some situations. We've had a lot of questions tonight. Folks asking, how are we going to get so much snowfall out of this storm, and why is there such a gradient between all of these things? And a couple of factors that I just want to highlight that are going to lead to some of these really big snowfall totals, one of which is the amount of moisture that's going to be available. So this is a look at the model forecast of the atmospheric moisture available, and you see the greens, you see some of the yellows indicating the higher concentrations of moisture. And look how this taps all the way down into the Western Caribbean. So this is Caribbean type moisture that's getting drawn up and surrounding our area of low pressure and getting wrapped up into that much colder air. Now, Dr. Knabb was talking about the bombogenesis. Now, what also is going to be happening with that is that we'll have frontogenesis taking place, where that warmer, more moist air is getting lifted as it converges with that colder air, creating these heavier bands of snow that begin to develop. And who gets in on those heavier bands ultimately is going to help determine who gets those bigger numbers. And as we look at our high-res future radar, take a look at the gradient and the differences in the colors. And you can see some of these bands trying to develop and even being picked up here on our radar. So we could get big snows out here onto the Cape, but look at the lighter colors back out here, not too far away into western parts of Connecticut Connecticut. So those bands are what are going to put down the 2 to 4 inches of snowfall per hour, and that could be lasting for hours on end. Another factor is going to be the cold air. This is not going to be that big, fat, huge flakes that maybe melt on contact that you can make a good snowball or a snowman with. Our temperatures are going to be down here into the teens for the most part through the duration event, not to mention the howling winds that are going to add insult to injury for those feel-like factors. But when we have that colder air, we get fluffier snow. Typically, on average, we would say for every 1 inch of liquid rainfall, you would get 10 inches of snowfall. This time around, we could be looking at snowfall rates around 20 to 1, possibly even higher than that. So Boston looks like they could very well get in on some of these heavier snowfall rates. They could last for hours, and those winds for maybe 12 hours or more. So let's get to our Justin Michaels. Justin, you're not going to be able to see anything out there tomorrow, my friend. We get in those bands 4 inches an hour. It's going to be puking snow.
It's going to be puking snow, and I tell you what, a lot of people are probably going to be out having fun as long as they're not driving, right, Jackie? Staying off the roads is the best thing you can be doing. Go out and enjoy it, but don't drive in it. And I'll tell you who is going to be driving in it are all the crews that are out. Just in the city of Boston alone, we're talking nearly 900 crews could be out. The city's going to have 100 out immediately, and then they can employ the difference there. Around the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we're talking about nearly 4,000 crews statewide doing the salting and the clearing of snow. And of course, those iconic Massachusetts and New England conga lines, those lines and trains of plows on the highways in every lane, just pushing it all off. You know, those are going to be all over the place. Something else that Dr. Nab and Jackie have been talking about tonight, and Tevin Wooten from New York City, is coastal flooding and the extraordinary risk for that all over the place. Now, here in Boston, maybe not so much because of the direction of the winds and the position of Boston Harbor, which is a good thing, but I can tell you they're ready. Take a look back here, and you can see right around the Aquarium T-stop, the MBTA T-stop, that's the entrance into the train underground. You can see the walls that they're building, and they will really encapsulate that entire area just in case flooding does happen, because we know it's prone to do that here in this part of Boston. So preparations are underway. We just checked at the airport. Boston Logan has 611 preemptive cancellations for tomorrow alone. Folks, you're not flying in or out of here tomorrow. Best thing you can do, stay home, stay safe, and the Weather Channel will get you through the storm. We're back after this live.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
Take a look at this heart. It's the one I'm gonna use to love.
At Lowe's, you never have to be finished with your finishing touches, with aisles of ways to refresh and restyle for whatever style you're feeling. At prices you're really feeling. Shop the Lowe's Bath Style and Save event now, in-store and online.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
My dental health was not good. I had periodontal disease, and I just didn't feel well. But then I found Clear Choice.
Replacing Marcia's teeth with dental implants at Clear Choice was going to afford her that permanent solution.
Clear Choice dental implants gave me the ability to take on the world. I feel so much better, and I think that that is the key.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's, and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
It's time for Sleep Number's January sale on the Sleep Number 360 smart bed.
What if I sleep hot?
Or cold.
No problem. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed is temperature balancing, so you both sleep just right. And it senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly comfortable.
So you can really promise better sleep?
Yes, you'll know exactly how well you slept night after night. We take care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. And now save $1,000 on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition Smart Bed Queen, now $19.99, plus 0% interest for 48 months on all smart beds. Only for a limited time.
Arm & Hammer Plus OxyClean with Odor Blasters. Triple power action blasts away stains and obliterates odors for long-lasting freshness. More power to you.
This is a hero walking his youngest down the aisle, which to his bladder feels like a mile. Yet he stands strong, dry, keeping the leaks only to his eyes. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Manhood looks different from guy to guy, but when yours bends in a different direction, you might feel bothered by it. So talk to a urologist, because a bend in your erection might be Peyronie's disease, or PD. It's a condition that involves a buildup of scar tissue, but it's treatable. Xiaflex is the only FDA-approved non-surgical treatment for appropriate adult men with Peyronie's disease. Along with daily penile stretching and straightening exercises, Xiaflex has been proven to help gradually reduce the bend. Don't receive if the treatment area involves your urethra, or if you're allergic to any collagenase or any of the ingredients. May cause serious side effects, including penile fracture or other serious injury during an erection, and severe allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Seek help if you have any of these symptoms. Do not have any sexual activity during and for at least 4 weeks after each treatment cycle. Sudden back pain reactions after treatment may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a bleeding condition or take blood thinners, as risk of bleeding or bruising at the treatment site is increased. Talk to a urologist about what your manhood could look like. Find a Xiaflex-trained urologist at bentcarrot.com.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, windy with snow, high 24. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble. We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here.
If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
I've signed an order banning tractor trailers on the roads beginning at 6 a.m. tomorrow through 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night. That'll be on Saturday. Because of the dangerous conditions and poor visibility expected tomorrow, I've also signed an order banning any motor vehicles traveling on Rhode Island roads beginning 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and lasting
That was Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee letting folks know tomorrow will not be an easy day for commutes. You heard him talking about some of the big rigs and 18-wheelers that will unfortunately have a difficult go. So he's trying to preemptively let folks know that tomorrow, especially with those strong winds, 50 miles an hour, trucks will have a difficult time getting around. Welcome back in the Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are live in New York City, just one of the many regions that will be impacted by, or one of the many areas that would be impacted by Winter Storm Kenan. This is sort of the calm and also the cold before the storm. It's certainly not quiet here at Bryant Park. A lot of folks enjoying the Bank of America Winter Village. But just to show you the thermometer here, well, it was a little cooler earlier. This isn't exact, but we were right around 32 degrees. So no, we are nowhere near 40. We are below freezing. I will let you know that the thermometer on the way down. We have to recalibrate this before tomorrow, before the arrival of the storm. 32 degrees, a wind chill right around 25. We'll feel that tomorrow too. I want to get back to those winds rather quickly though for the Rhode Island area and for several coastal communities. That is a biting north wind from the north and east. That's why we call this a nor'easter after all. Wind gusts between 50 and 60 miles an hour. So if you live along the Providence River or the Mount Hope Bay, a lot of those waterways will start to swell. Let's go to the north and east now, up here to Boston with meteorologist Mish Michaels. Hey, Mish.
Hey, Tevin, it's a beautiful night here in Boston. All the restaurants are open. People are all abuzz, moving around, just a light breeze. But we know all this is about to change. You heard Dr. Knabb talking about bombogenesis and the rapid deepening of the storm that is now just getting underway off the Carolina coastline and moving in our direction. You can see the beautiful Boston City skyline behind me. By 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, you won't see it at all. It'll be near zero visibility at times during the day tomorrow with 2 to 4 inches of snowfall. Now that bombogenesis, that terminology actually has a history right here in Boston. There was a professor at MIT, Fred Sanders, who actually coined that phrase when he published a paper in 1980 and quantified that use of a bomb cyclone. And he quantified it as a 24 millibar drop in a 24-hour period. We know that the storm is likely to exceed that. But it took from 1980, when that paper was published, to decades later when it's finally become a part of everyday chatter at the dinner table and certainly the media. Now, if you want to track in an official way along with us, use a picnic table or your back porch. This is an official snowboard, 16 by 16 inches. It is painted white, so no snow that falls on it melts. And what you do is you have 2 snowboards or your back deck. One you lay down, and every 6 hours you wipe it away. So you measure that 6-hour snowfall, and then you write it down on a piece of paper, and then you wipe it away and measure again 6 hours later. And that helps to tally up the snowfall. The other snowboard you leave in place and you allow the snow to slowly pack in, and that is your snow cover. But that's your actual snowfall total, and that's what the professionals use to officially make the snowfall numbers. But of course, the snow is only one part of the story of the storm. Coastal flooding also an issue here in Massachusetts on both the North and South Shore. And with more on that, we go to Dr. Knabb.
Yeah, Mish, thank you so much. So glad you mentioned Fred Sanders, because when I did my undergraduate thesis on rapidly intensifying wintertime cyclones, I referenced his paper in my paper. Of course, he was the father of the meteorological bomb, right? Now, let's talk about what this rapidly deepening low pressure system is going to do in terms of not just snow, not just the wind itself, but the wind pushing the water toward the coastline, kind of like a tropical system can do. A large winter storm can push water toward the coastline. Coastal flood warnings in the Cape May area and Rehoboth Beach area. Coastal flood advisories up here in the coastal areas of Massachusetts. Now, overnight tonight, the onshore flow toward this concave-shaped part of the coastline here in the mid-Atlantic into the northeast will catch that water. And when we hit high tide along the Jersey Shore and down into the Delaware Bay area, that's when we could have 1 or 2 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground in that coastal flood warning area. That could put water onto the roads. We've seen that happen before. Some structures could take on water. And then when we get to high tide here in the Cape Cod area, we won't be at maximum wind. That'll happen probably during the afternoon between low and high tide. That's a good thing for lessening the coastal flooding. However, at both low tide and high tide tomorrow, we're going to have enough strong onshore flow that we could have the waves crashing into places like Scituate. If officials have told you to evacuate, you do that tonight.
You think she's still awake?
Don't worry.
The Lexus RX, built for modern families.
Get $1,500 lease cash toward a 2022 RX 350.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
These are the faces of Listerine. The face of millions of germs zapped in seconds. The face of clean. The face of whoa. Some are of intensity. Others, joy. All are of Listerine. Feel the whoa.
Meet Chef Clem, owner of Don't Be Sour, a sourdough donut company. She was flying back from a conference when she got a text. She needed a bigger fridge ASAP if she was going to fulfill her orders. So she used her American Express Business Platinum card to earn more points on the big ticket purchase. She got the new fridge, fulfilled the orders, and with her extra points, she got new equipment that allowed her to expand her business by rolling out a new product. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Don't be shy now. I like that prime cut.
Aflac.
I love my gold jacket, but that Aflac blue feels so right.
When you feel right, you coach right.
I know that's right. Prime never believed in double coverage, but health insurance and Aflac is money.
Must be the money. And I know how Coach Prime feels about money.
Aflac. Now that is what this jacket needs.
Must be money.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Get crackin' and feel unbeatable with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. Bacon and cheddar or egg white and veggie. Made with cage-free eggs and packed with protein. Take on the day with new omelet bites from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data. $20, no contract.
$20? Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me. Get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
All hail Nathan Chen.
She is a true competitor.
The moment has arrived. Team USA.
The Winter Olympics begin Thursday on NBC and Peacock.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
Coastal Massachusetts bracing for a big hit from Winter Storm Kenan, expecting to get slammed with tropical storm force wind gusts, perhaps more than that even. Could be enduring 24 hours or more of coastal flooding, feet of snowfall. What you're looking at is the calm before the storm in Marshfield earlier today. Welcome back to Storm Center, everybody. Hope you're doing okay on this Friday night as we track our winter storm Kenan up the East Coast. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We've got meteorologist Tevin Wooten coming to us live from New York City. Everybody's getting ready for the big storm, and this is going to have some really big impacts to go along with it. Tevin, it looks like a beautiful, calm scene in New York City right now, but boy, things are going to get cranking by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Jackie, we're already sort of seeing that first glimpse, if you will, of some of the snow and the gusty winds as well. Wind gusts right around 10 to 15 miles an hour. At least for now, all of this is expected to change right around midnight and as we go into Saturday morning. The heart of the morning, I would say anywhere right around daybreak, we will certainly start to see this storm unleash a lot of wind, a lot of snow, and a lot of coastal flooding, and that will only ramp up as we go throughout our Saturday. I want to quickly, if we can, Dalton, can we pull up the radar? We're actually starting to see a little bit more snow, just very light right now, and this would be minute in comparison to what we see on Saturday. But there is a little stray band on the outer fringes, the far-reaching outer fringes of Winter Storm Kenan here that's pushing in some snowfall across the tri-state. Most of that actually towards the east and then towards the south and west. But this is coming in, and this is sort of just giving us a precursor or an appetizer to some of the heavy snow that we'll see on Saturday. Travel will be extremely difficult. I think we're pushing close to 4,000 cancellations now on Saturday alone across the United States. Of course, the bulk of those will likely be at your hubs like Philadelphia, D.C., New York City, LaGuardia, JFK, Newark, on Long Island, Boston too, all those areas seeing significant airport cancellations in advance of the storms. I can only imagine what we'll wake up to tomorrow in terms of a number or a numeral on those cancellations. If you happen to get out on the roadway, you might be out there on your own. First responders, state troopers, highway patrol, you do not want to put those guys and those gals in any more harm that they're already in. So if you can, stay home. Unfortunately, we have seen time and time again from snowstorms with a name, also snowstorms without a name, where folks get out there, they get stranded. So, the state trooper may come out or the first responder comes out, and then all of a sudden someone loses control of their vehicle and then impacts another person, unfortunately, which can be fatal. And we have seen that, unfortunately, at times as well. So if you are out, if you do have to commute, the word from government officials here in New York City and also in Boston as well, use public transportation if you can. They have those systems at play for a reason. I will let you know. If you are attempting to use the Long Island Railroad, they anticipate that being closed tomorrow. And also Amtrak has closed between Penn Station here in New York City and Boston as well. All right, let's bring in a hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, right now. And Dr. Knabb, when we're watching this storm in terms of its progression, that low off the southeast coast, a question for you, is this any sort of way perhaps not in the location or not at the longitude that some of the models had it, or is it right on par?
Now, it's pretty darn close, but right now it is still kind of a broad area of low pressure. So where it really focuses, where the pressure really bottoms out and its exact track and intensity still could have some wobbles to it. But yeah, it's unfortunately following the script so far. So it's a good thing people are preparing for blizzard conditions. And I want to highlight, everyone, what is the significance of wind in this. It's not just that it creates a blizzard warning and it's very attention getting, which it legitimately should be. It's about, in the blizzard conditions, visibility being so bad, down to zero, that it makes travel, just because of the lack of visibility, dangerous. But the strong winds make it even more dangerous to be out on the roads because of slick roads or impassable roads because of snow. The winds make it such that the snow will be drifting and will make it hard for high-profile vehicles to drive around. And then that wind can take down trees, can take down power lines, and take the power out. And in southeastern New England, some of that snow is going to be pretty wet and heavy. So that makes it, along with the greater exposure to the strong winds that could gust to hurricane force, even greater chances of power outages. But a significant area that could experience power outages due to the combination of the snow and the wind. The upper levels are coming together as we expected. There's the surface low, and it's around 1,000 millibars. Probably got another 40 millibars to go, dropping down to in the 960s by tomorrow evening at this time. And the onset of the winds and the snow is going to be after midnight for most of you. Right now, it's not too bad along the coast, but it is going to be getting a lot worse. So I would say in the next 3-4 hours, the snow will start in Boston, and then for everybody by tomorrow morning, the snowfall rates and the winds will mean stay off the roads.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Does sinus congestion and pressure make breathing feel impossible, especially at night? Try Vicks Sinex. Unlike most sinus treatments, it provides instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours. Its powerful decongestant targets congestion at the source with a dual-action formula that relieves nasal congestion and soothes sinus pressure by reducing swelling in the sinuses. For instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours, try Vicks Sinex. From Vicks, trusted relief for over 125 years.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. Breathe better.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
Verizon is going ultra, and so is our best unlimited plan ever. Mary, welcome to Verizon's new plan with 5G ultra wideband now in many more cities. Cool. Up to 10 times the speed at zero extra cost. Our 5G data is for reals unlimited, no matter how much you use.
Did you just say for reals?
Sorry. Let's put it to work with 6 premium entertainment subscriptions included.
Shh, I'm in the lead.
Go on, watch all you want.
I love this show.
And because a better plan deserves a better phone, how about a new one on us?
Seriously?
Yep, it's our best plan ever. Verizon is going ultra, so you can too.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
My dental health was not good. I had periodontal disease, and I just didn't feel well. But then I found Clear Choice.
Replacing Marcia's teeth with dental implants at Clear Choice was going to afford her that permanent solution.
Clear Choice dental implants gave me the ability to take on the world. I feel so much better, and I think that that is the key.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc. Unlock life.
S.C. Johnson.
It was a tragedy. With knockoff batteries, Little Miss Cupcake never stood a chance. Until Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest-lasting AA battery. Case closed.
If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television and its innovative pattern climate team. Every day on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Storm Center, everybody, with our continuing coverage of Winter Storm Kenan. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris, and you are looking live at Boston behind me. And look at how beautiful Boston is right now. There in the harbor, everything all lit up. This is the calm before our conditions really begin to deteriorate tomorrow. 32 degrees in Boston. Now might be a good time to get a quick walk in, get the dog out for a longer walk, because this is as warm as it's going to be all weekend long, not to mention the brutal winds and the heavy snow and heavy snow rates as we head into tomorrow as our blizzard warning begins to kick in. Our Justin Michaels is live in Boston. He's been there all day today. And Justin, I know today's been a day of preparation, getting barricades up, getting the streets prepared, getting the crews ready, but also canceling a lot of flights too.
Oh, my gosh. I just checked the numbers, Jackie. 611 already canceled for tomorrow just at Boston Logan. And I have some bad news for you. If you think that maybe, hey, we'll get out of here on Sunday. They're already beginning to cancel flights on Sunday from Boston Logan as well. So just be careful as far as air travel coming to, through, or around Boston over the next couple days. It's going to be challenging, and I think that's a very kind way to describe what it's going to be for a lot of people. All right, let's talk about the roads here in Boston and really across the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Just in Boston, they're going to have just short of 900 crews available for clearing and salting roads here just in the city. Across the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we're talking about 4,000 crews. Sounds like a lot, right? Well, just because of that and that reason alone, the Massachusetts governor is really simply encouraging people, stay off the roads. Watch.
And we're urging everyone, to the extent possible, to stay home tonight and tomorrow. The storm's expected to move into our region late tonight and continue to impact Massachusetts throughout Saturday and Saturday night. The entire state is expected to get snow, with blizzard conditions expected in coastal areas, including the Cape, and also along the South Shore and the North Shore, and very significant snowfall across Greater Boston and into Central Mass. The rate of snowfall is expected to pick up significantly around 9 or 10 tomorrow morning, and the National Weather Service expects snowfall of between 2 and 4 inches per hour between 10 and 4 tomorrow. 2 to 4 inches an hour is basically whiteout conditions. So we would especially urge anyone who doesn't have a really good reason to be out, not to be out and on the roads during that period of time.
Another big issue during this storm could be coastal flooding. In fact, likely will be. Maybe not as much here in Boston, but elsewhere on the coast. But just in case, we can see now that these walls, they're constructing them, Department of Public Works here in Boston, you can see those walls, and what they're going to do as the storm comes in, they will seal that aquarium MBTA or T-stop off, so no flooding could get in that MBTA stop. The aquarium T-stop here is one that is known for flooding, so they're just trying to mitigate that right out the gate, Jackie. And Jackie, another thing, kind of a little fun side of this, but there's also a lot of science involved in it as well. You would know better than me, but people are talking about thunder snow. Jackie, I know that going into this storm, people were talking about it big time enough that they were doing like thunder snow forecasts. Is there still the potential here as Kenan comes through?
Absolutely. Jim Cantori isn't in Boston for a reason. That's definitely a good possibility. We'll have big rising motion, very rapidly rising air. All the dynamics are there. And with the band set up and those heavy snowfall rates, Boston could be in that zone to get thunder snow. That said, it could be a little off towards the south and east as well, out towards the Cape. But it's definitely on the table for much of southern parts of New England. All right, let's talk about the forecast for it, shall we? Not just thunder snow, but all of the conditions and impacts that we're going to be getting from Kenan. This is a look at the forecast intensity of the snowfall. So the higher up the bars go, the heavier the snowfall is going to be. But look at the window that's going to be happening along with the strongest of winds. We're talking 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. You're going to be in the zone, and that's when we can get those heavy bands of 2 to 4 inches per hour. That's why we're going to get such big numbers in a place like Boston, and that could lead to 2 feet of snowfall. Somebody in the region, I think, could end up with 30 inches potentially. That said, we could wiggle a little bit here and there and be a little closer to 18 inches or maybe a little bit under that. What about you in New York City? I think 6 to 12 is a good range to have in mind. And that, that doesn't mean it's going to be 12. It means it could be 6, right? We give ranges for a reason. There you can see the snow pushing in heavier as we head through the overnight hours for tonight. Through tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up to white conditions, and then we'll end the snow west to east. Of course, the heaviest of snow and the stronger winds are going to be out on Long Island. Dr. Knapp?
Yeah, Jackie, so when you talk about that much snow, obviously we have the risk of roads being slick to darn right can't pass through.
Yeah, can't clear them.
And you could end up with really bad traffic jams, and that's just the first reason to stay off the roads. You could also get in the way of a responder or a law enforcement official or slide off the road and hit them. Strong winds will blow the snow. Your visibility will be down to 0. Trees and power lines are going to be coming down. And the wind chill temperatures are going to be so low that if you get stuck out there, that's putting your life at risk. And if you're near the coast and they tell you to move your car or evacuate, you follow those officials' instructions.
Doug.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! 34 miles per hour! New personal record, Limu!
He'll be back. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
You inspired the new Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Get $1,500 lease cash toward a 2022 ES350.
Arm & Hammer Plus OxyClean with Odor Blasters. Triple power action blasts away stains and obliterates odors for long-lasting freshness. More power to you.
Our world is changing, and the extreme weather we face is an increasing threat to you and your business. If your business or property has been damaged, our teams across North America have you covered. First On-Site Property Restoration. We equip you with the resources you need to prepare for the unexpected. And when disaster strikes, we're the first on site to quickly help your business restore, rebuild, and rise. Visit us at firstonsite.com and find out why we're the only restoration partner you will ever need.
Glasses. Finding stuff is hard, but finding your show, easy. With Universal Voice Search from Dish.
Virgin River.
Search for shows anywhere with just your voice, across live TV and all streaming apps.
Babe, you see my glasses?
They're here somewhere.
Car. Because you've got enough stuff to look for. Voice search across live TV and streaming apps with Dish.
New York business owners, if you're getting internet service from Verizon, you're paying too much. Why pay more for less? Switch to Spectrum Business and get New York City's best offer. Blazing fast internet speeds of 600 megabits per second for just $49.99 per month. Taxes and fees included. Call 855-878-7991. In fact, switching to Spectrum Business could cut your bill in half. With faster speeds, a great price, and over 99.9% network reliability, you can count on Spectrum Business to be the best choice for your business. Boost your business with 600 megabit internet for just $49.99 a month. Add reliable phone for just $19.99 a month. No taxes, no fees, no contracts. Verizon can't touch this offer. Switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 855-878-7991. Spectrum Business. No nonsense, just business.
To the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have. The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees with snow showers. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, windy with snow, high 24. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Carbon monoxide poisoning is also a major concern with winter storms, and so be sure to clear snow from the area around exhaust vents so that carbon monoxide doesn't back up into your home.
Yeah, really good advice there from Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. Welcome back into the Weather Channel. And meteorologist Tevin Wood, we are live for you here in Bryant Park in New York City covering Winter Storm Kenan. Great advice from Mayor Wu there, by the way. I know time and time again we see folks that perhaps go to their car. If they lose power, they go to their car. Maybe it's parked in a garage or parked too closely to the home, and they run that thing so much that carbon monoxide starts to build up and they have to get sent off to the hospital. The other thing that you don't want to do, which I know sounds trivial, do not burn a grill inside of your house as a heat source. If you need it as a heat source, it needs to be outside and well away from your home. Generators, same sort of principle there as well. You don't want those fumes to build up such that you have respiratory issues. We continue to track this storm, which, by the way, here in New York City at Bryant Park at the Bank of America Winter Village here in Bryant Park, we get a little bit more snowfall. In fact, I don't know if you can get down towards the ground. I mean, this stuff is starting to stick a little bit here or there, but keep in mind, this is not the roadway. I'm looking out at the roadway, and overall, those are fine, but this is slick. So at least for folks walking here tonight and into tomorrow, just know that the slick area has already started to, roads or rather sidewalks have started to slick up. Eventually roads will as well. This is sort of the precursor of what's to come. There's a band of snow, by the way, here in New York City, a much larger band actually pushing through Philadelphia. I just saw some video from my friend Steve Sosina there in Philadelphia, one of the meteorologists, and he actually showed huge flakes downtown in Philadelphia. So if we happen to get some video out of that area, you would be surprised at how dense those flakes are. If we zoom into the tri-state, here it comes, that shield of precipitation, those showers, snow showers that is, those are starting to march in. Temperatures are starting to march down. We're at 31 degrees right now, and this is just the beginning, the precursor of what's to come with Winter Storm Kenan. A lot of questions still surround Winter Storm Kenan. In fact, a lot of you at home have been sharing your questions online and on air as well. Here, Dan Johnson says, what determines the wobble or movement of the center of the low? That's a very great question for expert analysis. Let's bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb and Jackie Jarris as well. Dr. Knabb, what exactly dictates that movement? How can we best answer that for Dan?
Yeah, that's a great question from Dan, and there's more than one answer. There's a number of different factors. Now, you're talking about the surface low. You know, that's where we live. That's where the winds are going to be. So we're concerned about where the surface low is. And in a wintertime setup, where the surface low forms and where it goes and where it strengthens has a lot to do with what's going on in the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere, with an upper level trough here that splits apart the atmosphere aloft and allows the low pressure to form and strengthen. But also, where do you have a jet stream configuration that allows low pressure to get lower by taking air out at the top faster than you replace it at the bottom? So you can see where the surface low is relative to the jet stream. Now, that surface low is going to move in the direction of that jet stream dip. So it's going to move from south to north, but it's going to try to follow where the atmosphere is taking out the air at the top, and so it's going to follow that favorable jet stream configuration, but also it's just going to move with that general flow from south to north. But also, once it gets really strong, Tevin and Jackie, then it might start to take on kind of eye-like features, and just the matter of it being so strong and having such a strong rotation, it could wobble around a little bit. It could get drawn into the upper low, slow down, speed up. So there's a lot of factors, but it's a little different setup than with a hurricane.
All right, Dr. Knabb, I love this next question. Speaking of tropics, because the hurricane hunters on Storm Center last night, we tracked them flying into the Atlantic, sampling the atmosphere and getting data to put into the models, which went right into the zero-Z runs. And we saw a big change all of a sudden, didn't we, with the GFS especially. So Todd wants to know, what did the hurricane hunters find out to put into that data?
Yeah, so it's the same aircraft, the Air Force C-130s, but it's different mission type. You don't fly into the storm. In fact, yesterday, Jackie, there wasn't really much of a low to fly into, right? You don't fly into the hurricane. You fly into the environment that is going to be important for how our nor'easter develops, strengthens, and moves. And those data are collected at a different altitude. When the hurricane hunters fly into a hurricane, they fly into it at about 5,000 or 10,000 feet. They go into the storm, collect data for the humans and the models. Now, these flights by those same type of planes are done at higher altitude. They fly up at 20,000, 30,000 feet, as high as they can go, to drop these parachute-borne instruments, these dropsons, to drop them into the environment so that we get a better idea of the jet stream configuration that's causing Kenan to strengthen and get a better handle on its track and intensity. Did that data collection last night and today do a lot of good? We'll find out when we verify the forecast. Usually it helps.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. It was a booster.
Downy Unstoppables.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE small appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
This buy one, get one half off, it's offensive. No regard for folks who don't have someone, those who strong-arm their way to the top, only to find they got no one to share the view with. Thank you, Stephen.
Jimmy John's, buy one, get one half off.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
The Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Squares Sweepstakes is back, and your chance to make the biggest play of the season is here. Touchdowns, field goals, every time the score changes, you could be scoring $50,000. Plus, 2 $500,000 grand prizes you could use toward your dream home. 1 way to enter, 2 ways to win, 0 reasons not to play. Enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 56.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss. And if you're taking a multivitamin alone, you may be missing a critical piece. Preservision. Preservision AREDS 2 contains the only clinically proven nutrient formula recommended by the National Eye Institute to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
Preservision is backed by 20 years of clinical studies.
And it's from the eye experts at Bausch & Lomb.
So ask your doctor about adding Preservision and fill in a missing piece of your plan.
Like I did with Preservision.
At Hampton by Hilton, contactless arrival means she can skip the front desk, go straight to her room, unlock her door, and head right to bed. Book our family of brands at Hilton.com. To new memories, Hilton.
I need you to see.
Celebrate every kiss that led to this one. Get 20 to 40% off engagement, wedding, and anniversary rings at Kay.
Meet Chef Clem, owner of Don't Be Sour, a sourdough donut company. She was flying back from a conference when she got a text. She needed a bigger fridge ASAP if she was going to fulfill her orders. So she used her American Express Business Platinum card to earn more points on the big ticket purchase. She got the new fridge, fulfilled the orders, and with her extra points, she got new equipment that allowed her to expand her business by rolling out a new product. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Happy Friday night, everybody, and welcome to our special coverage of Winter Storm Kenan. It is set to bring potentially historic snowfall to New England, along with blizzard conditions and dangerous coastal flooding. There you can see the cold front working its way through the Northeast, and that little blob of clouds off the Carolina coast, that's the area of low pressure that's working its way on up towards the north. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined in studio tonight by our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. You're going to hear from him on the radar in just a moment. And we've got meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is joining us live from New York City tonight. New York City under a winter storm warning. They're going to get heavy snow, gusty winds, and it's not going to be a good one tomorrow, Tevin.
Absolutely, Jackie. What we're seeing right now, just light flakes. These will pale in comparison to what we start to see tomorrow. Some of this already sticking to the ground. In fact, at least the sidewalks for now. Looking behind me, the roads look A-OK, but perhaps tomorrow a much different story. More than 75 million Americans in the path of this storm, from the Tri-Cities in the Appalachians all the way to the Tri-State here in New York City and beyond. We have this storm covered from multiple angles. Crews out in the field, crews in the studio as well to get you through this storm and beyond. If there's ever any time, a point where you have a question, you can actually tweet us those questions at Weather Channel. You can use the hashtag Kenan as well. We certainly want to answer all the questions that you may have so you can better prepare for this storm. I will let you in on this though. Preparation should really start to wind down. Where you are tonight is where you should be tomorrow, Jackie, in advance of this monster of a storm.
Yeah, sleeping tonight where you're riding out the storm. Great advice, because you just got to stay home. You know, walking around is probably your only mode of transportation, I think, tomorrow. We want to update you, as we always do, on the watches and warnings and numbers involved here. We've got about 33 million under winter weather advisories, nearly 30 million under winter storm warnings, and check out the blizzard warnings for 10 million. Some of us have not had blizzard warnings in years. Here's what we know right now. A state of emergency has been issued for portions of Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. Altogether, we've got about 73 million under some type of a winter weather alert. The city of Philadelphia now has issued a snow emergency that has gone into effect. We want to go right to Dr. Rick Knabb, who is on the radar. Dr. Knabb, we've got snow in Huntsville. We've got snow in New York City. There's a lot going on tonight with our winter storm.
Yeah, Kenan is a large system, and it's only going to get stronger and larger. Yeah, Huntsville's 35 degrees with a snow shower right now, and that's the southwestern end of it all. And now the snow is on the increase, will be starting all the way up in Boston here in the next couple of few hours. And when it's all said and done, we're talking not just several inches, but up to a couple or 3 feet locally of snowfall. And this forecast, in some spots, could things overachieve? Well, there's at least a chance of that 1 foot amount in any of these areas. 1 out of 3 shot at any one spot, including New York City or near Philadelphia. So some of you might get a little more than you expected. And look at how big of an area has at least a shot at 18 inches. My goodness. But it's not just going to be about the snow. We got blizzard warnings for a reason, because we've got the wind component that's going to bring down the visibility. So let's talk about how strong this system is now, how strong it's going to get, and what does that mean for the various things the winds are going to do in combination with the snow. And then Jackie's going to detail that wind forecast. The middle upper levels, just really, really potent, deep trough, cold air in the eastern part of the U.S., as it's been pretty much the whole winter, at least since the end of December, right? And that configuration of a trough is leading to our strengthening low pressure system, which is now just off the coast of southeastern North Carolina. And we've got a strengthening high pressure in Ontario. In between, that pressure gradient is tightening, and that cold air is in place, ready to receive Kenan. And all that moisture and energy that storm is going to bring will be falling into that cold air and interacting with it to produce tremendous snowfall rates of 2 to 4 inches, locally 5 inches per hour tomorrow. And that's why it's going to add up so much, because when we get northwest of that low, that's where the banding can really set up. Now, you see that we've got, look at that northerly flow. It's going to get super cold in the southeast all the way down into Florida on the backside of this low. And there's where we've got the snow showers there and in northern Alabama. But you can imagine that here in Boston here, the snow onset is going to be here in the next couple of hours. Now, the low pressure system is centered offshore, so that's where the strongest winds are, although in Norfolk, we've got winds that are now gusting to near 30 miles an hour. So the winds are starting to pick up along the coast, and as we go farther to the north, not so bad yet, but oh my gosh, are the winds going to change in magnitude along with the ramp up of the snow overnight tonight. So tonight, the next few hours, get your final preparations done and stay off the roads, because watch what happens overnight. This low moves north, but it dramatically bombs out with the pressure going way down. And here's that benchmark, 40 north, 70 west. You might think, well, it's not going to go right over that, so how can this maximize the snow? Well, this is going to be particularly strong, particularly large, so this will have no problem producing tremendous amounts of snow, and with a true nor'easter with that wind direction, having a long duration of wind. And the combination of wind and snow could produce power outages in places like southeastern New England, Jackie, where the snow could be a little wetter and heavier and the winds could be a little stronger. That's where we could maximize the power outages, but a lot more folks than that could lose their power because of the wind.
Yes, and it's going to be difficult for utility crews to be able to get that power restored. If we're talking feet of snow in some locations combined with those strong winds, you got to dig out to be able to get to some of these locations to get those power lines repaired and get them back up and operational. So I do think everybody within that region, certainly under the blizzard warnings at a minimum, needs to be prepared to lose power. Along I-95, I think our wind gusts still 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that's nothing to sneeze at. That's strong enough to cause some tree damage and some power outages. So there you can see our area of low pressure with those winds going counterclockwise around that low with gusts around 30, 35 miles per hour at times. As Dr. Knabb alluded to, those winds are going to get cranking overnight tonight and into tomorrow. And look at the huge area that we're talking about of these strong winds. This is the entire megalopolis from D.C. on northward up into Canada, where the winds at a minimum are going to be up to 30 miles per hour. We start issuing advisories at 35 miles per hour because that's when damage can occur, and we're going to be close to that all across this region. Now, the peak of these winds, I really think are going to be starting to crank around lunchtime tomorrow, give or take, depending on your exact location, and they're going to stay strong into the evening, and then overnight we'll start to watch those strong winds really over the Canadian Maritimes. We'll still have gusty conditions, and our winds still could be strong enough even into early Sunday morning to cause a little bit of blowing and drifting, and it makes it more difficult to clear the roadways off. Now, this is a bona fide blizzard. At least that's what we're expecting, but it isn't called a blizzard until it meets this criteria. It doesn't mean just a bad storm. You actually have a technical definition where winds have to be sustained or frequent gusts at 35 miles per hour or more. Visibility has to be at a quarter of a mile or less. And snow has to be either coming down or blowing around for 3 hours or more. So boom, 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 1, 2, 3. That's your big your criteria for a blizzard. Things that are not factors are the amount of snowfall. You could have a ground blizzard with 0 snow, or you could have 2 feet of snow. The temperature is not a factor, and the geographical location is not a factor. Of course, there are parts of the country where we see blizzards happen a little bit more frequently, especially up into the northern plains. Want to get to meteorologist Kevin Wooten. He is in New York City right now. No blizzard warning for you, but out on Long Island there is, and your winds are going to be no joke tomorrow there in New York City either, Tevin.
Yeah, Jackie, it has been 4 years since a lot of the Northeast and New England has been under a blizzard warning, at least until today, of course, with Winter Storm Kenan. A big chunk as to why we're likely to see those blizzard, those areas of blizzard, meeting blizzard criteria rather, is due to a process known as rapid intensification. Typically, we associate rapid intensification, especially you hear that term during hurricane season, but it's not always during hurricane season when storms undergo rapid intensification. So to talk more about that, let's bring in the hurricane expert himself, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, it's not just exclusive to hurricanes where we undergo rapid intensification of storms. How does that relate to Winter Storm Kenan and its future forecast?
Well, the problem is similar in that we're dealing with a low pressure system whose central pressure will be dropping rapidly in the hours before it truly affects land in a big way. That's the bad combination, rapid intensification near land. Now, when we're talking about hurricanes, we measure that intensification in terms of the maximum wind speed, maximum sustained winds, and how much they increase over, say, a 24-hour period. So if they go up, say, 35 miles an hour in 24 hours, we call that rapid intensification of a tropical cyclone. Now, we don't measure the winds specifically out over the water as much with these winter storms that we do hurricanes, but we have a pretty good idea what the pressure is, and historically what we've called a bomb, something whose pressure drops really quickly. by 24 millibars in 24 hours. That's what we call a bomb. And when we form it, and it happens all quickly, bombogenesis, right? And Kenan is looking at 24 millibars in 24 hours and go, I'm not impressed. I'm going to maybe double that, at least get close to it. This is going to go way past that threshold because of the energy in the atmosphere and the jet stream configuration ahead of this trough that is going to allow the pressure to drop at the surface really quickly because we're taking out the air at the top of the atmosphere so much faster than we're adding it back in at the bottom. And we can see, look at these isobars getting added by the hour here. Now we're down below 1,000 millibars, but we might have 30 or 40 plus millibars more to go. And as it moves northward and strengthens, before it stops strengthening over Atlantic Canada, it might actually get to hurricane force with the maximum sustained winds are equivalent to a Cat 1. Now that would probably occur over water out to the east of the U.S., but this will still be strong enough and large enough, as Jackie just showed you, to produce wind gusts, at least to strong tropical storm force, if not to hurricane force, especially in southeastern New England, and do that for a long period of time. And so it's not just about the strength, the low pressure, how strong are the winds, but it's about the size too. Look at how long lasting the winds are going to be. And these larger systems, just like a strong tropical storm that's large or a Cat 1 hurricane that's large, Jackie, when they're large, they can produce a lot of pushing of the ocean toward the coastline and produce the coastal flooding and bona fide storm surge. So there's nothing good about a strong, large, and relatively slow-moving, long-lasting storm.
Yeah, big impacts. I mean, this very well could be a historic storm.
Absolutely.
I don't know why it's so fun to say bombogenesis. I don't know if you'd agree with me or not.
I could say it all day, but people get tired of it.
I know. Another word that's kind of fun to say, but not as fun, is frontogenesis, and that's one of the factors that we're going to be looking at that's going to be leading to some of these really big snowfall totals. And we've had a lot of questions as to why are we going to get so much snow and why such a difference of snowfall totals over a small area. And a lot of different factors lead into all of this, but a couple I want to highlight, and one of which has to do with the amount of moisture that's going to be available with Kenan. Just incredible. This is a forecast model of the atmospheric moisture, and look at how that taps into the Western Caribbean. So this is Caribbean type moisture that's getting fed up into the storm, wrapping around it. So copious amounts of moisture is available, first of all. Second of all, Dr. Knabb was talking about the bombogenesis. Well, we'll also get frontogenesis, where a front develops between the warmer, more moist air and the colder air off towards the west. So in that north-northwesterly quadrant, we tend to get the banding of snowfall, where we get rapid rising into the atmosphere. We have converging air as well. So these bands begin to develop that can put down 2 to 4 inches, maybe even more per hour. And look at our models, our short-term models indicating some of those bands, and those could begin developing already tonight and continue through the day tomorrow. There you can see them going all afternoon long. I mean, parts of southeastern Massachusetts could have these snowfall rates for literally 12 hours. One other factor is the cold air. This is not going to be a warm snow event. This is going to be a very cold event with temperatures down into the teens for the duration. When you have temperatures that cold, it begins to be a lighter, fluffier snow. So on average, our rain to snowfall average is 1 inch of rain, often equates to 1 inch of snow. But this time around, with temperatures in the teens, it's going to be a little bit closer to 20 to 1, maybe even more than that. So I wouldn't rule out a 30-inch total in there somewhere. We want to bring in our Justin Michaels. He is in Boston, Massachusetts right now, where, Justin, you're going to get in on those 2 to 4 inch snowfall rates. I hope you brought your goggles, my friend, because it is going to be tough to see anything out there tomorrow.
It is going to be an interesting day, Jackie. I'll tell you what, I know the grocery stores are selling out of what I like to call the French toast essentials, eggs, milk, and bread. They're gone all over this city and really all over New England at this point. I will tell you, though, with the snow that's going to be coming, Jackie was talking about, if you have some maple syrup at home, go get some of it, put it in a little bowl, and drizzle it with maple syrup. There's a little hint. Pro tip. So as far as the business side of this storm, we know that travel is going to be basically impossible, and you really shouldn't go anywhere. The governor is asking people simply to stay home. We know there are going to be hundreds of pieces of equipment out in Boston alone, thousands of pieces of equipment across Massachusetts to clear and salt the roadways. So stay off the roads if you possibly can, unless it's an absolute emergency. Home is really the only place you should be. As far as air travel, more than 600 flights have already been canceled for Saturday. We also know that Sunday is already beginning to see cancellations here in Boston. That's 600 just in Boston alone. It's more than 3,000 system-wide for Saturday. So travel is going to be very difficult because of the issues happening here in the Northeast. Remember, it's not just Boston, it's also New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. So many airports are going to be dealing with this issue. But here in Boston, we have a blizzard coming, folks. The Weather Channel has live coverage of this storm. Kenan coming up after this.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive. With the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before. And we'll be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there. With collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
And free, down a better down, free down. Hit free here, free wire down, get free down, get free down, make that free. Hit free here and free down, no, free, make that free. Free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. See details at TurboTax.com.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients to support immune health.
This is a game changer who dares to be fearless even when her bladder leaks. Our softest, smoothest fabric keeping her comfortable, protected, and undeniably sleek. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
If you're 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved in adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with another pneumonia vaccine, ask your doctor if Prevnar 20 could help provide additional protection. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects were pain and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, and joint pain.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
That's why I chose to get vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Because just 1 dose could help protect me from pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20 today.
All hail Nathan Chen.
The moment has arrived. The Winter Olympics begin Thursday on NBC and Peacock.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel. Every new...
Dear Winter, I'm coming. My squad of 16 vehicles with all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is ready to take you on. Safety's the name of my game. So you better bundle up. Toyota.
Right now, you can get 2.49% APR financing on a new 2022 RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
With a full range of BMW X vehicles available, no matter what adventure lies around the corner, there's an X for that. Hurry in, release a 2022 BMW X3 X-Drive 30i for $539 per month.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 32 degrees with snow. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, windy with snow, high 24. Here's our 7-day outlook.
New territory for sure. We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? Outside!
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Here's what I'm asking New Yorkers. Just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets, have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home.
There you go. You heard it from the governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul there. The best way is to stay home. The best way to stay safe, that is to stay home. Welcome back into the Weather Channel as we continue to cover Winter Storm Kenan. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are live here in Bryant Park at the Bank of America Winter Village, where with a little assist from Mother Nature, we have really decked out this Winter Village now with more snowfall. Now, we'll let you in on a little bit of a secret. A lot of what we're seeing fall to the ground, some of it sticking on the sidewalk, that is, and on the walkway here at the Winter Village. You can actually see, let's see if I can try to make a snowball here. Can't make a perfect snowball, but it is starting to compact a little bit. So we've got some moisture in this. There we go, a little miniature snowball there. Hopefully the kiddos can get out and have a snowball fight or build a snowman on Sunday. I think Saturday is just too dangerous. Of course, if they go out on Sunday to do that, make sure they are bundled up as well. Most of that snow, by the way, I'm not seeing anything stick to the streets. Traffic looking pretty darn good here in Midtown Manhattan for now, but we are anticipating things to change, especially as we do go throughout the overnight hours tonight and into Saturday. So what should you do if you have to travel tomorrow? According to the governor, according to several government officials, take public transportation. That's not just a word here in New York City, but also in Boston as well. And speaking of Boston, let's send it over to meteorologist Mish Michaels. Hey, Mish.
Hey, Tevin, no snowflakes here, but the stage has been set. We're standing here in the seaport, the Boston skyline behind me. You can see my breath. We're hovering around 32 degrees, and there's a big old area of Canadian high pressure over eastern Canada that's going to promise all that cold air that's going to funnel into this big old storm and keep it snow from start to finish. We got blizzard warnings here. The first time we've had a blizzard here since 2018, but we are a well-oiled snow machine here in Boston. In fact, the snow removal budget in the city is north of $20 million. But a lot of the snow removal that takes place in the city is actually done by citizens. In fact, it is your responsibility as a property owner to shovel those potential 2 feet of snow on sidewalks and around fire hydrants. Now, tonight, there is a parking ban that's going into effect at 9 o'clock. So people are beginning to move their cars away from major thoroughfares, major intersections, and snow emergency routes. And many of these parking garages are going to allow you, if you're a resident, to park for free or park as a discount. Now, parking spots, if you know, in the city of Boston are the most coveted piece of property. And you also have the responsibility of shoveling out your parking spot. Now, here's the deal. You shovel it out and you put all that elbow grease in, and guess what? you get to own it. Now, in the North End, if you've lived in Boston at all, you know you own it indefinitely, and you don't mess with anyone. They put couches down and chairs down. Well, here you do this. You put a pylon down, and according to the city now, they've made rules and regulations around that kind of thing, and you can have that parking spot for 48 hours after the snow emergency is done. And then, you know what? It's back to fighting for a parking spot. Of course, there are much more important things going on with the storm than fighting for a place to put the car. We've got coastal flood concerns along the north and south shore here in Boston. We'll go back to Dr. Knabb for that.
Yeah, Mish, so another thing with vehicles is coastal flooding. You want to not leave your car tomorrow parked in some place that's vulnerable to coastal flooding. Get it somewhere else. And that'll keep it out of the way of snow removal and out of the way of the ocean, because we have coastal flood warnings and advisories in effect in portions of the east coast of the U.S. The warning down here in the Cape May area, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, advisories up here. But in both places, we could have 1 or 2 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground, getting onto coastal roads. So don't park your cars there and don't drive across that kind of flooding. Now, let's look at why this is going to happen, because this is going to be a strong enough and large enough system that it can do some of the things that tropical storms and hurricanes do, and that's push the ocean toward the coastline and produce coastal flooding, even bona fide storm surge. As this strengthens overnight tonight, and by tomorrow morning, it's a beam of Cape May. Well, all night and into the morning, and by the time of around high tide tomorrow, it will have pushed water toward the coastline, and that's why at high tide tomorrow morning we could have coastal flooding that could cover the roads and get into some structures. Now, when we look into Massachusetts, tomorrow morning's high tide, 9 a.m., that's when you could start to have overwash onto the roads, 1 or 2 feet of saltwater flooding. The max winds will be probably in between the high tides at 9 in the morning, 9 in the evening, so that's catching a little bit of a break, but still, at the times of these high tides, we could have the 1 or 2 feet of saltwater flooding. And then when you think about that coastal flood advisory area that's for tomorrow's high tides, keep in mind that on Sunday, it's not going to be any picnic either, because the low is going to be east of you, still pushing the water trapped into Cape Cod Bay. So evacuate from any coastal structures in places like Scituate or Plymouth if authorities recommend it, and don't park near the coast.
Hey, you brought some brats, huh? What if the store took back all the brats you didn't eat at the end of the month the way some wireless companies take back your data?
That would be weird.
TracFone Wireless gives you unlimited carryover data, so if you pay for brats, you get to keep your brats. You also get unlimited talk and text on America's best 4G LTE networks for $20, no contract.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, hit decline. I don't want to talk to her. Hit me, get me. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
MasterCard is working alongside Black women business owners with ways to get more businesses online and hundreds of millions in funding. Join MasterCard in showing respect and start something priceless.
Just 2 pills for all-day pain relief. Aleve it and see what's possible. And also try Aleve X topical pain relief.
Ziploc is designed to store fresh dumplings, so you can unlock long-distance traditions. Ziploc. Unlock life.
SC Johnson.
Be like, sunset on the beach. Make me wanna pull up on Miami with the heat. I don't know about you.
The first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota. Let's go places.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
It was a tragedy. With knockoff batteries, Little Miss Cupcake never stood a chance. Until Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest-lasting AA battery. Yay! Case closed.
Don't you worry now. There's no need to worry now. It's been a long, long day, and you can shine now.
Your skin isn't just skin. It's a beautiful reflection of everything you have been through. Dove Body Wash with 5 skin conditioning ingredients boosts skin ceramides renewal for hydrated, visibly moisturized skin. Renew the love with Dove Body Wash.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Greenland is probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
We all gave up so much to come here.
If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Well, coastal Massachusetts bracing for a big hit from Winter Storm Kenan, expecting to get slammed with tropical storm force wind gusts at least, and they could be enduring those types of conditions for a good 12 to 24 hours. Feet of coastal flooding, feet of snowfall, and power outages all on the table. You're looking at the calm before the storm in Marshfield earlier today. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue to track Winter Storm Kenan up the East Coast tonight. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. Meteorologist Heaven Wooten is coming to us live tonight from New York City, where a winter storm warning remains in effect. You've been seeing some flakes. Looks like you got some stickage there now, too, Tevin.
Jackie, yes, we do, but here on the sidewalk, not on the street just yet, which is good news for folks trying to make their way home, especially last-minute travelers as well. But I'll take you back really quickly. A lot of what's down here actually has a decent moisture content to it, such that if I were to blow it, it's not really like glitter. It's more like a more wet snow. Now, what I think we will have eventually, as temperatures cool down dramatically in several different layers of the atmosphere, is overall a snow that is light and fluffy and very much resembles that of glitter, which at times some of the smallest flakes do. But overall, still some moisture down here. In fact, the moisture that is down here is from snowfall earlier today. We had a burst of snow right around 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and that was sort of an appetizer as to what's to come, of course, with Winter Storm Kenan. And in fact, some of that appetizer is now turning over into a feast across portions of New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, by the way. I've seen some video on social media in Mount Laurel, New Jersey as well. Fat flakes flowing through that area right now. That is Winter Storm Kenan, and it is on the way, not just here, but across southern New England as well. Now, here we do have winter storm warnings. We have blizzard warnings, actually, for coastal portions of New Jersey. So from the Toms River area all the way down to Atlantic City, too, in the Jersey Shore, likely to not just see a heavy snowfall, but a blowing snow. In fact, winds over 35 miles an hour for 3 hours at a time, and that reduces that visibility down significantly to a quarter of a mile or less. So whiteout conditions there, potentially on the cusp of that here in New York City. And then, of course, across southeastern New England as well, for the North Shore and South Shore of Boston, all the way to Montauk on the east end of Long Island as well, for those blizzard warnings. We can actually track some of those winds. You just saw them there. Those gusts are coming through. We're tracking snowfall as well, right? The light stuff, it's here for now. We'll get into the heavier stuff as we go throughout Saturday. You can see some of the amounts there, 6, maybe even 8 inches of snowfall here in and around New York City. The further east you go, then that gradient starts to steepen a bit more, and we get in on what's known as the money snow. At least I call it the money snow. The money snow can cost you a lot of money. Do not take that car onto the roadway. If you can, just stay home, shovel the sidewalk, shovel the driveway, such that whenever you are able to go back out onto the streets and onto the roadways, it's much safer to do that, and that snow is already gone. Speaking of getting that snow out of here, the city of New York, the sanitation department, they've got 700 salt spreaders that have already been pre-treating some of the roadways. In fact, as we were driving in earlier today, I saw some salt or some brine on the road too. So they really wanted to attack things early. We spoke to the Office of Emergency Management here for the city of New York. They actually said once they get 2 inches of snow and accumulation, then the plows will come out. All right, let's go inside now to the warmth of the studio. Dr. Knapp, how dare you? I am freezing here. We have a wind chill of 23 degrees. I can only imagine how toasty it is there in Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta.
Yeah, well, I might step outside tomorrow morning just to feel like what a wind chill near 10 degrees feels like down here in the south. I haven't experienced that in a while for just a short amount of time. Obviously, wind is going to be a big part of this, right? It's not just about the tremendous amounts of snow that could overachieve in some spots compared to what the forecast is, right? But blizzard warnings are in effect because of the wind component that has so many aspects to it. The blizzard warning largely accounting for how horrible the driving conditions are because of the lessened visibility and the strong winds. But that wind is also going to be tapping into this cold air to produce really brutal wind chills, even for folks in New England, that if you were to get stuck in this storm, puts you in an exceptionally life-threatening situation. So this storm really means business. It is strengthening. The central pressure is down under 1,000 millibars now as it passes off the east coast of Hatteras. It's bringing tremendously cold air down on the backside of it. We've got some snow in Nashville, light as it might be, 29 degrees. We've had snow showers in Huntsville. Atlanta will be going below freezing, and those wind chills will be plummeting by tomorrow morning. Cold even into Florida tomorrow night into Sunday. The winds are starting to pick up. We're gusting near 30 miles an hour in the mid-Atlantic. And the snow is picking up here as the winds are not a big deal yet. But that is going to be changing. Not only is it going to snow heavily, the winds will be blowing and drifting that snow, and those winds are going to be in this strong and large system pushing that ocean near the coastline. That's why you've got the coastal flood and wave problem, and all of those winds, and especially the heavy wet snow in southeastern New England, could take out the power.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. Breathe better.
Domino's new oven-baked dips are so new that we made a new commercial about their newness. Try new flavors like our cheesy marinara, baked apple, or hot and melty 5-cheese with our not new but still delicious twists. Carry out Domino's new oven-baked dips and twist combos or any 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting Gain scent beads. Try Spring Daydream, now part of our irresistible scent collection.
It was a tragedy. With knockoff batteries, Little Miss Cupcake never stood a chance. Until Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest-lasting AA battery. Case closed.
You can't buy love or peace. You can't buy security. You can't buy happiness. You can't buy confidence. But you can invest in it. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
It's Macy's Big Home Sale with an extra 20% off great values like GE Small Appliances now at Macy's and 30% off sheets and bedding. Or shop specials like the Radley Sectional for $21.99 at Macy's.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
You want fries with that?
Introducing Wendy's new hot and crispy fries. Preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's. Try them today, only at Wendy's.
We're
pushing everything to the max.
There's something alien about it.
Get the goal, dude. You're into a whole world of new.
Never seen anything like this. Expect the unexpected.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Winter Storm Kenan. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. You are looking live at Boston, Massachusetts. Behind me, Boston looking all beautiful, all lit up. 30 degrees right now. I'm looking closely for some snowflakes because I'm starting to see on social media some public reports that a couple of those flakes are starting to fly. But this is nothing compared to what we're going to be experiencing through the day tomorrow. A blizzard warning is in effect, and we could be measuring the snow around a foot or two before all is said and done there in Boston. That's just one of the many hazards from our winter storm, not to mention the coastal flooding and the really strong winds that could cause power outages and some tree damage. We want to get right to Justin Michaels. Justin is live right now in Boston, and he's been there throughout the day as everybody's been getting ready for the storm. And Justin, am I correct in saying you're from Pennsylvania? Have you ever experienced blizzard conditions before?
Oh, certainly. I was here for the blizzard of 2015. I was a Boston reporter back then, Jackie. So, yes, I remember. In fact, I just tweeted out a photograph of one of the Boston snow farms from February of 2015, just to show people how much snow actually fell that winter. So, yes, those conditions are intense. And I liked what Jim Cantori was saying this morning, Jackie, how he is thinking this could be a double or a triple blizzard, meaning we could triple the time frame that those conditions could be around. That would be remarkable. Can you imagine 9 hours of blizzard conditions or worse? Jackie, that would just be unbelievable.
Modeling actually, Justin, is showing about 12 hours from about 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. with those winds that strong, and the snowfall rates during that period of time, too, could be somewhere between 2 to 4 inches per hour. So imagine if we do get under that heavy band, that lasting for that length of time, hence the big reason why we could get such huge amounts of snow in Boston.
Well, and Jackie, if that happens, 3 to 4 inches of snow, we're not going to see those buildings back there. And if we are, it's going to be very faint. So that's the kind of snow we're talking about. Visibility will be virtually nil. And that is one of the reasons, Jackie, the Massachusetts Governor, Charlie Baker, is just absolutely imploring people, encouraging people, almost begging and maybe even demanding, because they did just put a travel ban for high-profile vehicles beginning at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, demanding that people stay home tomorrow. It's going to be very dangerous. And what that does, Jackie, as you well know, gives the crews, and there are going to be hundreds of crews salting and plowing streets in just the city of Boston. In fact, it could be as many as 850 in just this city, and more than 4,000 statewide across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So a lot of crews are going to be out, and they're going to be doing a lot of life-saving work. And Jackie, I always say, you want to stay away from them, and you want to let them do the good work that they're doing, because that allows first responders to get through to emergencies. So staying off the roads is the best thing people can do, Jackie.
Absolutely. It's going to be difficult for those crews to be able to keep up, I think, with the snowfall rates and the amount of snow. So they're going to be going nonstop, right? This is going to happen in increments to try and clear off that snow. And Justin, you mentioned a lot of travel delays. A lot of flights have been canceled already.
Well, more than 600 just out of Boston. We know it's more than, 3,000 something system-wide already for tomorrow. And, Jackie, I do know that they're already beginning to cancel flights on Sunday. So a lot of people are thinking, this will be over tomorrow. We'll be out of here on Sunday. I don't know about that. We'll have to see how it goes. Meantime, I am looking up because I have been wanting one flake to come down, Jackie, so I could give you breaking news that Boston had snow, and I just don't see it yet. Come on, anybody?
Getting close, Justin. It's coming.
Jackie, but it's coming. It's coming. I promise. Exactly.
Yes. Be patient. Tomorrow's going to be puking snow, and you're going to be like, enough already, right? All right. Let's talk about,
I'm looking forward
we mentioned.
To it. I just have to be careful.
Yes, be careful, right? So you don't want to travel, like Justin said. If you want to go outside and experience what a blizzard is like in your own front yard, live your dream. Just be careful with the winds, and if you have any vulnerable places with trees that could cause some damage. That would be my biggest concern for you, just being out and walking around. But as we look at the intensity of the snowfall and look at the winds, a blizzard, 35-mile-per-hour frequent gusts for 3 hours or more. So that could be starting around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and continuing all the way to 4, by 6 into the afternoon. So that's 12 hours plus that we could be enduring these types of conditions. And there you can see the snowfall forecast indicating double-digit snowfall, easy on this one, and we could be pushing a couple of feet before all is said and done. An historic blizzard is possible for Boston, if not southeastern Massachusetts. Here's a look at New York City. Those winds are going to start picking up overnight tonight. Tomorrow, you're going to wake up to the white conditions. Wind gusts could be as strong as 30, 40 miles per hour in New York City, but much stronger out on Long Island. Concerned about blizzard conditions, especially for the eastern half of the island. And want to bring in Dr. Nab, too, because, you know, those winds do a lot. It's not just create the blizzard. It's not just bring down the power, but also, especially that north side of Long Island, could have some serious coastal flooding.
Yeah, so the wind component of this and the strength and size of this system overall makes it even more dangerous than your typical snowstorm. And look how strong and large this already is, and it isn't even close to how strong and large it's going to be tomorrow. And it's really getting to be time to get off the roads and stay off the roads. Get to your safe place that you're going to be for the storm and stay there, because the snow is about to really ramp up. Hasn't quite started in Boston like we talked about, but it's going to begin. And once it begins, it's going to be long lasting and very, very heavy. So this is going to add up to snowfall totals that make it essentially roads are going to be impassable. And if you slide off the road, or if you block something because you can't get through, you're keeping responders and law enforcement from doing their job. The strong winds are going to make visibility near zero. That's what we mean business in a blizzard warning. Trees and power lines are going to be knocked down. That's going to block the roads. Stay away from down power lines. And the wind chill will be so brutal that if you get stuck anywhere, you could be in a very life-threatening situation. Stay off the roads.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better. Claritin D. Breathe better.
3 words. Warm strawberry jam.
3 more words. Perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
Milk with your cereal. With Fairlife, it's more like cereal with your ultra-filtered milk. With a creamy taste plus 50% more protein, 50% less sugar. Turn nutrition into nutrition. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
You can be well-dressed. You can be well-mannered.
Oh, no. After you.
You can be well-groomed. Or even well-spoken. But there's just something about being well-adventured. Adventure has a new look. Discover more in the all-new Subaru Forester Wilderness. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Living with diabetes? Glucerna Protein Smart has your number with 30 grams of protein, scientifically designed with Carb Steady to help you manage your blood sugar, and more protein to keep you moving with diabetes. Glucerna. Live every moment.
Don't be shy now. I like that prime cut. I love my gold jacket, but that Aflac blue feels so right.
When you feel right, you coach right.
I know that's right. Prime never believed in double coverage, but health insurance in Aflac is money.
Must be money.
And I know how Coach Prime feels about money.
Now that is what this jacket needs.
Must be money.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Now with Spectrum Mobile, if you get 2 or more lines, it's just $29.99 a month each. $29.99! And you get everything. You get unlimited data. You also get this.
Technology that delivers the fastest overall speeds.
You had a copy of that, right? Good thinking. There's no contracts, added taxes, or hidden fees. Sorry, lawyers. But you do get nationwide 5G included. It's like we got some weather coming in. Cloudy, with a chance of the best deal in mobile. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
As COVID-19 continues to affect our lives, it's more important than ever to have fast, reliable testing you can count on. That's why there's Test Now and Go in Manhattan. Now you can schedule an appointment or even just walk in, then get accurate results within 12 to 24 hours delivered to your phone through a mobile app. So you can work, travel, and visit family with confidence. In these uncertain times, it's good to know there's Test Now and Go. Schedule online, then get tested on Park Avenue South.
into handbags? And can feeding cows seaweed help change the world? If you have questions about the climate, rely on the most trusted name in television, the Weather Channel and its innovative pattern climate team. Together, we can start to make sense of the most important issue facing our future every day on the Weather Channel.
A winter storm warning is in effect. Currently in our area, 31 degrees with snow showers. Tonight, windy with snow, low 20. Saturday, windy with snow, high 24. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We're back here as we continue to track Winter Storm Kenan, and we want to bring you to Belmar, New Jersey. This is just north of Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, on the east coast there. And check it out. You can see, of course, the pavement. It is glistening. It's dark out there for now. Some moonlight perhaps illuminating, and maybe even street posts as well, or light posts as well, illuminating the sidewalk. Reason you can see that glisten is because we've actually had some precipitation over the past 1 to 2 hours or so. Actually a huge burst of snow just to the west there in Philadelphia and Mount Laurel as well. Some of that did move through Belmar as well. So again, these are exclusive images here on the Weather Channel. You can only see here courtesy of HurricaneTrack.com. And I know that we're not tracking a hurricane, but we've certainly talked about how there are similarities between a hurricane and a winter storm, and this nor'easter as well, with our area of low pressure rapidly intensifying and undergoing bombogenesis. So very similar structures, or at least processes, in terms of how strong this storm and how quickly this storm will strengthen. When it rapidly intensifies, the central pressure drops 24 millibars in 24 hours or less, and we may actually see this thing double bomb or undergo more than 24 hours, close to 46 or 48 millibars in 24 hours or less. So that's how strong of a system we have. Not really strong stuff here right now. We're in New York City in Midtown Manhattan at Bryant Park, courtesy of Bank of America and the Winter Village that we have here. Just some light snow falling. A little bit of a different story than we've actually had over the past 20 to 30 minutes. It's more like glitter coming down from the sky and falling onto the ground. But we actually had some snow earlier today, such that it started to melt, but then there was a new formation of snow that came down. So some of this has moisture in it, but overall, what you'll see, especially for a lot of New England as well tomorrow, we're likely to get in on a very dry snow, meaning those liquid to snow ratios are going to be much higher and much greater. This, though, it's almost like a chunk of ice at times. It's pretty darn solid. Let's see if I can just make it collapse like that. Yeah, be careful if you are letting the kids go out and make snowmen or have a snowball fight tomorrow. I think it's far too dangerous to go out, especially once you consider the strong winds and the reduced visibility. But maybe on Sunday, if it's safe to do so. Of course, we'd love to see those photos. You can tag us at Weather Channel, and you can tag me as well at Tevin Wooten. You share it. We like to air it here on the Weather Channel. All right, let's work our way up the I-95. We're going to head towards Boston, where we find meteorologist Mish Michaels. Hey, Mish.
Hey, Tevin, no snowflakes here just yet, but we did find a big pile of snow here in the seaport. You got the Boston skyline behind us, and we got this big stack of snow from a prior storm and a couple of little dustings that we've had. You can see it is hard and it is compact, but the snow that we're expecting tomorrow is going to be very light and fluffy. And I want to talk to you about snowfall ratios. I know Jackie was mentioning that. This is a rain gauge, and this is 1 inch of liquid. Now, when you have a 10-to-1 snow ratio and the temperature is right around 32 degrees, you get 10 inches of snow from 1 inch of liquid. Tomorrow's storm is going to be much colder than that. There's that cold high pressure over eastern Canada draining in temperatures in the 20s, and therefore we're going to have snowfall ratios that are higher, maybe 15 inches from 1 inch of liquid. So it's going to be interesting to track the snowfall. We've got a weather observatory down the street that's going to be doing official measurements on those snowfall ratios, so we'll find out exactly what it translates to to 1 inch to how many inches of snow. But because of the winds, when we're tracking that light, fluffy snow, it is going to go airborne. So when you are measuring snowfall tomorrow along with me, you need a yardstick, and you're going to take many measurements around your yard. And because of the blowing and drifting, you're going to have to add all those up and divide by the number of measurements you made, a little elementary school math, and give the average snowfall total. So it's going to be a little tricky. There's weather spotters all over Massachusetts, 8,000 strong, that'll be doing this exercise tomorrow and keeping a track of all the snow that is falling. And it is going to be a lot. As Jackie, you've said, it could potentially be a historic storm.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, Mish. I know you've been in Boston a long time. You've seen a lot of big storms. Boston's certainly no stranger to that. You think this could get up there and say the top 3 or better?
Well, certainly for the month of January, it's probably going to be in the top 5. But if we max out around 2 feet, certainly the potential is there for it to be a top 10 storm, maybe a top 5 storm, since records began in the late 1800s. So, you know, we're accustomed to a parade of storms around here. We deal with major snowfalls quite often, but this is a big one for us. It's really got our attention. It's an ocean storm with this blizzard potential, and the fact that it's deepening so rapidly right around our sweet spot, which is 40 north, 70 west. That's really when we see maximum impact for maximum snowfall. So I think it's got our attention, you know. We're going to see how it all plays out tomorrow, but I think it could be one for the record books for sure.
Justin was looking around for snowflake sightings in Boston there. I've seen a couple of public reports saying they've seen a couple of flakes. Have you seen any yet, Mish?
Not yet. No flakes around here just yet, but we're waiting and we're watching.
All right, conditions will be going downhill tonight for sure. Mish Michaels, thanks so much, reporting live in Boston for us. So we're going to continue to track Winter Storm Kenan. Our live coverage is going to be continuing. We are live until 1 o'clock Eastern time tonight. We're going to pick up coverage early tomorrow morning and go through extended coverage tomorrow night as well. Across the Northeast as the region braces for one of the biggest nor'easter in years. Stay with us. Carl Parker is coming up next, as well as our live team coverage from the field. And of course, you can always download us on your smart TV.
Hey, Lily, I need a new wireless plan for my business.